Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗂𝗐𝗔 on Wattpad. Now, let's start. Katsuki's vision blurred as he struggled to stay conscious, the pain in his body intensifying with every passing moment. Warm blood oozed through his tightly clenched fingers, staining his palm and the fabric of his torn costume. Damn it, he cursed. The wound in his stomach throbbed relentlessly. 𝗬𝗏 had struck him not once, but twice, impaling him mercilessly. Gritting his teeth, he mustered the strength to assess the damage, his gaze shifting to his limp left arm. A jolt of searing pain shot through his shattered arm as he attempted to move it, confirming his suspicion. Well, that's thing broken, he groaned to himself, frustration etched on his face. Breathing had already become a struggle due to his broken ribs and possibly fractured clavicle. Covered in grime, sweat, and his own blood, he knelt precariously on the unstable surface of a crumbling building. Damn it, he cursed again, growling at his helpless state. Katsuki strained to look up, his eyes catching sight of Deku's figure soaring high above in the sky, engaged in a fierce battle against the remnants of 𝗬𝗏. Shigaraki was already long gone. Deku had finally taken that piece of SHT down, overloading his body until it disintegrated him into nothingness, his ash carried away by the wind, an appropriate exit for a BSTRD with a decaying quirk. Good riddance. Bakugo spat to himself, summoning the last reserves of strength to push himself up into a standing position, despite the searing pain radiating from his ankle. He stumbled and nearly collapsed, catching himself against a fractured wall with his uninjured arm. He yelled in frustration, blood from his wound splattering against the wall as his hand swiped across it. I can't be this thing useless, not when that idiot is still fighting. As if on cue, a thunderous explosion erupted overhead, momentarily blinding Katsuki. Instinctively shielding his face, he felt the force of the blast wave coursing through his battered body, propelling him backward and intensifying the agony that gripped the left side of his torso, nearly causing him to black out as stars danced in his vision. The crumbling building groaned and shuddered, on the verge of collapsing under the weight of the immense damage it had sustained. One ears ringing, Katsuki coughed and gasped for air amidst the chaos, debris littering the surroundings. Slowly rolling onto his right side, he struggled to lift himself up, using his hand to fan the air in a meager attempt to improve visibility. A low, villainous laughter echoed through the jagged opening of the room where he had been hurled into. What the F was that? As the dust settled, Bakugo ceased fanning the air, his eyes widening and his breath catching in his throat. Just a few feet away from him, a severed arm lay on the floor, detached from the elbow down. The sight was gruesome, with bones protruding from the savage lacerations as if it had been brutally torn off. Blood oozed from the torn flesh, creating a chilling pool around the dismembered limb. Katsuki's gaze trailed along the grisly scene, and his eyes widened when he noticed it was Deku's white Air Force glove. The intricate gold and blue design of the glove was cracked and missing in places, and specks and puddles of blood marked the path leading to the shattered wall on the opposite side of the room. Deku, that DMN nerd, stood defiant at the building's edge, chest heaving like he just ran a marathon from hell. His hero getup, once vibrant green, now looked like a canvas painted with the grotesque hues of crimson, a violent masterpiece of pain. The air reeked of iron, and Katsuki's gut twisted as he took in the sight. Deku's arm, or what was left of it, resembled a butcher's aftermath, a shredded mess of muscle and tissue. The metallic tang hung thick, making him fight back the urge to puke right then and there. But it wasn't just the sight that got to him, it was the toll etched on Deku's face. Those DMN features contorted in agony and exhaustion, a far cry from the freckled, determined face he knew. Deep gashes and bruises marred his once smooth skin, blood trickling from a nasty cut above his right eyebrow, a crimson river navigating the rugged terrain of his face, mingling with the grime and sweat that clung to him like a second skin. Before Katsuki could even comment on Deku's sorry state, the nerd turned slowly, tilting his head towards Katsuki as a mirthless chuckle escaped his lips. I guess this is where we say goodbye, Kacchan, he murmured, a hint of a smile playing on his lips, blood still dripping from the cut above his right eyebrow. Deku's body seemed almost entirely mangled, and it was likely sheer willpower that was keeping him together at that point. Katsuki lay there in stunned silence as his throat constricted, his mouth gaping, unable to find the right words. The rhythmic drip from the jagged stump where Deku's arm used to be echoed in the silence between them. What the F do you mean by that, Deku? Katsuki barked, confusion furrowing his brows. Deku, in response, regarded him with an unexpectedly sweet gaze as green electricity ignited, dancing around him. The fading smile on his lips turned to grim determination as he faced the ominous dark cloud descending from the sky. Katsuki's anger surged, his eyes darting between Deku's battered form and the looming threat above. But underneath the anger simmered an unsettling feeling of helplessness and dread. It was as if the weight of the world had settled on Katsuki's shoulders, the situation's magnitude overwhelming him. They were both severely injured, exhausted, and at their limits. And yet they were staring into the face of an enemy far more powerful than anything they had ever encountered before. "Look at you, so utterly broken," boomed a malevolent voice, laughter resonating from the swirling mass above. The air crackled with energy as the clouds parted, revealing a glimpse of the smaller form of 𝗲𝗄. "It's time I reclaim you, brother, and finally uproot this world from the glamour of you incompetent heroes," he declared, raising his arms as his powerful quirks surged within him. Deku staggered, his weakened legs threatening to give out. Katsuki desperately struggled to rise to his feet, his movements restricted by the overwhelming pain coursing through his body. The room spun around him as he made another attempt, but he could only manage to move a few inches. Casting his gaze downward, he removed his trembling hand from his wound, assessing his condition. His costume was stained with a fair amount of blood, though the bleeding appeared to be slowing down. "Stay down, Kacchan," Deku urged, levitating into the air with black whp snaking out to face 𝗲𝗄. Katsuki whipped his head toward him, teeth grinding in frustration and anger. "Don't tell me what to do, nerd." Katsuki roared, stumbling toward Deku, almost tripping over the severed limb. Deku shot forward with incredible speed, a radiant aura of pure power, encasing him in a ball of bright green light. "Damn it, that bastard is going to get himself killed." Katsuki's mind raced, shoving pain aside to piece together a plan to stop 𝗲𝗄. He tried to remove the gauntlet on his uninjured arm with his teeth, aiming to lighten his weight and unleash explosive attacks to re-enter the fray, but a thunderous voice shattered his concentration. "United States of Smash." The resounding boom echoed from above, reverberating through the surroundings. The entire sky transformed into a ghastly shade of green, a blinding hue that consumed everything in its path for over a mile. Katsuki's vision was instantly consumed by the blinding brilliance. His pupils constricted violently, attempting to shield themselves from the overwhelming luminosity that surrounded him. The vivid glow burned through his retinas, leaving an afterimage of intense green imprinted on his sight. In that disorienting silence that followed the explosion of light, Katsuki's senses heightened. He could feel the building beneath him, the vibrations of the structure echoing the impending chaos. His ears strained to catch any distant sounds, but the air remained eerily still, as if time itself had paused for a fraction of a moment. Then, with a force that seemed to shake the very foundation of reality, the explosion erupted. The air was violently displaced, and the shockwave slammed into Katsuki, ripping through the silence with a deafening roar. Pain, searing pain, erupted in his chest, knocking the air out of his lungs as it reverberated through his entire being. His left ear throbbed mercilessly as it ruptured under the overwhelming pressure. The impact slammed him to the ground, shoving him deeper into the room. The whole 𝗵𝗵𝗃 building rattled like it was about to collapse. Katsuki's mind was a 𝗵𝗵𝗃 mess. Adrenaline surged through him as he scrambled to figure out which goddamn way was up. The acrid scent of smoke and burning debris filled the air, mingling with the taste of soot that coated his mouth. It was pure chaos, a Fing blast zone, and he had to find a way out before everything came crashing down. Not good. Katsuki's voice emerged hoarse and strained, drowned out by the roar of destruction. He shielded his face as chunks of debris cascaded around him, pelting his body like Mother Nature's personal hailstorm from hell. Won the exit, where's the exit? Frantically, he searched for the exit, desperately hunting for a way out of this crumbling nightmare. His gaze locked onto the only glimmer of light when something shot past him, narrowly missing and embedding itself in the rubble. The impact shook the ground, dislodging even more debris that tumbled from above, tearing through the floor, and colliding with a solid concrete beam below. Katsuki's heart skipped a beat as he turned to face the horrifying sight before him. There, pinned in the wreckage, lay Deku's motionless, crumpled body. Not a single sign of movement came from him. "Get up, dumbass," he shouted, his voice desperate and laced with a raw, guttural intensity. "The building's about to collapse." But there was no response, no sign of life. Izuku remained motionless, his body battered and limp. Panic crawled through Katsuki's veins. "𝗵𝗃𝗍𝗄, move, damn it." His voice cracked as he stumbled toward the gaping hole in the floor, where Deku's limp body dangled, half submerged within the concrete pillar, his face turned upward, his head gradually tilting towards the ground. His heart was a relentless drum pounding in his chest, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he fought against the quaking floor underneath him. Is he alive? For his stomach dropped. "Oi!" With each step, Katsuki's determination grew. He reached out, his hand trembling as he tried to grab onto anything that could provide leverage to help him pull Deku from the wreck. "I said T buildings," his words cut short as the floor tilted, knocking him on his butt, sliding uncontrollably into the gaping hole. SHT, SHT, SHT. Though he managed to fall on his relatively unharmed side, he hit the ground hard, the impact reverberating through his body, jarring his bones and rattling his senses. A sickening squelch reached his ears, and his eyes widened in disgust as he realized what lay in his lap, Izuku's severed arm. One thing gross, he thought, fighting the urge to chuck it off him. But before he could react, the building shuddered once more and began collapsing. The walls groaned and cracked, sending debris raining down upon them. Katsuki's heart hammered against his ribcage, pumping more adrenaline through his veins as he instinctively shielded himself. His good arm wrapped protectively around his head, a desperate barrier against the onslaught. The deafening roar of crumbling concrete filled his ears, drowning out all other sounds, including his screams. He frantically tried to process the danger they were in. He could feel the weight of the collapsing structure bearing down on him, threatening to crush him. Through the haze of chaos, Katsuki's gaze darted desperately through the dark, searching for any sign of Izuku. Panic rippled through him as he briefly spotted Izuku's limp body nearby swirling in the debris. Without hesitation, he lunged towards him, sharp pain shot through his side as his muscles strained with every ounce of strength, reaching out towards Izuku. His fingertips brushed against something soft yet solid. His heart skipped a beat as he realized it was the hem of Izuku's shirt. Katsuki's fingertips stretched, desperate to grab hold, to protect and pull him to safety. A guttural growl of frustration escaped him as the shifting rubble tore them apart, ripping him away from the blonde's grasp. "No, damn it." The pain came in waves, fierce and unrelenting. Falling debris struck Katsuki's body, bruising and battering him as he fought against the collapsing building. Agonizing sensations coursed through his being, threatening to overwhelm him, but he refused to give in. His mind now remained laser-focused on reaching Izuku, on protecting them at all costs. But as the darkness closed in, he lost sight of Deku. Its suffocating embrace threatened to consume Katsuki's consciousness as his face collided with something hard. Stars burst into existence, dancing in chaotic patterns across his blurring vision like a cosmic display of agony. The edges of his vision faded into a void before he passed out. The darkness swallowing him whole. Katsuki's head throbbed like it had taken a hit from All Might himself as he slowly clawed his way back from unconsciousness. A piercing headache greeted him in the pitch-black darkness, making his already miserable existence even more of a pain in the butt. As he tried to sit up, debris cascaded off him, and a muttered curse slipped from his lips when his head smacked against a solid obstacle above. "Thing hell," he grumbled, his temples pulsating with pain as he rubbed them aggressively. His hand traced the gritty surface above him, leading to an open space. "Where the hell am I?" Igniting his quirk, small explosions revealed a cramped, claustrophobic crawl space with unforgiving concrete edges. The echoes of dripping water reverberated from an overhead pipe, while lurking rebar seemed ready to skewer him. No sign of his gauntlet. It probably disintegrated during the clusterfuck he'd just survived. Crimson eyes scanned the crevice, finding it strewn with a random assortment of junk. A blanket lay sprawled amidst papers and scattered art supplies. Shifting his weight, Katsuki triggered a mini avalanche of debris, earning himself a one-way ticket to 𝗵𝗃𝗃, gritting his teeth at the sensation as it cranked up the agony from his busted ribs. His leg, meanwhile, played hostage under a mound of drywall, an art's degree mocking him from above. Irritation swelled within him as he questioned the intelligence of the stuck-up but who'd bother framing a college degree like that. What more hangs a DMN art degree? Determined to get free, he shoved against the wall with his free foot. With a surge of force, his leg popped free, groans resonating from the protesting structure. He scrambled backward, narrowly dodging a floor collapse that would have made his day even worse. 𝗬𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗃, he clicked his tongue in irritation. His eyes flicked down, revealing small lacerations beneath shredded black breaths, BLD clinging cold and wet around his knee. The air felt dry and chilly, typical of early January. Rolling his foot, assessing the damage, he breathed a sigh of relief. Nothing broken, at least. Leave it to Deku to bring the whole DMN building down. That f***ing idiot. Katsuki's irritation bubbled beneath the surface, but then, a realization softened his expression. Wait. Where's Deku? 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃. Katsuki croaked, his voice sounding like gravel due to the thick dust. Extending his palm, he tried to light up the cramped space. Silence. Only silence. Answer, shitty nerd, he yelled, his teeth clenched tightly from the strain it put on his ribs. Still, nothing. I swear to God if he's dead, I'm going to bring his butt back and kill him myself. Suching the light between his palms, he mustered the strength he had left, crawling toward the cramped space's other end. Oi! Where the hell are you? He shouted, anger radiating from every word. Why do I care so much? Whatever. One clicking his tongue again in annoyance, he strained to hear any movement around him. As Katsuki continued to crawl through the dimly lit crawl space, his frustration morphed into a subtle undercurrent of unease. The echoes of his own voice seemed to bounce off the concrete walls, amplifying the eerie silence that enveloped him. The idea of Deku being unresponsive, potentially injured, or worse, gradually gnawed at the edges of his consciousness. Deku, he called out again, the desperation creeping into his voice despite his attempts to maintain a tough exterior. DMN it, why couldn't the nerd just answer? The knot in his stomach tightened with each unanswered call. Finally, muffled breathing cut through the quiet. Suching the glow between his hands, Katsuki knelt down, his crimson eyes dissecting the cracked wall with a critical gaze. Its surface was marred by cracks and dips, this DMN wall, he muttered under his breath, fingers tracing the imperfections. To his left, a small hole in the wall beckoned, just big enough for him to crawl through. His lip curled in a disgusted snarl. That's just 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃 scooting toward the entrance, he saw fingers come into view. Whipping his arm over, his eyes caught Deku's mangled, severed arm sprawled on the floor. That's just great. Just what I wanted to f***ing see. 6 muffled gasps and coughs reverberated, blending with the rumble of debris beyond the cracked wall, seizing Katsuki's attention like a vice grip. His head snapped towards the source of the sounds, crimson eyes widening at the unexpected commotion. Deku, he muttered, his voice softer than he'd ever admit for a heartbeat. Is that your stupid butt, Deku? Katsuki called out, squinting through the narrow openings in the wall as he leaned over, shoving his hand through. A burst of bright flame erupted, piercing the suffocating darkness. Kacchan, is that you? A familiar, shaky voice responded. Of course, it's me, you idiot, who else would it be? Katsuki spat, irritation dripping from his words. God, it was always some stupid question with him. Silence lingered, broken only by the sound of Deku's elbred breaths. Kacchan. I'm stuck, I can't get out. I can barely breathe, Deku softly cried out, his voice trembling with strain. Each breath came in erratic bursts as he struggled for air, gasping sharply between each one. Peering through the narrow cracks, Katsuki strained his eyes to catch a glimpse of Deku. The nerd was buried beneath a mammoth slab of concrete, pinning his chest down. The only signs of life were his head and a disfigured left arm protruding from the debris. Dark blood, thick and nasty, pooled around him, soaking the ground like a sick painting. He could practically smell the metallic tang in the air, seeping through the cracks. Red streaks smeared the slab above him like he's been clawing and scrapping at it, trying to break free. It's like the 𝗵𝗵𝗃 walls were his canvas, and blood was the paint. It's as if the 𝗵𝗵𝗃 concrete was mocking him, saying, "Nice try, loser." Katsuki's eyes, usually burning with anger, softened for a goddamn second. It was the second time his demeanor had cracked in the last 5 minutes. "Give me a second, damn it," Katsuki muttered, needing to figure this out. As he withdrew his arm, dimming the limited light. He wriggled through the tight entrance he had found, his shoulders grazing against a narrower part of the tunnel, growls of pain escaping him. Finally, he emerged from the confined space, gasping for air, sweat trickling down his forehead. His right side was throbbing like a beach. Explosive power sparked brighter, illuminating the grim scene. Deku winced, his eyes stinging from the sudden brightness. Deku, looking like he'd been through a blender, had managed to relax slightly at the sight of Katsuki. His eyes, though clouded with pain, held a glimmer of relief. Katsuki's lip curled in disgust as he examined the mess. He couldn't tear his eyes away from the amount of blood around him. The clots, the smears. It was thing everywhere, making his stomach churn as he almost gagged. Not till he shoved his wrist against his nose, desperate to block out the god-awful smell. The metallic smell seeped into every breath, making Katsuki feel like he could almost taste the coppery bitterness in his mouth. Just as he was sinking into the grim reality, Deku's sharp intake of breath jerked him back. Leaning down, Katsuki scowled at the mess before him. "You look like 𝗧𝗵𝗃, Katsuki remarked, his words laced with a harsh, but oddly comforting tone. It was as if insults were the only way he knew how to express relief. He pet his head, trying to figure out how the hell he was going to get him out. Honestly, Katsuki couldn't wrap his head around how Deku was still alive. "I think if you lift, and I use black WHP, I can pull myself out," he croaked, straining to maintain eye contact with Katsuki, who, in the blink of an eye, reverted to his abrasive self. "I told you, don't you dare tell me what to do. I don't need your 𝗵𝗵𝗃 input. Keep your 𝗵𝗵𝗃 suggestions to yourself." Katsuki seethed. Deku winced, his head dropping back into the dark pool surrounding him, cracked and pale lips trembling. Annoyed, Katsuki desperately tried not to roll his eyes as he sighed. He shot an impatient glance at the mangled mess that used to be Deku's arm. "Gotta stop the bleeding before I drag you out," he muttered, fingers fumbling with his belt. A hard stare pierced Deku's squinting gaze. "Ready, nerd? Brace yourself, this is gonna hurt like a beach," Katsuki warned, the belt sliding into his mouth for added leverage. Deku's nod was strained, squinting in anticipation. Katsuki pulled the belt tight, a brutal yank that unleashed an agonizing scream that cut through the air, his eyes rolling back as tears streaming down his face. He gasped for breath before another primal screech of pain ripped from his throat, his body convulsing with each wave of agony. Katsuki, witnessing the suffering, flinched but pressed on, his hand trembling against Deku's quivering arm as he struggled to secure the belt buckle. "I get it hurts, but quit squirming and sk it up, 𝗵𝗵𝗃." Katsuki growled through clenched teeth, his words clipped from the throbbing pain of his arm and ribs. The spasms subsided, and Deku went limp against Katsuki, likely blacking out. Katsuki seized the opportunity to fasten the buckle tightly. "Jesus F, this is exhausting. Oi, wake your sorry butt up so I can haul you out of this hellhole," he grumbled, frustrated with this whole situation. But Deku was out cold. Annoyed as hell, Katsuki grabbed his shirt and shook him, but there was no response. Frustration turned to boiling anger, and Katsuki hissed as he shook him harder. Suddenly, Deku snapped back, panic in his eyes. His stubbed arm flailed, and before Katsuki knew it, blood splattered all over his face, blindsiding him. 𝗏𝗧𝗵𝗃 fuming, Katsuki wiped his face with a swift motion. trying to rid himself of the BLD splatter, before gripping Deku's face, his voice a harsh whisper, "Stop moving, or I'm gonna end you." The flailing ceased, replaced by wheezing breaths. "TCH, fine, UBSTRD. I'll give this a shot. The area seems on the verge of collapsing, so make it snappy," Katsuki griped, his patience long worn thin. Darkness surrounded them as they geared up to lift the mammoth slab, but a glimmer of green light sliced through the shadows, black 𝗬𝗍𝗵 snaking out from under Deku, casting an eerie glow. "On two, ready. 1, 2, Katsuki grunted, pouring every ounce of strength into the lift. The world around them groaned under the pressure as they struggled against the massive chunk of rock. The strain was immense, and Katsuki's vision blurred with white spots. "Die!" he roared, fueled by a surge of adrenaline as the rock began to shift, creaking under their combined effort. A wet, sickening sound echoed from beneath as the slab was forced upwards. Deku's scream cut through the air, black 𝗬𝗍𝗵 faltering and yanking Katsuki off balance. Heart-pounding, echoes of agony resonating, he fought to regain footing. Debris rained down like a deadly hailstorm, and Katsuki's grip on the shifting slab started to slip. The concrete slabs surrounding them quivered, ominous signs that the whole DMN structure was on the brink of collapse. "Wait!" Deku's urgent yelp reached Katsuki, who glanced under the slab. His expression grew grave. Kacchan, Deku's eye narrowed, his throat bobbing. Katsuki's eyes darted between Deku and the shifting slabs around them, realizing the imminent danger. If he let go now, Deku would be crushed. The nerd's face was a mask of pain, fear etched in every line. Dread twisted in his gut at the thought of failing to save him. Anger surged as he felt the doubt filling the pit of his stomach. "Hurry the hell up, you bastard!" Katsuki commanded, gritting his teeth as his fingers began to burn from the iron grip he had on the concrete. A deafening twang reverberated, rebar shooting out. Deku, using his last ounce of strength and the one DMN arm he had left, clawed himself free. Sweat and tears mingled as he emerged, battered. Katsuki released the structure, feeling it crash to the ground, and he collapsed like a ragdoll, skiing air like he'd run a marathon in hell. His body burned like it was on fire. Deku, trembling on the floor, back turned to Katsuki, fought for each breath. Seething rage welled up within him, his anger threatening to explode from him. "Damn it, Deku, I told you to foo." Katsuki's head snapped toward him, sparks dancing on his fingertips. But mid-insult, he froze, his words withering in his throat as he took in Deku's devastating condition, and that anger took a back seat to something else. Deku lay sprawled on the unforgiving ground, the sound of his breath a gruesome symphony of struggle. Each inhale sounded like a raspy wheeze, wet and shallow, as if his lungs were grappling with the very air they needed. 4 inches of jagged rebar jutted from his chest. Katsuki's eyes widened, shock temporarily halting the fury within, replaced by concern. "Oi, Deku, are you okay?" The words, usually sharp and biting, now carried an unusual edge of genuine worry. Deku's movements were slow, deliberate, as his trembling hand inched toward the jagged rebar protruding from his chest. It hovered over the twisted metal, fingers dancing as if trying to gauge the severity of the situation. Emerald eyes flickered faintly as he looked up. I feel cold," he mumbled weakly, "and everything is so blurry. This isn't good." Katsuki shot to his feet, his movements a chaotic ballet of urgency as he stood over the wreckage that was once his rival. A wave of nausea washed over him, draining the color from his face. Deku's body was a thin mess. Besides the rebar shish kebab in his chest and the demolished left arm, his legs twisted at odd angles. A nasty gurgle harmonized with each painful breath. Bruises, deep gashes, and lacerations covered him like a roadmap of agony. Concern for Deku clashed violently with the frustration of being caught in this mess. The pressure to act gnawed at him, demanding a response beyond the explosive rage he was oh so accustomed to unleashing. It was an unfamiliar fear, a realization that the line between hero and helpless was as thin as a razor's edge. All that useless USJ training flashed before Katsuki's eyes. Every second was now crucial. They needed to get Deku to a hospital, and they needed to do it now. Deku or not, he was still a hero and was dead set on saving all the extras around him. We need to haul but to a hospital. Now, Katsuki ordered. Unease scratched at his insides, something lurking in the shadows of his thoughts. What the hell is this feeling bubbling up inside me? Dread. Fear. A fing swarm of thoughts buzzed in Katsuki's head as adrenaline hijacked his senses. Grabbing Deku by the collar, he whirled, dragging him. Muscle screamed in rebellion with every step, but Katsuki kept going, heading toward the small entrance. Kacchan, Deku breathed, voice weak and shaky, what are you doing? Shut up, you bastard. We're getting out of here, Katsuki snapped, hauling Deku with an iron grip. Let Black WHP out. I need some DMN light. He did as Katsuki asked, bathing the room in a sickly green glow. Dragging this much weight was usually nothing to Katsuki, but injured, one-armed, and drained both mentally and physically, he was struggling. God, when the F did this tiny bastard get so heavy? Releasing his grip, Katsuki exerted more effort than he'd ever admit, wriggling back through the narrow opening. Gasping for breath, he wiped dirt and dried blood off his face. Carefully extending his hand through the cramped space, he offered it to Deku. Normally, Katsuki wouldn't be caught dead doing such a thing, but at this point, both of them were drowning, and Deku was in desperate need of medical attention. Grab on, I'll pull you through, Katsuki croaked, swallowing his DMN pride. Kacchan. I can't, I think my arm is broken, Deku admitted sheepishly, pain lacing his voice. Jesus, nerd, what fing part of your pathetic body isn't broken? I think everything is broken, he mumbled, his voice barely audible. Rolling his eyes, Katsuki snapped, it was a rhetorical question, you idiot, a faint chuckle followed by a pained whimper from the other side. One for FS sake, come here, Katsuki muttered, his irritation momentarily softened by the reality of their dire circumstances. Slowly, he dragged Deku through the narrow passage, inch by inch, until finally, he got him to the other side. Catching his breath, Katsuki looked down at Deku, equally breathless, head resting in Katsuki's lap. Heat rose to Katsuki's cheeks, the tips of his ears turning red. 2𝗧𝗵𝗃, useless idiot. One step down, now to get us the hell out of here. Katsuki dragged Deku into the widest part of the area he'd woke up in, stumbling upon Deku's discarded limbs sprawled on the floor, a grotesque sight that nearly sent Deku hurling. He 𝗎𝗍𝗔 once, twice before retching, his stomach revolting against the gruesome image. The motion made him wither in pain. One seriously. But before Katsuki could casually punt the severed arm into some dark corner, Deku wiped his mouth on his shoulder, determined to regain his composure. With a shaky voice, Deku insisted on keeping the arm, a desperate hope for reattachment. Grinding his teeth, Katsuki muttered a stream of curses, but reluctantly moved the limb closer, covering it with whatever he could find. He really didn't want to sit there and have to stare at that thing. Why the hell would you need the other arm? You're just as DMN useless with both, Deku. Katsuki shot back, his words dripping with bitter sarcasm. For what felt like an eternity, Katsuki surveyed the claustrophobic room that felt like a DMN prison with every passing moment. There was no visible way in or out, except for a narrow opening on the left side above them, too DMN tight to maneuver himself and the stupid nerd through. Somewhere in the distance, the building continued its collapse, sending shudders through their little pocket. He tried the earpieces provided before the battle for what felt like the 100th time, but it was as useless as the vast majority of DMN support items they made at UA. It was one of the reasons Katsuki hated relying on anything but himself. Useless, in support items are a piece of SHT. What the F am I supposed to do? Groaning, he pinched the bridge of his nose, deep in thought. The notion of leaving Deku behind and finding an escape route danced at the edge of his mind. It was tempting, but a surge of guilt and loyalty snuffed it out. They were in this together, for better or worse. And right now, it seemed like the latter. One they were unequivocally fed. Earlier, while he was digging through debris, Katsuki had nearly brought the DMN room down upon them. A primal yell from Deku spurred by danger sense going berserk set Katsuki off, frustration and fear pulsing through every word, telling him to go to hell and shut the F up. Katsuki's crimson eyes scanned the debris-littered room one last time, irritation furrowing his brow. The longing to run his fingers through his ash-blonde hair hit him, but the sight of his hand, smeared with a combination of dirt and dried BLD, stayed his motion. Katsuki grimaced as he absent-mindedly rubbed the grime on his hands between his fingers, feeling the stickiness of the BLD that coated his skin. His thoughts involuntarily drifted to the significant amount of BLD Deku had lost, and he glanced over at the discarded severed arm. What if he hadn't bothered to look for him? The idiot probably would have bled out by now. How would he have felt if he had found Deku had bled out and died? Katsuki scowled, trying to convince himself that he probably wouldn't give a DMN if he found Deku lifeless. He didn't care about people, that's just how he was. Deep down, though, he wasn't entirely sure. As he continued to rub the grime between his fingers, his crimson eyes flickered with a conflict of emotions, a mixture of irritation and an unspoken concern that he refused to acknowledge. The dried BLD on his hand seemed to mock him, a tangible reminder of the thin line between indifference and something he couldn't quite put into words. The thought of Deku bleeding to death without him even bothering to look tugged at a part of Katsuki that he wasn't ready to confront. He grumbled under his breath, attempting to brush off the unsettling feeling, but the lingering question lingered like a stubborn itch. Why did he go looking for the DMN nerd? Clicking his tongue in irritation, he winced at the pain in his side before Katsuki limped over to where he'd left Deku slumped against the wall. The glow of his palm still flickering, casting an eerie light as he briefly examined Deku. There's no DMN way out without bringing this whole place crashing down, Katsuki declared with distaste, a tinge of resignation in his voice. The room was growing colder as night closed in, and Katsuki couldn't help but feel a sense of impending doom. Deku's half-lidded eyes drooped slightly as he met Katsuki's gaze, fatigue and pain etched on his every line of face. Despite attempts to conceal it, Katsuki could sense his suffering. The blanket from earlier awkwardly draped over him. It was a futile attempt at comfort as it jutted out from Deku's chest at an odd angle, defying the natural contours of his body, thanks to the rebar that had impaled him. Let Black WHP loose, I need to check your DMN wounds, Katsuki grumbled, scrubbing the exhaustion from his eyes with the back of his hand, refusing to let sleep take over while Deku's situation went south. Black WHP tendrils slowly emerged, casting a dim, eerie light as they encircled them. Katsuki couldn't help but brush off a tendril that gently caressed his side, its touch unexpectedly gentle, almost like silk. Deku nodded faintly as Katsuki peeled the blanket off his chest. The rebar had violently punctured the right side of his chest, exiting his lower back. The metal snapped on the backside with brutal force. Guilt pricked Katsuki as he pieced together the puzzle from Deku's scream in the other room. You were stuck back there in the rebar when you told me to wait, weren't you, Deku? Katsuki stated, his voice softer than usual, a hint of guilt creeping into his words. Katsuki's voice softened, a rare hint of guilt creeping in. He continued to examine his injuries, prodding gently as Deku winced and whimpered slightly. The front was no longer bleeding externally, but a hiss of escaping air indicated a likely punctured lung. His breaths were wet, struggling for normalcy. Katsuki's eye catalogued the bruises in various shades of purple and green that painted a painful canvas across his ribcage, most, if not all, broken. Katsuki again tried to run his hand through his hair but stopped himself. He sighed in frustration, breath visible in the chilling air. No doubt night was setting in, and though injured, he could tough it out for hours. But at the rate Deku was deteriorating, his situation was dire, probably not another 2 hours. Right on cue, Deku shivered, body trembling in a futile attempt to stave off the cold. Katsuki's scowl deepened as he decisively pulled the blanket off Deku's awkwardly draped form. Sitting down next to him, he muttered, "Quit shivering like a DMN idiot." Katsuki's movements were surprisingly gentle as he draped the blanket over them both, tucking it around Deku with care. He adjusted the blanket efficiently, masking the underlying concern that lingered beneath his usual brash exterior. He couldn't deny the practicality of sharing body heat in this freezing makeshift prison, and despite his abrasive nature, Katsuki understood the necessity of keeping both of them warm. As Katsuki tucked the blanket around Deku, he brushed his ribs, causing him to go rigid with a sharp intake of breath, whimpering from the pain. "Stop squirming. It's not like you're the only one in pain," Katsuki grumbled, though the words carried a softer edge than he intended. Finally settled in, 𝗧𝗵𝗃 leaned his head against the cold, unforgiving wall. This whole mission was a giant Fing disaster, he muttered, a bitter laugh escaping his lips. He glanced at Deku, half expecting a sarcastic remark or a typical nerd response. But he frowned slightly when none came. Who the hell would have thought I'd be stuck here in this shitty situation with you? The irony of their predicament wasn't lost on him, and for a moment, 𝗧𝗵𝗃 allowed himself a humorless chuckle, a rare glimpse of vulnerability surfacing in the dimly lit room. Unexpectedly, Deku leaned in closer, seeking warmth or perhaps just a momentary escape from the cold reality. 𝗧𝗵𝗃's irritation spiked, ready to snap at him, but when he felt the chill radiating from Deku, he paused. His teeth were chattering, breath shaky. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 realized he was cold, but looking at Deku's trembling form, he couldn't fathom how much colder he was. "A minute, nerd," 𝗧𝗵𝗃 grumbled, his irritation masking a growing concern. He shifted uncomfortably, feeling the cold seep through the blanket. "You're freezing. How the hell are you so damn cold?" he asked before his thoughts answered his question, the 𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗺 loss. One he noticed Deku trying to pull away, as if not wanting to be a burden, but for some reason, 𝗧𝗵𝗃 wasn't having any of it. Ignoring the wince from both of them at the movement, 𝗧𝗵𝗃 draped an arm carefully around Deku. "We do not bring this up ever. Not a single Fing word," he warned, pulling Deku closer despite the resistance. Irritation lingered initially, but it was soon overshadowed by a growing realization of just how cold Deku was. He could feel the chill seeping through the blanket, and as he held Deku close, his body felt as cold as ice. As time ticked by, the room was getting colder, and 𝗧𝗵𝗃 realized he needed to come up with a solution to keep them warm. "God, I'm such an idiot." One without a word, he ignited his quirk, palms glowing with explosive heat under the blanket. A soft sigh of relief escaped Deku as warmth enveloped them, and he snuggled even closer to 𝗧𝗵𝗃, the frigid air replaced by a comforting heat. In the quiet warmth, Deku faintly whispered, "Thank you." 𝗧𝗵𝗃, unsure how to react to Deku cuddling up next to him, clicked his tongue but stayed quiet, his jaw jutting out in an attempt to mask any potential embarrassment. The rosiness of his cheeks, he insisted to himself, was just from the 𝗵𝗵𝗃 cold. Awkward silence enveloped them for what felt like an eternity. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 had been fighting the urge to snap as Deku's shuddering breaths elbowed in and out for at least 5 minutes now. The wheezing grew more pronounced, each inhale was becoming more desperate, and he knew it wasn't Deku's fault but it irked him. Just as 𝗧𝗵𝗃 was ready to tell him to breathe quieter or move away, Deku's head tilted, eyes fixing on the supplies scattered across the floor. "Kacchan," he wheezed, "hand me that paper and pen." "What the hell for?" 𝗧𝗵𝗃 began, his impulsive nature flaring up, but Deku's plea halted his protest. "Please don't fight me, Kacchan, just give it to me. Please." 𝗧𝗵𝗃 exhaled softly in protest, reluctantly passing the requested materials. Avoiding eye contact, he pretended to ignore Deku. Shifting to free his injured arm, he grasped the pen, his movements strained and painful. He started scribbling messy words on the paper. After a minute, 𝗧𝗵𝗃's curiosity got the better of him, and he stole a glance at what Deku was writing. His heart nearly stopped at the words on the paper. 1 Dear Mom, 3 I'm sorry I broke my promise to you. I'm sorry I didn't get to say good. Pain constricted 𝗧𝗵𝗃's heart, overtaken by an overwhelming surge of anger. Steam rose from under the blanket as his hands unconsciously grew brighter, reacting to the storm of emotions brewing within him. Before he could unleash his explosive rage, Deku just stopped writing. The pen slipped from his grasp, falling onto the paper before rolling off onto the ground with a soft thud. Deku's body slumped against 𝗧𝗵𝗃, black 𝗬𝗍 sputtering as it dropped to the floor, and he let out a slow, heavy exhale. The tendrils began to slowly recede into his body. "What the f oi?" 𝗧𝗵𝗃 barked, giving Deku's shoulder a rough shake. Panic sparked through him like a live wire when there was no response. Without thinking, he pushed off the wall, twisting to face Deku, only to immediately regret it as a flare of pain shot through his injured side. He winced but he remained focused on Deku, whose eyes were slightly open, but he wasn't responding. "Come on, you damn idiot, wake the hell up," Katsuki yelled louder as fear clawed its way into his gut. He was on the brink of full-blown panic when he heard a ragged inhale of breath, reigniting a spark in his eyes as black 𝗬𝗍𝗄 swirled around them. He stared into Katsuki's eyes, trying to figure out why he was practically on top of him. Katsuki continued hovering over Deku, staring him down like he could anchor him to reality. Katsuki grabbed Deku's cheeks as his head lolled to the side, turning his face towards him. His face was a mess, dirt obscuring his, but the visible parts were pale as hell. There were dark circles under his eyes, and his lips, usually pink, now sporting a disturbing blue hue. Kacchan. Deku's voice barely made it as a whisper, but he leaned into Katsuki's touch, his strength draining away fast. I think you need to get out of here. I don't think. A sharp, ragged breath interrupted his words. I don't think I'm gonna make it. The weight of Deku's words made his chest tighten as if his ribcage had clamped onto his lungs, making it hard to breathe. You're not going to die here, damn it. Katsuki snapped back inches from his face. He resisted the urge to bonk him on the forehead but maintained his intense stare as if trying to will life back into the struggling body before him. Deku tried to return Katsuki's intense stare, but from the glazed look in his eyes, it seemed he could barely see. We, Katsuki growled, jabbing a finger in Deku's face, are getting the hell out of this hellhole, and then I'm gonna beat the 𝗧𝗵𝗃 out of you for dragging us into this CRP. The only response was crushing silence, a heavyweight Katsuki didn't appreciate. I won't let you die. Not like this. Before Katsuki could finish, tremors erupted from their left, jolting his senses into high alert. The ground groaned beneath his feet, and the once steady glow of black 𝗬𝗍𝗄𝗃 flickered, casting eerie shadows around them. The air became thick with the sound of crumbling debris and the acrid taste of dust, assaulting Katsuki's nostrils. Instinctively, he covered his mouth, gritting his teeth to avoid coughing and losing precious seconds. His crimson eyes darted, scanning the crumbling mess for a DMN way out. The wall to their right, where he'd found Deku, collapsed in an explosion of smoke, temporarily obscuring his vision. Katsuki's heart raced, his mind racing alongside it as he assessed the worsening situation. Cracks snaked across the ceiling like spiders on a web, imminent freaking danger. Kacchan! Look out! Deku's strained warning reached Katsuki just in time for him to narrowly avoid a piece of the ceiling smashing his head. Oh, for the love of, the cracks overhead widened, chunks of rock rained down, and the small exit on the left side became glaringly obvious. A feeble blue glow filtered through, barely lighting the darkness. We're leaving. Now. Katsuki's voice roared through the chaos. He didn't have time to second-guess or hesitate. Their lives depended on how fast he could get them the hell out of there. Kacchan. There's no way you can drag me, woo. Deku's sentence got cut off with a yelp as Katsuki hurled his severed arm into his lap. Hold on to that 𝗧𝗵𝗃, don't you dare drop it, Katsuki commanded. No time to waste, he snatched Deku by the collar, hauling him toward the newly revealed exit. 7 When I get out of here, I'll be DMN'd if I don't shut him up for good if he starts yapping about how much I babied him. He dropped Deku with a loud OW, impatience dripping from his every move. Urgently, he rolled debris, crafting a makeshift path into the narrow opening. The room continued to crumble, threatening to bury them alive. He unleashed powerful blasts, shooting rubble towards the wall, trying to hurry the hell up. The ceiling above them groaned as it started shifting and sliding towards them. Time was running out, and Katsuki could feel it in his bones. Kacchan, get out of here! Deku's scream cut through the chaos, genuine fear coating his voice. I told you to shut the hell up about that and let me handle this. Katsuki bellowed. Adrenaline raced through his veins, matching the breakneck speed of his thoughts as he watched the ceiling inch dangerously close to collapsing on them. 𝗧𝗵𝗃, 𝗧𝗵𝗃, 𝗧𝗵𝗃. With one final explosive blast, Katsuki deemed it enough. Seizing Deku by the collar without a second thought, he summoned every ounce of strength, lifting him. Muscles screamed with exhaustion and pain as he climbed, yanking hard with each grueling step. A fresh wave of adrenaline surged through him as he saw Deku frantically trying to kick his way up. Dying here. Like hell. Katsuki's entire body cleared the narrow hole as he reached down, exerting every bit of strength. The makeshift steps Katsuki made were beginning to crumble. The last portion of the lift was 2 DMN high for one working arm, and Deku's sorry state wasn't helping, even with his attempts to take steps with his broken legs to aid the ascent. Black WHP sputtered, essentially fing useless, and float only teased them with brief inches of elevation before gravity asserted its dominance, nearly yanking both of them back into the crumbling pit. Deku slipped from Katsuki's grip, and Katsuki's gut clenched as he sprawled forward, desperate to grab hold of him. In a split second, his hand shot out, fingers grappling with the air as Deku's form blurred downward. Panic surged through Katsuki's veins, his heartbeat drowning out the chaos around them. As Deku plummeted, Katsuki's fingers found purchase on his outstretched hand, a raw mix of relief and dread sweeping over him. Katsuki's breath caught in his throat as he felt the subtle shift and sickening crack of Deku's broken bones beneath the tension of their precarious hold. A grimace etched across Katsuki's face, mirroring the pain resonating through Deku's cries. Yet, stubborn as hell, Deku clamped onto Katsuki's hand, nails digging into the back like a desperate anchor. The groaning concrete threatened to seal the hole, just a breath away from swallowing up their last chance. Katsuki's eyes narrowed, locked onto the impending threat, the words "don't let go" playing in his mind like a relentless war chant. But as they struggled, jaded eyes flashed upwards, despair and acceptance piercing Katsuki's core. He knew that look, the resignation, the surrender of an impending fate. Katsuki knew well Deku was going to let go, sparing him the risk of losing his arm. But no way in hell was Katsuki allowing that. As Katsuki felt Deku's grip giving way, a surge of dread raced through him like an electric shock. Like a DMN madman possessed, he clamped onto Deku's hand, fingers sinking into the flesh like a vice, refusing to let go. "Not on my watch." Katsuki's roar echoed through the chaos, his eyes ablaze with a fiery determination that could rival a DMN inferno. To the groaning concrete, the sickening awareness of Deku's broken bones, none of it mattered. Katsuki Bakugo wasn't letting go. Katsuki bellowed as he swung his other arm down, pulling with both, feeling his gut wound reopen. BLD spilled down through his shirt, red searing his vision, but Katsuki didn't give a f. He yanked Deku through as the concrete shifted aggressively, colliding with the opening's mouth, cracking the floor from the impact. Deku soared, slamming into Katsuki's already battered shoulder. Specks danced across Katsuki's fading vision, his body weakening, consciousness slipping away. Deku rolled off him, BLD painting the floor as he coughed and gasped for air. The world blurred for Katsuki, darkness clawing at his sight, ready to snatch him away. Deku was still struggling for air, writhing in pain next to him. He couldn't black out now. Not with the whole building literally about to flatten them. "Wait," he barked, trying to reach out, but his arm fell limp. The building shook harder, and through the blur of pain and impending darkness, Katsuki heard Deku. "Kacchan! Kacchan!" The desperation in Deku's voice sliced through him like a knife. Katsuki wanted to answer, to tell the DMN nerd he wasn't leaving him behind. But his body wasn't listening. Darkness wrapped around him, and the last thing he heard was Deku's strangled, desperate screams echoing in his ears. Groaning, Katsuki reluctantly stirred, feeling the weight of something heavy pinning him down. As he craned his head, Deku's unruly mop of hair invaded his vision, resting on his abs. Crimson eyes scanned the scene, spotting Deku's hand improvising a bandage with his shredded yellow cape over Katsuki's bloody gut wound. Pain, radiating through every DMN inch of him. One Katsuki's body groaned in agony as he attempted to pull himself upright, instantly regretting it. His body ached from the inside out, but at least he was conscious. "Damn it," he hissed, his teeth grinding together in a futile attempt to withstand the searing agony clawing at his insides. It was a torment that needed no medical degree to diagnose. The room seemed to spin in chaotic disarray, a dizzying haze enveloping his vision. Exhaustion clung to him like a suffocating shroud, he could feel he was slowing down because of injuries. The exhaustion made him feel vulnerable, exposed, and he hated it. It was a reminder that he wasn't invincible, and it fueled the ember of frustration burning within him. Katsuki noticed emerald eyes flickering open to meet his, and a sigh of relief escaped Deku's pale lips. Deku tried to pull off one of his trademark smiles, but it fell flat, a feeble attempt tainted by blood splatter, puffy bruised eyes, and the dry remnants of tears. Katsuki hadn't seen that grin since their first year at UA, a time when everything wasn't tangled in complications. Yet, even in the dim light, it wasn't lost on Katsuki. The pain, hidden behind the facade of a smile, was painfully obvious. Katsuki's frustration grew as he watched Deku attempt to mask the obvious agony etched across his features. The gritted teeth, the strained smile, it was all a feeble charade that only fueled Katsuki's irritation. He knew Deku too well, perhaps better than anyone else, and seeing him attempt to downplay his pain only intensified Katsuki's annoyance. "The hell are you smiling about, Deku?" Katsuki growled, his voice a low, gravelly rasp that mirrored the discomfort coursing through his own body. He shifted, wincing at the pain, but his narrowed gaze remained locked on Deku as he swatted him away. He didn't want anyone's help, especially from someone he deemed an annoyance. "What's the matter, Kacchan?" he asked innocently. "Seriously, the nerve of that but is astounding." "Get the hell off of me, shitty nerd, I didn't ask for your help," Katsuki lashed out, teeth clenched as his hand shot out, giving Deku another shove. But this time it was with a force that surprised them both. The muscles in his arms screamed in protest and another wave of searing pain shot through Katsuki's entire body. His gut throbbed mercilessly, and his arm ached like a son of a beach. The force of Katsuki's shove sent Deku sprawling to the side, the impact against the unforgiving ground punctuated by an audible thud. A guttural yelp of agony escaped Deku's lips, his body momentarily paralyzed by the intensity of the pain. The makeshift bandage on Katsuki's gut shifted with the abrupt movement, causing another fresh surge of pain to shoot through him. Deku's face contorted in agony as he attempted to recover, sharp gasps escaping his lips. Every attempt to draw breath seemed to cause him further distress, his body writhing in pain on the cold, hard floor. He tried to back away from Katsuki, but every attempt to rise was met with a renewed wave of suffering, and his body contorted involuntarily as if trying to escape the torment. Katsuki, despite his own injuries, found himself momentarily stunned by the sight of Deku in such anguish. Katsuki's eyes widened as regret gnawed at him, an unfamiliar sensation clawing its way through his pride at the realized of the extent of pain he'd just unintended caused. What the hell was this feeling? Deku's sharp breaths filled the tense silence, each gasp for air seeming to catch in his throat, punctuated by the occasional whimper that escaped his lips. His puffy eyes, still gleaming with unshed tears, darted towards Katsuki. The look of hurt in Deku's eyes did not go unnoticed, but just as quickly, he composed himself. He bit down on his lip, as if determined not to burden any further, and Katsuki noticed a hint of blood staining Deku's trembling lower lip. "Damn it, I didn't mean to." Swallowing hard, a muscle in Katsuki's jaw twitched, torn between his pride and a growing sense of guilt. "What the hell, Kacchan?" Deku finally managed to speak, his voice strained. Despite the pain, confusion danced in his eyes. "You were out for such a long time, I was just trying to help." Katsuki's expression hardened, a defensive wall rising. "Don't touch me, I don't ever need your help. You got that?" Katsuki's words were sharp, delivered with a low warning in his voice. Katsuki found himself looking away, unable to meet that accusing gaze. Deku, still trying to catch his breath, averted his gaze also. Katsuki's attention briefly returned to Deku as his expression returned to that empty, half-lidded expression he usually wore now, but the disappointment in his eyes lingered, and Katsuki couldn't shake the feeling that he had just slapped on another layer to the already complicated mess between them. For some reason that look cut through Katsuki like a knife. "He didn't mean to snap at him like that. I didn't mean to. Damn it, I'm not used to people helping me, alright. Just give me some 𝗵𝗵𝗃 space." The words just fell out of his mouth, his tone less biting, more introspective. He ran his grimy hand through his sweat-soaked hair, a gesture of frustration and exhaustion. Deku's eyes snapped back to his, a look of Katsuki assumed was surprised crossed his face before he nodded silently, and Katsuki felt a pang of something he refused to name. "I thought when we went through the ceiling and were blinded by light, we were finally out of the wreck," Deku murmured, attempting to change the subject, masking his exhaustion. Katsuki looked up, realizing he was Fing right. Not moonlight, but a flickering industrial light bathed their cramped space in blue. A goddamn 10 by 10 foot pocket had become their world. Can't catch a goddamn break, can I? For FS sake. He protested. The hell am I supposed to do now? Deku started giggling, the sound echoing in the confined space. Katsuki shot him a confused look, irritation mounting. What the F is so goddamn funny? His temper flared, and Deku, lying on his back, now laughed in full hysteria between gasps. Unable to contain his anger, Katsuki exploded, seizing Deku by the shirt and bringing his face close, steam rising from his hand. Rage burned fiercely in his crimson eyes. "The F are you laughing at?" he roared, the longing to blast this idiot in the face seething within him. Limp in his grip, Deku laughed to the point where his breath became strained and agonal. "What the F is wrong with you?" Katsuki yelled, a mix of anger and concern in his voice. Tears streamed down Deku's cheeks, his eyes displaying signs of nystagmus, uncontrolled eye movement, while glazing over in a disconcerting manner. Katsuki realized he was starting to have a full-blown seizure, and the once hysterical laughter transformed into gurgling and choking, a sight that horrified him to his core. Deku's laughter descended into a convulsive nightmare, his mouth foaming with BLD. His surprise quickly transformed into panic as he registered the severity of the situation. The sight of Deku convulsing violently in his grasp sent a surge of unadulterated fear through him. He released his grip on Deku, allowing him to flop onto his side, his body writhing violently on the unforgiving floor. The room seemed to close in around them, the walls pulsating with the erratic beats of Katsuki's own heart. "Holy F, nerd. What the hell do I do?" Katsuki shouted frantically to himself, his hands trembling as he hovered over him. The sight before him was nothing short of horrifying, and Katsuki's usual bravado crumbled. Deku's broken limbs jerked uncontrollably, his body contorting in spasms that seemed to defy any semblance of normalcy. Katsuki's eyes widened in terror as he realized that this wasn't something he could just blast away with his explosions. His palms were damp with cold sweat as he tried to recall anything he might have learned about seizures. F, Katsuki muttered, his voice strained with worry. He dropped to his knees beside Deku, desperately trying to ensure that he wasn't hurting himself during the violent convulsions. Katsuki's panic intensified as he watched bloody foam bubble from Deku's mouth, his eyes rolling back in his head. "F is gonna die, he's gonna die, he's gonna die," Katsuki's mind screamed in a frantic loop. Deku, Deminute, don't you dare die on me." Katsuki's voice cracked with emotion, and he cursed himself for not knowing what to do. His mind raced, desperately searching for a solution. In the dim light, he could see the pallor of Deku's face, his blue lips tinged with the same shade of BLD that stained the foam around his mouth. Katsuki wanted to scream, to demand that someone come and fix this nightmare, but the suffocating silence of their confined space only amplified the desperation. As seconds slowly ticked by, the violent spasms began to subside, leaving Deku lying limp on the floor and Katsuki in a state of shock. Katsuki's heart thundered in his chest as he hesitated, unsure whether it was safe to move or if the seizures would return. "Deku," Katsuki whispered, his voice barely audible in the stifling silence. He watched as Deku's body lay utterly still, only to be replaced by a new wave of terror as it sounded like he was choking. Oxygen. His brain isn't getting enough oxygen. He quickly positioned himself behind Deku, taking a deep breath to steady his nerves. Katsuki's palms slammed against Deku's back with controlled force, each strike a desperate attempt to clear whatever the hell was blocking his airway. It was a rough and desperate attempt, but Katsuki couldn't stand the thought of losing Deku after they had survived this far. "Come on, you idiot. Breathe." Katsuki pleaded, the desperation in his voice barely hidden. He continued the back blows, his mind focused solely on helping Deku get through this. The metallic taste of fear coated his mouth, but he pushed it aside, channeling all his energy into trying to save him. His heart continued to PND in his chest as he continued the rhythmic thumping, hoping beyond hope that whatever was obstructing Deku's airway would dislodge. 10 after what felt like an agonizing eternity, Katsuki felt a shift beneath his palms. Deku finally started coughing violently, each hacking sound tearing through the air as a torrent of BLD poured from his mouth. The sheer force expelled a massive BLD clot, leaving a BLD bath on the floor. Gasps for air merged with the crimson spray, creating a gruesome display of desperation. Deku's body shuddered with each cough, agony, and fear etched on his face. The controlled facade that Deku had maintained throughout this entire ordeal shattered, leaving behind a broken soul. Deku's body tensed as he became aware of Katsuki's presence, and then suddenly, as if a dam had burst, he broke. The sobs that racked his body were raw, unrestrained, and carried the weight of all the pain he had been concealing. The sound echoed in the cramped space, a symphony of anguish and despair. Tears streamed down the side of his face, mingling with the crimson stains that painted his features. His own hands were smeared with BLD, sweat, and now a hint of frothy saliva. He wiped them on his torn breaths, trying to shake off the unsettling feeling crawling under his skin. Katsuki felt a lump forming in his throat. He didn't know how to deal with someone else's pain, especially not Deku's. Katsuki couldn't meet those eyes. The vulnerability, the fear, and the pain, it all felt too raw. Katsuki's initial shock and horror transformed into a multitude of conflicting emotions. He couldn't process the vulnerability that Deku had just exposed, and the sight of his childhood friend completely breaking down before him only fueled Katsuki's internal turmoil. His usual response mechanism, anger, kicked in, as if to shield himself from the overwhelming empathy threatening to breach the walls he had built around his emotions. "What the hell is wrong with you, psycho?" Katsuki demanded, his words more venomous than he intended. He needed an outlet for the emotions he couldn't comprehend. "You're a demon burden, Deku. Always causing trouble, like the useless piece of 𝗧𝗵𝗲. He couldn't bring himself to acknowledge the trauma Deku had just experienced. The vulnerability made him uncomfortable, and anger was the only defense he knew. Katsuki, oblivious to the true extent of Deku's suffering, couldn't contain the storm raging within him. "You think you can save anyone? You can't even save yourself. Pathetic." The words were sharp, intentionally cruel. Katsuki was tired of the bullshit, the pain, and the ringing in his ears. White-hot anger burned through him at the unfairness of the situation. Deku's eyes, dulled by pain and despair, widened at the verbal assault. The pain etched on his face deepened, but he remained silent, as if accepting the verbal blows as part of the punishment he deserved. In a voice that barely rose above a whisper, "Chan, I can't feel my legs. I can't feel anything anymore." Skepticism clawed at Katsuki, suggesting Deku might be saying whatever he needed to so Katsuki would keep coddling him like an idiot, to keep him by his side. But then he looked into Deku's eyes, and the pain and desperation reflected there told a different story. The skepticism that had initially crept in was overshadowed by the genuine agony and despair that resonated in Deku's words. Katsuki's heart tightened at the sound of Deku's ill-bred breathing, the plea for understanding and help buried beneath the layers of pain. For a moment, the anger within Katsuki wavered. His attention flickered to Deku's limp form, and for the first time, he truly saw the magnitude of the suffering before him. Deku's trembling lips parted, and for a moment, it seemed like he was on the verge of pouring out his heart. His breaths came in ragged gasps as he struggled to form words. But something seemed to break further in him as he closed his mouth, the words he wanted to say caught in the frigid air of the confined space. Deku slumped against the floor, defeated and broken. Those emerald eyes, however, continued to speak a language his lips dared not utter. A glimmer of something Katsuki couldn't quite decipher. A final tear escaped Deku's eye, trailing down his dirt-streaked cheek. Katsuki watched in silence as the tear fell, leaving a glistening trail on Deku's face. His body seemed to curl in on itself, shoulders hunching forward as if attempting to shield his battered soul. The weight of the world pressed down on him, and Katsuki could see the moment when Deku accepted the inevitability of his fate. His imminent death. It was a silent admission, a surrender to the cruel twist of destiny that had led them to this dark place. Deku turned away from Katsuki. Those emerald eyes, so clouded with pain, avoided any connection. It was as if Deku sought comfort in the detachment, distancing himself from the reality of the situation. Katsuki's throat tightened, the lump refusing to dissipate as he witnessed the crumbling of the person who had always been an annoying symbol of unwavering resilience. With a heavy exhale, Deku closed his eyes, an act that seemed to seal his acceptance of the impending void. The tension drained from his body, leaving behind a frail shell. For a moment, time seemed to stretch, and Katsuki felt an inexplicable ache in his chest. The anger that had fueled his bitter words began to transform into something else, something unfamiliar and uncomfortable. He couldn't understand why he cared, why the sight of Deku on the brink of giving up stirred something inside him. But then, like a spark igniting a dormant flame, something snapped within Katsuki. Katsuki felt a helpless rage, the kind that made you want to punch a wall until your knuckles bled, burning within him by the injustice of this entire thing situation. His own eyes stung, betraying the turmoil within. He couldn't let Deku give in, not like this. Not when there was still a chance, no matter how slim, to fight. There had to be other heroes around, somewhere in the rubble, looking for survivors. The earpieces were their only lifeline out of this hellhole. Katsuki's hands moved with urgency as he grabbed Deku by the shoulder, hauling him into a sitting position against the cold, unforgiving wall. Deku's eyes fluttered open, but he wasn't really there, they were distant like he was staring at a ghost. Katsuki shot him a look that could burn through steel. His eyes were ablaze with a determination that straddled the line between pure stubbornness and a desperate plea. "Don't even think about giving up, you idiot," he growled, fingers clenching on Deku's shoulder like he could shake some sense into him. Deku's gaze remained distant. Katsuki, frustrated by the lack of response, shook him once. "I said, don't you dare give up. We're getting out of this, you hear me?" The harshness of Katsuki's words seemed to cut through the haze that clouded Deku's mind. His eyes, though still lacking warmth, met Katsuki's gaze. Katsuki realized waiting for rescue was no longer a luxury they could afford. "I'm getting us out of here," he declared, not sparing Deku another look. He turned his back on his childhood friend, as if refusing to acknowledge the defeat he'd just witnessed. Katsuki got down and dirty, digging through the debris. His blooded palm ignited with explosions, tearing through the rubble with controlled precision. The air filled with the acrid scent of dust as he worked tirelessly to create a path out of their suffocating prison. Then, like a goddamn miracle, Katsuki uncovered a narrow passage, a possible escape route. He turned back to Deku, his expression stern and unwavering. "Stay here and don't move, you hear me?" Katsuki's voice carried the weight of absolute authority. His eyes bore into Deku's, demanding compliance. Deku, still recovering from the aftermath of the seizures, nodded weakly. After about 15 minutes of squeezing through the most claustrophobic space he'd ever been in, the building shook, dust raining down on him. He grumbled and ground his teeth, half hoping the walls would just close in on him. But then his mind, stubbornly, flashed to Deku. The worry for his well-being crept in. That idiot better be okay, but again he couldn't comprehend why he cared so much. Why was he trying his hardest to keep Deku alive at all costs? He inhaled sharply, coughing lightly from the dusty air swirling around him when a muffled static sound erupted from his pocket. The sudden noise yanked him from the chaos, freezing him in place as a glimmer of hope flickered in his crimson eyes. "Hell, anyone, alive down." The earpiece crackled, the static morphing into the unmistakable voice of 𝗎𝗪𝗏, one of his classmates. Fumbling with trembling hands, Katsuki snatched the earpiece from his pocket and jammed it into his ear. "Is that you, round face?" he barked, stabbing the audio button. The earpiece flashed blue, a welcoming sign that the tracker finally caught a DMN signal. "Bakugo, is that you?" A voice replied. It was definitely 𝗎𝗪𝗏. "Ida, I got a hold of Bakugo. He's okay," she yelled. Another voice butted in. "Bakugo, it is impertinent. You tell us which building it was you were in before the collapse." All the buildings within a few hundred feet fell due to the explosion overhead. "Where the F are you extras?" Katsuki's booming voice cut through, irritation oozing from every word. He winced from the strain it put on his side. Pebbles clattered off his head as he continued. "We were on the tallest one, the Fing Metropolitan Government Building." "I know where that is," Ida responded promptly. "𝗎𝗪𝗏, it's the building behind us, that's where the tracking signal is." I'll radio in for backup. Ida continued, Bakugo, it is extremely important that you stay where you are, so we don't lose the tracking. Bakugo, were you with Izuku when the building collapsed? Uraraka interrupted. We haven't found or heard from him, but we are seeing his signal with yours. He down here with me, but I left his sorry but below to find a way out. He can't even walk, that idiot. Deku's hanging on by a diamond thread. Listen up, Deku's in bad shape, and he doesn't have much time left, you got that. He needs to get to a hospital, and he needs to get there now. Katsuki spat, frustration dripping from every syllable. Uraraka gasped, stay where you are. We are coming to get you. I can't leave him down there alone, Katsuki growled bitterly. Those unfamiliar feelings stirred within him again, but the thought of abandoning Deku grated against his very being. He continued, I'm going to leave Deku's earpiece here, he grumbled as he yanked it out, wedging it into a crack in the wall. Once you find it, the other one should be close enough to trace. Got it. Don't worry Bakugo, we are on our way, Uraraka assured as she cut out. Hurry the hell up. Katsuki barked before turning around to retrace his steps. Returning took what felt like an eternity. A near agonizing 45 minutes had passed since he left Deku behind. Katsuki's progress through the rubble became slower with each passing minute. His body screamed in protest as he retraced his steps through the narrow passage. The goddamn adrenaline that had been pumping through his veins like nitroglycerine the last few hours was finally losing its grip, leaving behind a hollow exhaustion. Essichi, Katsuki muttered under his breath, wiping sweat from his forehead. His breaths came in ragged gasps, the air in this godforsaken place so thin it could have been vacuum-sealed. The bitter taste of dust lingered in his mouth, and his ears still rang from the initial blast that had caused the building to collapse. As he neared the room where he had left Deku, the walls seemed to close in on him. The passage became even more claustrophobic, each step felt like he was dragging his butt through quicksand, and the pain in his side was singing a Fing symphony. But he didn't stop. Couldn't stop. Katsuki's heart pounded in his chest, each beat echoing in the suffocating silence of the passage. He was leaning against the wall trying to catch his breath when a pained, desperate cry cut through the heavy air like a knife. Katsuki's heart nearly stopped, and he froze in his tracks, the blood draining from his face. Deku, he called out, his voice echoing through the darkness. The only response was an eerie silence that seemed to swallow his words. Panic wrapped its icy fingers around his consciousness, threatening to drag him under as he strained to hear anything at all. Without wasting a moment, Katsuki picked up speed in the passage, frantically struggling through the darkness. The adrenaline that had waned began to surge again, fueled by the fear of what he might find around the next bend. His hands scraped against the rough walls, but he didn't register the pain. Tunnel vision had taken over, fueled by the desperation to reach Deku. Deku! Katsuki called out again, his voice strained with worry. The only response was the distant echo of his own words bouncing off the cold walls. The final bend loomed ahead, and Katsuki's heart beat like a war drum in his chest. The dim light from the room ahead cast eerie shadows on the walls, and his eyes darted around in search of any sign of Deku. Bakugo's eyes darted around, desperately scanning the room for any sign of Deku. What snagged his attention was a blood trail, starting where he left him, led to a part of the room still concealed from view. The adrenaline that surged through him kicked into overdrive, making his movements erratic, driven by the fear of what he might uncover. Ignoring the agony in his side, Katsuki bulldozed through the opening, the rough edges of the passage tearing at his skin, leaving a trail of minor cuts and bruises, but he gave zero fs about the discomfort. The sight that greeted him as he stumbled into the room shook him to his core. There, in a grotesque pool of his own blood, lay Deku. The effort it must have taken for him to drag himself toward the opening was plastered in the streaks and smears of his blood that marked his path. Katsuki's usually confident demeanor crumbled as his knees collided with the floor, a dull thud resonated in the silent room. Finding himself beside Deku, who remained motionless like a broken doll. Panic clawed at his throat, the sensation of swallowing glass intensifying as his hands instinctively reached out, pulling Deku into his lap, not caring as the cold blood seeped into his clothes. Three Deku's once vibrant green eyes, now partially open, lacked their usual spark. They stared into the void, capturing none of the determination that Katsuki had grown accustomed to. Trails of dry blood traced from his mouth and nose, the coldness of his body seeped into Katsuki's skin. He cradled Deku's broken form, not caring about the fear that gripped him or the trembling of his own hands. The words that escaped his lips were shaky, a desperate attempt to reach the person he never thought he'd see in such a state. "Oi," he muttered, his voice trembling as he pressed Deku closer to his chest. Deku's head rolled back lifelessly, and his limp arm dangled from Katsuki's lap, as if pointing to the splattered blood forming a silent cry for help. "I'm sorry, 𝗵𝗲. Tell her I said I'm sorry. Please Kacchan, someone, anyone, hell, F. What do I do, what can I do?" Katsuki panicked, his hands trembling as he desperately tried to feel for any signs of life within Deku. He leaned in, his ear hovering over Deku's chest, desperately listening for any signs of life. A faint heartbeat throbbed weakly beneath his touch, accompanied by a subtle hissing sound emanating from the wound where the rebar had penetrated Deku's body. Crimson eyes snapped back to a pale emerald gaze, and Katsuki, driven by desperation, couldn't tear his eyes away. Someone once told Katsuki the eyes were the windows to one's soul, and as he stared into those green eyes, he could see the life flickering there, like a candle nearing its wick. "Don't you thing dare!" Katsuki growled, refusing to accept the thought of losing Deku in such a brutal manner. And that's when it hit him, that he couldn't bear the thought of losing him, not like this. The once hyperactive, green-haired idiot he'd always despised and avoided was now fragile and practically lifeless in his arms. Katsuki felt his heart cracking into countless jagged pieces as he held onto Deku, who barely moved except for a slow blink, attempting to offer a feeble smile. That faint glimmer of a smile on his lips seemed more like a reflex, a grim acknowledgement of the pain he was enduring rather than a genuine expression of happiness, stabbed at Katsuki's heart. The weight of Deku's limp body sent shockwaves through Katsuki's system, a jolt of disbelief and horror coursing through his veins. This couldn't be happening, not to Deku, not to the one who had always been at arm's length, the person who had defied the odds countless times. Frantically looking around for a plan, Katsuki's mind exploded in panic, anything to get him out. Right now, Katsuki had never felt the need to rescue someone so bad. He breathed as the room started to spin, his surroundings blurring into a chaotic whirlwind of terror and anxiety. The walls closed in, shadows dancing in disarray, the ringing in his ears drowning out all sounds. But in the chaos, a small voice cut through. A faint Kacchan echoed through the haze of panic, demanding his attention. "Katsuki," a voice croaked, piercing through the fog of panic, causing Katsuki to snap out of his frantic state. He found himself cradling Deku, rocking him gently. Did he just call me by my real name? The shock left him speechless. Deku drew a shaky breath, his voice barely audible. He tried to summon one of his trademark smiles again, but it faltered, a mere flicker. "Kacchan. Tell my mom I love her," he murmured, his words filled with a bittersweet tenderness. He pressed his head into the crook of Katsuki's shoulder, seeking what little comfort he could find in their final moments together. Katsuki's grip on Deku tightened, fingers digging into him as his lip quivered under the pressure building in his chest from the simultaneous surge of rage and despair. "Wait a minute, damn it, you're not going to die here, do you hear me?" Katsuki said shakily. Deku had always cared about everyone but himself, and this was the consequence of his actions. Katsuki couldn't accept it, couldn't even comprehend a world without Deku in it. His mind raced, desperately seeking a way to change their fate, to rewrite the tragic ending that loomed before them. Deku continued, ignoring him. "Remember when All Might told you how he transferred OFA to me? I want you to have it. I know you could handle the power and make it your own." "I refuse," Katsuki snapped at him, his vision growing blurry. He wouldn't accept this outcome, where Deku's selflessness came at the cost of his own life, and that Katsuki had failed to save him. "He's not dying. He can't, I won't let him." A single tear traced down his face as Deku briefly closed his eyes and took another unstable breath. His hand moved with agonizing slowness, as if fighting against the inevitable pull of an unseen force. His fingers, stained with blood and trembling with the last remnants of strength, cupped Katsuki's face. Katsuki's eyes widened at the unexpected touch. The look he gave now held a depth of pain that cut through Katsuki's soul, leaving him grappling with emotions he had long buried beneath layers of resentment and rivalry. "I'm sorry I won't be able to see you become the #1 hero, Kacchan," he trailed off, hesitating. Katsuki watched as Deku's pupils contracted and dilated as if desperately trying to focus. "And I'm sorry I was never enough to be considered your equal." Deku's voice died off, his face growing slack, a final breath escaping his lips. His hand slipped away from Katsuki's face, falling into his lap. "7 Deku." Katsuki whimpered, keeping his gaze locked on him, expecting some kind of comeback. But all he saw was Deku's pupils dilating, the spark fading from his eyes. As the seconds ticked by, Katsuki's grip on Deku's lifeless body tightened even more, as if by sheer force of will, he could reverse the irreversible, bring him back. A storm of memories of Deku flooded his thoughts like burning oil as Katsuki's whole body was struggling to hold back the emotions on the verge of erupting. All those years, something burned inside him, something that always made him angry and hateful. Hot tears fell from his face onto Deku's as the first sob tore through his body. "Deku!" Katsuki cried out, anguish and disbelief coating his voice as he shook the lifeless form in his arms, desperate for a reaction. The once vibrant green eyes, now dull and lifeless, stared back at Katsuki, haunting him with a gaze that would never again light up with purpose and hope. "I told you, 𝗵𝗃, you're not allowed to leave me." Katsuki's voice wavered between a harsh command and a broken plea. The reality of Deku's absence sank in, and the pain intensified, becoming an ache so profound that Katsuki could feel it in his bones. Katsuki's eyes were bloodshot, tears streaming down his face as he pressed his forehead against Deku's, clutching him as if sheer willpower could bring him back. His entire body shook, each sob threatening to rip him apart. Tearing through his battered body like a raging fire, but the agony of losing Deku surpassed any physical pain. "Come back to me, damn it," Katsuki pleaded, his voice cracking with raw emotion. "Please, come back." His words were almost a prayer, an agonized plea to the universe to rewind time. Katsuki's body shook with unrestrained sobs, drowning in sorrow. Regret and guilt, heavy as hell, suffocated him, like he was drowning in an ocean of his own remorse. "I'm sorry, Deku," Katsuki hiccuped between sobs, his voice a fragile whisper. "I'm sorry for all the crap I put you through, for all the times I shoved you away. I never meant for it to end like this. I wish I could have been a better person, a better friend. I wish I could have saved you." It was as if a part of Katsuki's soul had been cruelly wrenched away, leaving behind an aching emptiness that left him so vulnerable. "I'm sorry, Kacchan." Deku's voice lingered in the air, a phantom whisper that haunted Katsuki's conscience. The regret in those words carved deep into Katsuki's heart, leaving scars that would never heal. "Please, Izuku." The name lingered on his lips, a name he had never thought he would ever hear himself say again, filled with such an overwhelming sense of loss and longing. "Come back to me, Izuku." 25 Katsuki cradled Deku against him, clinging to the one person he swore he'd never care about, not understanding why this was affecting him so greatly. This wasn't him, this wasn't what he signed up for. Heroes don't crumble, don't feel the sting of weakness. But here he was, feeling like his heart had been ripped out of his chest. The only thing he ever cared about was his aggressive intuition to be the best, to be the #1 hero. The people around him were nothing more than stepping stones for him to walk on to achieve his goal. And then there was that one stubborn pebble, always in his shoe. Deku. An annoying rock that clung to him, refused to let go, and held on for dear life. Katsuki despised him, wished he'd vanish. Hell, he even told him to go kill himself once. But the nerd never quit. Even going as far as to become All Might's successor to obtain OFA. When Deku started surpassing him, the resentment burned hotter than hell. But now, facing this devastation, that rage fizzled out, leaving behind nothing but smoldering embers of pain. Katsuki cried in agony, wrestling with emotions that felt alien. In that moment, he grasped the depth of how much he truly cared for Deku, the profound impact the nerd had on his life. Deku. No, Izuku wasn't just a pebble, he was a vital piece of Katsuki's existence, one he never wanted to lose. Katsuki, who never believed in anyone or anything, found himself silently praying for someone, anyone, to save Izuku. And then, like the universe tuned in, a blue light flickered in his jeans pocket, causing him to stop abruptly. The DMN tracker was finally on. The hair on the back of his neck stood on end as static buzzed through the earpiece, and Katsuki's desperate prayers seemed to have been answered. He carefully put Deku down and fumbled for the earpiece to communicate with the incoming help. Bakugo, we should be Uraraka's voice crackled through but cut off abruptly as Katsuki roared into the earpiece, hurry the FUP, he's dying. As if the heavens responded, dust rained down. The lone light source flickered, then died, plunging him back into darkness. We're coming as fast as we can, but there's debris in our way, Ida's voice echoed through the earpiece. We'll prep the med kit for when we get there, a male voice added, the static barely masking the urgency. Katsuki's heart pounded. Groans above signaled salvation inching closer. Turning back to Deku, he felt for him, leaning forward to rest his head against the nerd's chest. His heartbeat was faint. Katsuki shielded him from falling debris, muttering impatiently, come on, what the F is taking so DMN long? Minutes stretched like an eternity until muffled voices reached his ears. Katsuki gazed up into the darkness, a sliver of light piercing through. F, he muttered, shielding his eyes. Avoiding the light, he double-checked Deku, ensuring no debris landed on him. Bakugo, can you hear me? A voice called down. Katsuki shot to his feet. Get us the F out of here. Goddammit, he's dying. Katsuki's scream echoed, desperate and anguished. Concrete slabs shifted as flashlights pierced the darkness. The rescue team was nearing. Kirishima came into view as he pushed aside floating debris, assuring as he saw the fear in Katsuki's eyes, Bakubro, don't worry, we're here. Hold on, we're coming, Uraraka's voice trembled as she floated down. Katsuki urged, take him first, as she landed next to him. Breath hitching, Uraraka assessed Deku. She shot Katsuki a glance before touching Deku. He began floating, and she immediately grabbed him and pushed off the floor. As she floated up, he saw the fear flicker across her face, a flicker that she couldn't hide from him. Katsuki knew what that look meant. The fear he saw in her eyes as she looked away. Katsuki's heart slammed against his ribs as he heard the commotion above, the sound of yelling, plastic rustling, and pumping sounds. Uraraka came back down and hesitated before touching him. She said, I have to touch you to get you to float. That's all I need, damn it, he growled, using a small explosion to propel himself up. At the top, zero gravity swayed off, and he landed, stumbling slightly from his injured ankle. The scene shattered him. Sweat trickled down Ida's face as he performed chest compressions on Izuku, medical supplies scattered around them. He went into cardiac arrest when we started treating him, Ida breathed, catching his breath. Give him the next breath, Red Riot, he instructed. Kirishima did as he was told, pinching Izuku's nose and blowing air into his lungs. Katsuki's gaze flickered from Ida to Kirishima, witnessing the desperate attempts to keep Izuku alive. The hiss of air through the chest wound cut through the air. After a few moments, Ida paused, his eyes filled with a mixture of anticipation and dread. He checked for a pulse, fingers pressed against Izuku's neck. Slowly, he turned towards Uraraka, and with a heavy heart, he shook his head. Tears streamed down Uraraka's face, mirroring Katsuki's grief-stricken expression. With heavy footsteps, he trudged over to where Izuku lay, his strength fading, collapsing to his knees beside him. Trembling hands reached out, placing them on Izuku's lifeless chest. The absence of a heartbeat, the unnatural stillness, gripped him. A guttural sob tore through him, and he didn't give a DMN about the curious glances or questioning looks from his classmates. At that moment, Katsuki was stripped bare to his core. 5 Deku. Katsuki choked out between sobs, his voice breaking. Damn it, Deku, wake up. His hands shook as he touched Izuku's motionless form, as if pleading for a response. 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏𝗧's shock snapped her out of despair. "Bakugo, we need to assess your wounds," she urged, her voice laced with compassion. But Katsuki's anguish drowned out any concern for himself, and he snapped, "Don't touch me, damn it. We need to help him." Can't you see they're trying?" 𝗬𝗏𝗃𝗧 said, sorrowful eyes meeting his fiery gaze. "No, not this can't be it, this can't be. 𝗬𝗏𝗃𝗧, listen carefully." Ida's voice cut through Katsuki's thoughts. He watched as Ida lifted Izuku off the floor. "The hospital in this area is in chaos due to the disaster. There's another hospital about 4 to 5 miles from here. I'm going to use 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗧𝗏 and get him there as fast as I can. I need you to come with me to make us as weightless as possible." Ida explained as swiftly as he could. "Red Riot, you stay here with Enu," Katsuki said, slowly standing. "I'm coming with you, damn it." Ida and 𝗬𝗏𝗃𝗧 looked at each other, but before they could present an argument, Katsuki cut them off. "This ain't up for negotiation," he growled. Damn it, he was gonna make sure Deku walked out of this alive. Screw this whole mess. Annoying as it was, he wanted Deku to keep chasing after him, sticking by his DMN side. He's in need of medical treatment too," Kirishima added. "I'll help out here with the recovery efforts." "Fine, grab onto me, 𝗬𝗏𝗃𝗧𝗏, and make everyone but me lighter. You guys have to hold on as best as you can." Ida instructed as his engines began to rev up. Katsuki floated, hooking his good arm around Ida's left, 𝗬𝗏𝗃𝗧 grabbing onto his right. "Here we go." Ida shouted over the charge of his engines, 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗧𝗏 engaged. On takeoff, blue jet flames erupted from his exhaust ports, shooting sky high. The whiplash slapped Katsuki like a DMN wrecking ball. Pain lit up from his arm and ribs. Teeth clenched, he grunted, biting his cheek against the searing ache that spread like wildfire from head to toe. The G-force threatened to rip his grip away, but he clung on, fingertips digging into the suit seam. Ida had to be cloaking over 140 miles per hour, tearing through the disaster zone, buildings still standing as they zoomed by. After an excruciating 2 minutes, Ida's speed began to decrease as he yelled over the roar of his sputtering engines, "Get ready to dismount, the hospital is coming up any moment." Within seconds, the hospital came into view. He skidded to a stop about 50 feet from the entrance. 𝗬𝗏𝗃𝗧𝗏 disengaged zero gravity, dropping them like a sack of bricks. Chaos unfolded at the hospital, heroes, staff, and people scattering everywhere. Ambulances lined up, treating minor injuries outside while stretchers wheeled into the building. Once Ida was free, he sprinted toward the hospital entrance, yelling for medical attention. In seconds, nurses swarmed Deku, pulling him onto a stretcher, launching into CPR. 𝗬𝗏𝗃𝗧𝗏 slung an arm around Katsuki, guiding him, but he practically dragged his feet. The rough ride had ripped open his gut wound, blood seeping into his clothes again. Dizziness and dark spots clouded his vision, but goddamn, he was gonna make it. As they reached Izuku, nurses shouted about a room needing prep for immediate surgery. Amidst the chaos, he caught wind that they had a heartbeat, but it was hanging on by a thread. "Hold up. I'm going with them." Katsuki protested, struggling to go after them before Ida grabbed him, pushing him back. "Let go, you 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏𝗧." His frustration erupted into a scene as Ida and 𝗬𝗏𝗃𝗧𝗏 tried to hold back, catching the attention of 2 male nurses rushing over. Surveying him, they could see he needed medical help. "Sir, I need you to come with us so we can perform a physical exam. You may need to go into surgery," one of them said. Ignoring them, Katsuki still struggled, determined to follow Deku. By now, 4 people were wrestling him back, trying to restrain him. Let me go before I blast all of you extras." His hands steamed, explosions dancing on his palms. He headbutted a nurse square in the nose. 1-0. The nurse yelped, clutching his face. "Bakugo, stop struggling, you're going to further injure yourself," Ida said, struggling against him. Katsuki was full-blown rabid as he began dragging the group toward the hospital entrance. "Sedate him, Jenny, we can't hold him," the second nurse said to another nurse who was running over. Katsuki was dead set on getting to Izuku as he took another step forward, and a hand shot into his face, spraying gas. "F you, beach, he roared as everything spun almost immediately, making him stumble. I have to get to him, he thought as darkness took hold over him. Plus the faint sound of a machine beeping reached Katsuki's ears, jolting him awake from his sleep-induced haze. The sterile scent of antiseptics filled his nostrils, and he slowly opened his heavy eyelids. Blinking groggily, he surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was in a small hospital room. A TV loomed in front, and to the left, seats, a coffee table, and a window. A cascade of get-well cards and vibrant flowers lined the windowsill. His eyes shifted downward, taking in the intrusive oxygen mask clinging to his face. A web of tubes snaked from his right side to a complex patient monitoring setup. Numbers flickered on the machine screen, accompanied by beeps, cataloging his heartbeat and breaths. Trying to sit up brought a wince of pain. A futile attempt, his body a leaden shell, sluggish and aching. His left arm encased, bandages wrapping his battered frame. The last thing he remembered was hitching a ride on Ida's back, anything past that was a blur of chaos. But memories of everything before that came crashing in as he remembered holding Deku's lifeless body. The memory hit him hard, a wave of grief crashing over him. The beeping on the monitors seemed to spike in response, as if echoing the erratic rhythm of his own heart. Katsuki's breath caught in his throat, his chest tightening with an overwhelming surge of emotions. He remembered the weight of Deku's limp body in his arms, the desperation to bring him back, the crushing realization he might be gone. Did he really lose Izuku? Panic slithered in, a cold finger tracing his spine. He frantically searched for any sign of Izuku's presence in the room, half expecting to see him lying on the adjacent bed. The room, however, held only the sterile hum of medical equipment, and the emptiness intensified the ache in Katsuki's heart. Deku, he mutters, half a prayer, half a curse. The room felt stifling, the walls closing in on him as he grappled with the uncertainty of Izuku's fate. Katsuki's hands clenched around the edges of the bedsheet, his breathing growing shallower with each passing second. Attempting to sit up, the door swung open, and All Might strolled in, Izuku's quirk analysis journal and coffee in hand. Oblivious, he sipped casually until his eyes met Katsuki's. Startled, he nearly choked on his coffee. One young Bakugo. You're awake, he said through his coughing fit. Katsuki didn't say anything as he hurried over and placed his things on the table. I'm going to get the nurse, hold on, he said before dashing out of the room, leaving Katsuki in a state of bewilderment. Deku. Katsuki croaked. His throat felt dry and scratchy, causing him to croak. A slight cough followed, exacerbating his discomfort. All Might paused at the door upon hearing Katsuki's voice, his hand resting on the doorknob. We'll talk about that when I come back, he said softly before disappearing outside. F this. Gritting his teeth, Katsuki attempted to free himself from the confines of the bed, only to be stopped by the tightly wound bandages. A frustrated tsk escaped his lips as he strained, muscles protesting against the weight of his injuries. Each move felt like dragging himself through molasses, an unwelcome sluggishness consuming him. Moments later, the door swung open once more, revealing the figure of All Might accompanied by Aizawa-sensei and a nurse. The nurse immediately approached Katsuki, conducting a quick once-over and bombarding him with a series of medical questions. Impatience gnawed at Katsuki as he struggled to provide answers. Meanwhile, Aizawa and All Might settled in the chairs by the window, their expressions grim and serious, capturing Katsuki's attention. His gaze flickered between the two mentors, curiosity mingling with the urgency that burned within him. Where's Deku? Katsuki demanded, a little stronger this time. All Might exchanged glances with Aizawa before requesting the nurse to inform Katsuki's parents of his awakening. The nurse bowed and exited the room, leaving the trio alone. Aizawa drew a weary breath, his exhale filled with exhaustion. Bakugo, do you know how long you've been asleep? He asked. For, I don't know, a few days. Why does that SHT matter? Why aren't you answering me, damn it? Katsuki said, his impulsive nature refusing to tolerate silence. Katsuki's impulsive nature refused silence. Crimson eyes locked with Aizawa's, a defiant click of his tongue punctuating the stare. All Might, answer him, Aizawa demanded, the tension in the room heightened. All Might's gaze shifted towards Katsuki. You've been in a comatose state for nearly 8 days, young Bakugo. All Might finally spoke, his words sinking into the room with a weight that matched the gravity of the situation. Katsuki stayed quiet as he thought about that. And after a minute or so, Aizawa-sensei went over the events of the last few days. Katsuki had severe BLD loss due to the wounds on his abdomen, leaving him on a BLD transfusion regimen. 2 surgeries were performed while he was under anesthesia to fix his perforated intestines. His left elbow was dislocated, meaning pins were placed. Hematoma had to be drained from his back, possibly from blunt force. He also had a sprained right ankle, fractured ribs on his left side, a perforated right eardrum, and finally, a broken clavicle. Other minor injuries, such as lacerations, had necessitated stitches. 3. What's your point? I'm Fing resilient. Katsuki retorted after hearing the endless list of injuries Aizawa had recounted. Katsuki retorted, his injuries feeling like mere scratches compared to Deku's. You could have died, Bakugo, Aizawa stated bluntly. Especially when you made that scene in front of the hospital last week, that wasn't very professional, but due to the circumstances, I don't think you'll be punished. Katsuki grunted in affirmation, crossing his good arm under his cast. Young man, All Might said, you and young Midoriya were stuck under the rubble for at least 6 to 7 hours. Both of you could have died in the condition you were in when you were discovered. I want to know what happened in the last moments of the fight. What happened to Shigaraki and AFO? 2 All Might's words reverberated in his mind, both of you could have died. Those words settled upon him. Izuku is alive, he gathered based on that info alone. Relief surged, and Katsuki sighed as if a colossal mental weight had been lifted. Reluctantly, Katsuki began to recount the final moments of the battle, the details etching themselves into his memory. Shigaraki's defeat at Deku's hands, a hint of sorrow crossed All Might's face, but he nodded and urged Katsuki to continue. AFO and Deku unleashed a shitload of energy above the building, and it caused the whole DMN place to collapse. It was like a Fing bomb went off overhead. I didn't see that, but after that, I'm pretty sure Deku pummeled that asshat into another dimension. Katsuki said, shrugging slightly. We haven't been able to recover a body, but we're hoping he's somewhere in the rubble. Aizawa's words interjected, shattering Katsuki's momentary relief. You're telling me that 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗵𝗃 might still be breathing? Katsuki's voice crackled with pent-up fury, his body tensing like a coiled spring, ready to unleash a devastating blast. The room seemed to shrink, suffocating under the weight of his anger. Yes, potentially, All Might responded. That's just fantastic, Katsuki scoffed, sarcasm dripping from every word. The idea of AFO still being a threat after everything they'd been through was bullshit. Young Bakugo, can you tell us what happened in the hours of the collapse? Might asked solemnly. As you are aware, I still have a connection to OFA, but it has been quiet since the collapse. All Might wondered, gripping the journal he held. What the hell does that mean? Katsuki asked, eyeing them both. He knew there was something significant about that connection, something he couldn't fully comprehend. He scrutinized All Might and Aizawa, searching for answers they were hesitant to provide. All Might glanced to ensure the door was closed before turning back to Aizawa, nodding. Did young Midoriya transfer one for all to you during the disaster? All Might's words were clipped. Katsuki's immediate response held no hesitation, his voice firm and resolute. No, Katsuki growled, defiance etched in every word. Memories of Izuku's desperate attempt to pass on the power flashed before him briefly, but he couldn't bring himself to accept it. Not under those circumstances. That DMN nerd tried, but I shut that SHT down. For the next 15 to 20 minutes, Katsuki laid bare the harrowing details of the hours spent under the rubble and the adrenaline-fueled chaos. He spared them the more personal moments, his pride refusing to expose those vulnerabilities to another soul. Now that I've spilled my guts, where the hell is Deku? Katsuki's impatience ignited, his frustration simmering just beneath the surface. He was sick of waiting, sick of being kept in the dark. The urgency clawed at his insides, a DMN fire burning in his chest, demanding answers. Tomorrow, Bakugo, get some rest. Your parents should be here soon, 𝗬𝗧𝗏 said as he got up from his seat. Just tell me, 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗏. Katsuki's voice erupted, the explosion of sound reverberating through the room. A brief moment of weakness followed, his tone softening as he whispered, I have to know, I need to know. He felt pathetic, as he was practically begging, he avoided meeting the gaze of his mentors. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 sighed, weariness etched into every line on his face, before taking a seat again. You need to promise me you're going to stay calm after I explain the situation to you, 𝗬𝗧𝗏 warned, concern lining his words. He knew the explosive nature that simmered within Katsuki, the volatile emotions that had no filter. What the hell does that mean? Katsuki demanded, leaning forward, his body language reflecting his readiness to confront whatever truth awaited him. 𝗬𝗧𝗏's glare silenced any further outburst. Clicking his tongue in annoyance, Katsuki settled back into the bed, albeit reluctantly. Fine, whatever, he muttered. Right now, Midoriya is undergoing emergency surgery. They are trying to transplant lungs from a donor. In the previous surgery, doctors attempted to repair his lungs, but they became infected and then necrotic. Katsuki's throat closed as he processed what was being thrown at him. As it progressed, he stopped breathing in the ICU today. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 saw Katsuki go ridge as he clenched his jaw. He waited for a response, but when he didn't get one, he continued. When both of you were admitted to the hospital, Midoriya was presented as DOA, dead on arrival. While you and your classmates rushed to the hospital, he was left without oxygen for 2 minutes. By some miracle, the medical staff here were able to resuscitate him, and they rushed him into surgery. He flatlined. Twice during the first procedure to surgically remove the rebar. He was in surgery for more than 10 hours because of multiple organ complications. For Katsuki's breathing grew 𝗪𝗚𝗏, his chest constricting as he struggled to process the enormity of it all. Multiple surgeries, organ complications, flatlining. Each word hammered against his heart. It was taking everything in him to not blast out of bed and storm the DMN surgery suite. They also fixed his broken wrist, fractured ribs, and both femurs. Kirishima recovered Midoriya's arm, and thanks to the cooler temperatures, the surgeons were able to reattach it with no issues. Katsuki stayed quiet, allowing him to continue. That's everything up to today, but if he survives this surgery, his chances of waking up are slim. 𝗬𝗧𝗏's voice resonated with finality, his words hanging in the air like a heavy cloud. The room seemed to darken. Katsuki was going to ask about what All Might meant by his link to OFA going silent when a knock came at the door. A doctor stepped into the room, flanked by Katsuki's parents who trailed behind. The intrusion grated on Katsuki's nerves, his frustration brimming. The old hag just had to come right on in as usual, with bad timing. Katsuki! How dare you scare us like that? Mitsuki yelled as she rushed over to him, engulfing him in a tight embrace, her warmth contrasting sharply with the sterile hospital room. Damn it, hag, stop screaming. You're in a hospital. He yelled back. Masaru hovered in the back, giving Katsuki a warm, relieved smile. I'm so sorry about my son's behavior earlier this week, Mitsuki said, tapping him in the head. Apologize, Katsuki. You're smothering an oldie, get off of him, hissed Katsuki. All Might and 𝗬𝗧𝗏 excused themselves from the loud family reunion. Before they could step out, Katsuki called out to them. Oi, you better let me know when Deku is out of surgery, or I'm dragging my battered butt over there, Katsuki demanded. His eyes bore into theirs, commanding an answer. Fine, we will. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 said before turning back toward the door and walking out. The next few hours passed in a blur for Katsuki. Countless medical exams were conducted, probing and prodding his body, slowly clearing him from any real danger. Gradually, he was deemed healthy enough for visitors, and his classmates from Class 1A filled his room. Question after question bombarded Katsuki from every direction, the barrage testing his dwindling patience. His tolerance for their incessant inquiries wore thin, and his impatience was palpable. It was as if they couldn't see that he had been through hell and back. As the room emptied and the commotion subsided, Katsuki's voice softened, barely audible above the fading footsteps. Shitty hair, 4 eyes, round face. Come here a sec, he beckoned, his gaze averted, his cheeks slightly flushed with embarrassment. The students exchanged glances before obediently returning to his side. Kirishima, ever the loyal friend, inquired, "What's up, Baku bro?" His genuine concern mixed with a hint of amusement. "Thanks," Katsuki whispered, his words laced with vulnerability. He turned his gaze away, his jaw jutting out defiantly. Embarrassment crept up on Katsuki as his cheeks were slightly tinged red. Kirishima leaned closer, a mischievous grin on his face. "What was that, Baku bro? I didn't quite hear you," he teased, testing the boundaries of their friendship. "Don't push me, damn it, I'll kill you." Katsuki's voice erupted, explosions dancing in his hand. He caught Kirishima's smile and saw the same warmth in the eyes of the others. But the smiles faltered, replaced by a somber look. "Seeing you break down like that, man. It hurt," Kirishima admitted, his voice sincere. "I hope I never have to see you like that again." Katsuki's jaw clenched, and he shot Kirishima a fierce glare. "Drop it, shitty hair. I don't want to talk about it," he growled, his tone leaving no room for argument. The vulnerability that peeked through earlier was now concealed by the familiar mask of aggression. Kirishima, recognizing the unspoken boundary, nodded solemnly. "Well, we better get going, visiting hours are almost up." Uraraka said, looking at the time, gesturing for them to leave Katsuki alone. The moment they stepped out, Katsuki sighed. Finally, some damn piece not realizing how exhausted he was, he yawned, his eyes wandering to the clock on the wall, the hands indicating that it was 7 p.m. His specialized dinner had been brought in earlier, but he had decided to eat after everyone had gone. Once he finished his meal, a nurse entered the room. She went about her duties, checking his vitals and scribbling notes on her chart. Katsuki watched her retreating figure, his attention then shifting to the TV remote. With a flick of his finger, he swayed on the local news channel. They were still talking about last week's disaster. The screen displayed images of heroes, including Deku, accompanied by the provocative headline, "Are heroes to blame? 4 Fing assholes." Katsuki slowly drifted to sleep, his mind going over today's ordeals and what all might have meant by that weird statement. The room fell into a hushed stillness, interrupted only by the soft hum of medical equipment and the distant voices from the hallway. The following morning rolled around, and Katsuki found himself sitting tight, waiting for Recovery Girl to start patching him up. While he patiently sat there, he spotted a note on his breakfast tray. Aizawa had left a message, updating him on Izuku's surgery completion at 2:45 a.m. Recovery had been smooth so far, which was supposed to be a good sign. However, further down the note, it was mentioned that Izuku had yet to awaken. Which, of course, irritated the hell out of Katsuki. Soon enough, Recovery Girl arrived and dedicated roughly an hour to working on Katsuki's injuries. When she finished, she handed him a candy bar. Then she explained that he would have some scarring due to the severity of the injury. Tomorrow, they'd give his arm a once-over, and if all was well, the cast could be removed. With a grunt of acknowledgement, Katsuki couldn't help but let out a burning question that had been itching at him. "Why don't they have you heal Deku?" he blurted out, curiosity clawing inside him. Recovery Girl chuckled softly, her soothing voice filling the room. "Deku? Oh, you mean Izuku Midoriya. Sweetie, his body is too fragile in his current state. Any significant alterations to his body might send him into shock," she explained, her voice carrying a glimmer of hope. "He's a strong one, that boy. I've treated him numerous times before. I believe he will bounce back eventually." 7 figures after Recovery Girl left, the rest of the afternoon was a blur of medication discussions and bandage protocols with the doctors, while Katsuki's parents completed discharge paperwork. Gradually, feeling well enough to stand, the nurses removed the various medical lines attached to his body, granting him the freedom to stretch and move. His parents had brought him a pair of jeans and a black tank top, carefully changing into them as his sore ribs protested with every movement. He felt sluggish and achy, a side effect to be expected after his ordeal. His muscles were itching for a workout, but the one thing that lingered in his mind was the burning longing to see a certain green-haired idiot. Katsuki paged his nurse, seeking more information about Izuku's room. To his annoyance, she explained that he would need clearance before being allowed to visit him. "To here." I was the one who brought his stupid butt to the hospital. How the hell do I not have clearance? He demanded. Let me speak to one of the supervisors. Okay, the nurse responded kindly, trying to diffuse the situation. Katsuki clicked his tongue in distaste, his impatience evident as he plopped down on the seat, awaiting her return. His eyes scanned over the pile of get-well cards, haphazardly arranged on the ledge, threatening to topple over. He rolled his eyes, dismissing the sentimentality. As if I need that A2 within a mere 5 minutes, the nurse returned and gestured for him to follow. Katsuki was led to a more secure section of the hospital, pressing the button for the elevator as they made their way upstairs. We are heading to the ICU upstairs. Your friend will be in room 425, she explained, her voice calm and professional. He's not a friend of mine, Katsuki retorted, his hand nonchalantly sliding into his pockets. Her perplexed look didn't provoke any further explanation from him, and they continued in silence. 5. The elevator doors opened, and the nurse scurried him to room 2. Police officers were posted outside his room, and another was down the hall. Here you are, sir, the nurse said, bowing slightly before taking her leave. Katsuki watched her departure for a moment before turning his attention to the door. His hand froze on the handle, his heart inexplicably pounding in his chest. Why was he feeling so nervous? His mind involuntarily recalled the image of cradling Izuku in his arms, and a blush crept onto his cheeks. 3. At himself, he grumbled and pushed the door open. Alarms blared, and All Might burst out, broadcasting Izuku's code blue. Nurses flooded the area from every direction, their voices filled with urgency as they announced a code blue in room. Katsuki instinctively stepped back, and All Might warned, "Stay back, young Bakugo, you don't need to see this." But it was too late. Katsuki's eyes locked onto the sight in the bed, and his heart twisted with horror. Izuku lay in the hospital bed before him, connected to a breathing machine and various tubes that snaked across his body. His head was partially bandaged, concealing a portion of his face, and only one eye was visible. His skin had lost all color, appearing unnaturally pale. Clear tubes extended from his chest, leading to a bag of dark blood hanging from the bed. Nearly 70% of his body was encased in casts, leaving only his left arm exposed, which was secured in a plastic cage with embedded pins. All hell broke loose as a nurse bent over Izuku's lifeless body, her hands interlocked over his chest. She began chest compressions, pushing down forcefully on Izuku's fragile ribcage. Katsuki's stomach churned as each move was accompanied by a sickening squelch, and then he heard a distinct crack, the sound echoing in the sterile room. His breath caught in his throat, and he felt a surge of nausea as he witnessed the brutality of the life-saving measures. The nurse continued her relentless efforts, her hands working frantically, while another nurse rushed in, sparks flying from his hands, preparing to jumpstart his heart. The bandages were ripped off and Katsuki could see burned patches of exposed skin from past ordeals. "One clear," a nurse said as his hand shot sparks, pressing them to Izuku's chest. A surge of electricity coursed through his body, causing him to arch before collapsing back onto the bed. "No pulse," again another nurse exclaimed, the desperation evident in her voice. "Clear," he yelled again, and the room fell into a tense silence as the electric charge surged through Izuku's motionless body for a second time. Katsuki watched in terror as Izuku's limbs jolted violently in response. "Come on, kid, come back to us," the nurse pleaded, her hands never ceasing their relentless assault on Izuku's unresponsive chest. Katsuki stood frozen, eyes glued to the nightmarish scene playing before him. The sight of Izuku's fragile state and blaring alarms blurred his vision, and he stumbled backward, catching All Might's attention. "Young Bakugo, are you all right?" All Might asked, concern etched across his face as he reached out to steady Katsuki. Katsuki struggled to regain his composure, his eyes were still fixed on Izuku. Memories of the cave-in flashed through his mind in rapid succession, overwhelming him with guilt and remorse. He clenched his fists, his palms sweaty, as the memory of cradling Izuku in his arms overwhelmed him. The coldness of Izuku's body, the stickiness of his blood on Katsuki's hands, it all replayed in his mind. It wasn't just a memory, it was a visceral experience, as if the chilling touch of death lingered on his skin. 16 I'm sorry, I wasn't enough to be your equal. Katsuki's breath turned erratic, as if he couldn't get enough oxygen. Leaning against the wall for support, his body shook uncontrollably, trapped once again under the rubble. What the hell is happening? This can't be real. I'm not ready for this. He can't leave me behind. He's not gone. Izuku can't just. Someone grabbed him, pulling him away from the chaos. In a haze, he stumbled along, trying desperately to keep up. A firm grip landed on his shoulder, a familiar voice enveloping him in an embrace. I've got this. I think he's having a panic attack. Aizawa's voice cut through the disorientation, snapping Katsuki out of his trance. Get the hell off me, Katsuki growled, pushing Aizawa away. His breathing remained uneven, his anger surged, fueled unwanted assistance. I don't need your fing help, he spat. Aizawa studied him for a heartbeat. Bakugo, come with me, his teacher commanded, gesturing for him to follow. When he didn't budge, Aizawa glared at him. Now. Though reluctant, Katsuki begrudgingly complied, trailing after Aizawa into an empty waiting room. Just the two of them. Aizawa motioned for Katsuki to take a seat. Katsuki plopped into the chair, refusing to lock eyes with Aizawa. Fury burned within him. How the hell did he end up losing control like some weak extra? Bakugo, if you need to talk about it, I'm here as your mentor, Aizawa stated, claiming a seat across from him. I don't know what you're talking about, Katsuki shot back, avoiding eye contact. You're telling me that little panic attack was nothing? Aizawa questioned, his tone tinged with exasperation. I said I don't need your DM help or anyone else's, Katsuki declared, finally meeting Aizawa's gaze. His eyes blazed with a cold fury, but Aizawa remained unfazed. With a sigh, Aizawa continued, listen to me. I understand what both of you have been through, or at least, a fraction of it. Over the past year, I've watched you grow as my students, and I've witnessed the profound impact you've had on each other. Even if you refuse to acknowledge it, there's an underlying, unconscious drive for you to protect him fiercely, just as he does for you. You don't have a DM clue what you're talking about. Katsuki snarled, teeth bared, hand trembling as it clenched into a fist. The intensity of his emotions radiating off him like waves of volatile energy. Aizawa let Katsuki's words linger. Then, with a heavy sigh, he decided to share something personal. I know what that weight of losing someone who gets you on a level deeper than BLD or friends feels like. Someone who truly understands you, only for them to be ripped away from you. To die in front of you. Katsuki's stare faltered. When I was a student at UA, I never paid much attention to how I connected with my classmates. But one day, Shirakumo, one of my classmates, relentlessly pestered me until I reluctantly became his friend. He showed me that there was a world beyond my narrow understanding. Aizawa's expression turned grim, memories casting a shadow over his face. After he died right in front of me, I was cold and felt I was undeserving to be deemed a hero. That loss, that guilt. It made me question my worth as a person. It took years and the guidance of Midnight to push me onto the path of teaching, but it was the realization of the friendship I had with Shirakumo that truly opened my eyes to the world around me. Aizawa's words resonated deep within Katsuki, striking a chord he didn't expect. That guilt still eats away at me, telling me there was something I could have done to save him, that I failed him. That is what you're feeling, Bakugo. The thought of you losing Midoriya was enough to send you over the edge. For you to lose control over yourself. You're wrong, Katsuki said through clenched his teeth. He wasn't weak enough to harbor feelings for someone else. Especially not for someone he didn't feel any attachment to. Or used to not feel any attachment to. Undeterred, Aizawa continued, rising to leave the waiting room. Whatever turmoil you're going through, Bakugo, just know that I am here for you. It's just you and me, no one else. Katsuki's gaze followed Aizawa as he rose to leave the waiting room, his mind a whirlwind of conflicting thoughts and emotions. What if I don't know how to accept these feelings? Katsuki's voice was barely a whisper. Aizawa paused, his eyes meeting Katsuki's, and he turned back. Do you want my advice? He asked, his voice steady and calm. Katsuki remained silent, his gaze fixed on his mentor, searching for guidance in his tired eyes. The only person who has ever thrown you off balance is Midoriya, Aizawa continued, his words carrying a weight of truth. Your relationship with him has always been complicated, for better or worse. So, the moment you allow yourself to accept that part of you that you've buried deep within yourself, is the moment everything will become clear. Think about that. With those parting words, Aizawa exited the room, leaving Katsuki alone there, trying to piece together what he had been told. The unfamiliar feelings that lurked within him seemed to search for something to hold on to make sense of. They surfaced most strongly when Izuku was around, causing discomfort to crawl under his skin and a knot to tighten in his gut. What were these unfamiliar and foreign feelings? How could he ever understand something he had never come across before? Frustration etched across his face. Katsuki raked a hand through his unruly hair and released a heavy sigh as Aizawa returned to the room. Just so you know, they were able to stabilize him. They aren't going to allow any more visitors today to monitor him. I recommend you go home now that you can be discharged. Yeah, whatever, Katsuki muttered dismissively as he rose from his seat. One more thing, Aizawa interjected as he headed for the exit. If you have another panic attack, it's best to have someone comfort you, but knowing that's not in the other person's best interests. I recommend you focus on something that makes you happy. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, as if that will ever happen again. But, begrudgingly, Katsuki took Aizawa's advice into consideration. On the way home, he stared out the window. Construction was everywhere as society began to get back to normal. He began thinking over what Aizawa had told him. The moment you allow yourself to accept that part of you that you've buried deep within yourself, is the moment everything will become clear. He clicked his tongue. That makes no sense. In the following days, Katsuki's attempts to visit Izuku at the hospital crashed and burned. The entrance seemed to bear an unseen barrier, triggering a prickling discomfort that ran through his body like an electric, making him want to bail. It frustrated the hell out of him, but instead of facing it, he threw himself back into his daily routines, hoping to drown out the chaos. A letter was sent out, announcing the return of school next week. So, Katsuki hit the better gym, a perfect motivation to get him back on track. Sunday evening, as he wrapped up his one-armed representatives on the pull-up bar, he realized something was off, like a crucial element was missing from his usual gym routine. 𝗵𝗃 cranked out his set, but Katsuki's eyes were fixated on the leg press machine, a spot usually owned by Shoto and Izuku every Sunday. A scowl carved itself on Katsuki's face as he gripped a barbell. The realization slammed into him. It was Izuku's absence screwing up the whole vibe. Sunday wasn't just gym day, it was leg day, a day Izuku never skipped. Katsuki could almost see that green-haired idiot strutting around with that 𝗵𝗃 𝗵𝗃. His scowl deepened with each rep, the memory of Izuku's vacant spot gnawing at him. The mental replay of Izuku and Shoto clowning around the leg press machine on Sundays painted a vivid picture of the void. Grasping the barbells, he tried to focus on the weights, attempting to distract himself. But as he pushed through his representatives, a sudden flashback seized him. The laughter that echoed in his mind morphed into pained cries and desperate gasps for air. The vivid recollection of not only the collapse but the ICU overwhelmed him. Izuku's pale face, and the haunting sound of the nurses doing CPR, fighting to keep him heart beating, all rushed back, intertwining with the electric discomfort lingering for days, intensifying the knot of anxiety in Katsuki's chest. Hey, Baku bro, you good? 𝗵𝗃's voice cut through Katsuki's trance, hauling him back. Katsuki's eyes snapped away from the leg press machine, meeting 𝗵𝗃's concerned gaze. Ha! Of course, I'm fine, shitty hair. Why wouldn't I be? Katsuki barked with a shaky tone, attempting to veil his true feelings. You know, Baku bro. You seem a little off today. Docile even. 𝗵𝗃 remarked gently between his sets. Katsuki's temper detonated at the observation. What the f is that supposed to mean? He roared, pivoting and smacking 𝗵𝗃 on the head. 𝗵𝗃 chuckled, seemingly unfazed by the outburst. I mean, you haven't been your usual self, he said, a touch of genuine concern in his voice. Could it be related to how Midoriya is doing? Don't bring that BS up, Katsuki shot back, his voice low and venomous. 𝗃 raised his hands in surrender, aiming to cool the heat. All right, Bakugo, whatever you say, but if you need to talk, I'm here. I'm not some helpless extra, got that? Go die. Katsuki snapped, cutting 𝗵𝗃 off before he could offer more support. Towel in hand, he stormed toward the locker room, the gym-goers shooting curious glances at the sudden commotion. Katsuki was fed up with the constant inquiries about his well-being since the DMN war. It felt like everyone was wondering if he was okay or if Izuku would make it. How the hell would he know? He hadn't set foot in the hospital room since his panic attack. The hospital's entrance became this giant no-go zone, and it wasn't because of some stupid thing game. In the locker room, Katsuki let out a frustrated growl, punching the wall with his uninjured hand. Irritated by the thought of being seen as anything less than the strong, fierce hero he prided himself on being. But deep down, he couldn't deny that something was bothering him, gnawing at the edges of his mind like a persistent itch he couldn't scratch. The image of Izuku hooked up to machines and fighting for his life lingered briefly, and the muscle in his jaw feathered. He didn't want that 𝗧𝗵𝗃 on his mind. Didn't want to be vulnerable to anxiety and panic. It was a bad look. Washing his face, he caught the faintest glimpse of doubt in his eyes, a flicker of uncertainty that he quickly masked with a determined scowl. Damn it, he muttered under his breath. Get your SHT together, dumbass. The mirror didn't offer any answers, just a reflection that sessed him off. Trying to bury himself in studies for the rest of the day, Katsuki hoped to distract from the overwhelming unease of not being able to step foot in that thing hospital. Deep down it felt like something was pulling him, like an invisible force tugging at his very core. It quite literally felt as if a rope was tied around his guts. Screw it, he made up his mind that he couldn't delay seeing Izuku any longer. He would charge into the hospital head-on after school tomorrow, no matter what awaited him. In the dead of night, Katsuki jolted awake, heart pounding as breath came in short, ragged gasps. He clenched his fists, his palms damp with sweat, and reached for his phone. The harsh glow of the screen illuminated his tense expression as he stared at the time. 3:46 a.m. The nightmares seemed to revel in their ability to snatch him from the peace of sleep at the most ungodly hours. Nightmares weren't his style, and this one, in particular, had a sinister quality that left him unnerved every night since the ICU. Running his hand through disheveled, sweat-soaked hair, he swung his legs over the bed, rising. The dorms were still shrouded in darkness, the students sound asleep in their designated rooms. Katsuki was told the public had been relocated to another part of the campus for safety purposes of their students. Katsuki knew that classes would resume the next day, and the gradual reintroduction of the public into the city would follow in the coming months as they continued to rebuild. Snatching his phone and towel, Katsuki navigated the shadows toward the washroom. As he passed the living room, he noticed Shoto sitting in the darkness, engrossed in watching the news. Wrapped in a cozy blanket, Shoto seemed to be immersed himself in news coverage as they criticized Endeavor and showcasing Darby's arrest. Katsuki dismissed him, not in the mood for useless chit-chat, and continued on his way. Oh, Bakugo, why are you awake at this time? School is starting again tomorrow. Shoto's curiosity trailed him. Seeing him awake at this ungodly hour. I could ask you the same demon thing, you icy hot BS. Katsuki shot back without a glance, walking past him. True, you're right, Shoto acknowledged, turning his attention back to the television. I wanted to talk to you about Midoriya's moth, but before he could finish his sentence, Katsuki had already disappeared into the washroom. He wasn't in the mood to be questioned about that 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Katsuki undressed, shedding his bandages, and meticulously wrapped his cast. The nightmare's residue lingered, needles slowly crawling under his skin. Opting for a bath, he cranked the shower on first, letting hot water cascade over him. Some relief washed over, though tension lingered like a stubborn shadow. Turning off the shower, he slipped into the already filled bath, and the prickling sensation intensified. His mind began reeling as he started trying to follow Aizawa's advice. He tried to focus on things that brought him happiness. Ideas of tweaking his favorite hobbies, and pushing training limits floated through his mind, but nothing clicked. Another thought flickered in the shadows of his mind. A locked door stood in the corner of his thoughts, a thought he was hell-bent on avoiding. His brow furrowed as the sensation grew stronger, causing him to start breathing, feeling the unsettling grip of anxiety starting to sink its claws deeper into his mind. I'm doing what that caterpillar son of a beach told me, and it's not working. His limbs shook involuntarily as he clenched his free hand into a tight fist, slamming it against the side of the tub in a desperate attempt to seize control. He felt an overwhelming emptiness engulfing him, as if a dark void was swallowing him whole. Stop being so dumb and weak, he said to himself as he brought his knees to his chest, embedding his nails with his free hand on his calf, trying to anchor himself to reality. His breathing grew rapid and shallow, each gasp escaping his lungs raggedly. Desperation set in as he frantically searched for something, anything, to anchor himself, only to find the chaos within intensifying. Why is this SHT happening? He questioned in desperation, as his anxiety escalated, spiraling out of control. A glimmer of green hair flashed in his mind. His breath hitched, if only for a brief moment. Desperate to cling to that lifeline, he grabbed onto the thought, forcefully pulling it from the depths of his mind. It was a warm memory of Izuku from the school festival. Izuku's freckled face bore that idiotic smile he always wore when he was around the people he loved. Katsuki remembered how Izuku had crumbs on his cheek from the yakisoba he was enjoying. You got food on your face, dumbass, Katsuki said, watching him try to wipe it off. Jesus, nerd, are you still 5 years old? Katsuki teased, reaching out to wipe the crumbs off Izuku's face. Without a second thought, Katsuki's hand instinctively reached over to Izuku, fingers moving to sweep away the crumbs scattered across his face. His touch, usually explosive and fierce, surprised everyone with its gentleness, fingers brushing over Izuku's skin with an unexpected delicacy. His thumb traced the line of Izuku's lips, inadvertently lingering a heartbeat longer than intended. The action was so subtle, so instinctive, that Katsuki didn't immediately register the significance of what he had just done. Izuku blinked, startled by the sudden touch, and a faint blush colored his cheeks. Their classmates surrounded them, their expressions ranging from shock to confusion, including Izuku himself. His eyes shimmered as he stared back at Katsuki, his lips slightly apart. Katsuki's crimson eyes, usually quick to dismiss details, locked onto the subtleties he had never paid much attention to before. Flecks of emerald and hints of jade danced within Izuku's irises, reflecting emotions Katsuki couldn't quite put a finger on. In that moment, self-consciousness washed over Katsuki, and heat rose from his stomach as the tips of his ears burned. What are you looking at, you 𝗵𝗃𝗍𝗔? Katsuki barked, a shield of bravado masking his embarrassment. He glanced over at Izuku, a blush peppering his cheeks as his eyes continued to sparkle. The look gave Katsuki butterflies as he stared back. Izuku smiled and said, "Thank you, Kacchan." "Yeah, whatever, nerd. Learn to take care of yourself," Katsuki grumbled, stomping off. As he calmed down, Katsuki noticed his breathing slowing and the nervousness fading away. It hit him, he was blushing like a DMN idiot. But there was something about that thought of Izuku that brought him comfort, a warm sensation that felt like those very same butterflies were fluttering inside him. Staring at the rising steam from the bath, he questioned if it was really the thought of Izuku that calmed him down. No. Why would that green-haired idiot be able to offer him comfort in a way he couldn't console himself? He never needed that from anyone, not even his parents. But the warm, bubbly sensation swirling within him was starting to tell him otherwise. Could Izuku really be making me feel like this? Refusing to acknowledge it, he sighed heavily, got out of the bath to dry himself, and stood in front of the mirror. The new scars were prominent against his toned skin, but his muscles weren't as prominent as before the fight. His gaze fell to the indentation where he'd been skewered, fingers tracing the uneven skin. It wasn't the first time, but these scars almost mirrored the previous injury from his first fight with that decay, but leaving a star-like stamp on him. His mind lingered on the scars when unwanted thoughts of the 𝗵𝗃𝗍𝗺 piercing Izuku's chest flashed through his mind, and he cringed, quickly swatting the image away. Katsuki made his way back to his room. The clock read 4:50 a.m. as he entered. Thankfully, Shoto was no longer in the living room, and the space was quiet and empty. He collapsed onto his bed, exhaustion settling over him. His eyes drooped as his breathing slowed, and the image of Izuku at the festival danced in his mind, along with other memories they shared. "Stupid nerd," he mumbled, allowing sleep to envelop him. That morning, before class, Katsuki stopped by Recovery Girl's office to have the cast removed, and then he headed to class. He trudged in, ignoring everyone around him, and made his way to his desk. His usual group gathered, but he paid them no attention, pulling out his phone and headphones, searching for something to listen to on his playlists. As conversations filled the classroom, Mina squeaked, "I can't believe school is starting up again. And we're a quarter of the way through our second year." One Katsuki rolled his eyes, completely unamused by the topic buzzing around him. They were talking about the student work studies and school events, both of which sounded boring as F to Katsuki. He drummed his fingers on his desk, his impatience evident as he waited for the class to begin. The bell rang, and Aizawa walked into the room, his tired eyes scanning the students. "All right, class, in your seats," Aizawa called out, his voice carrying a tinge of weariness. The students quickly settled into their seats, the room growing quiet. Aizawa launched into a discussion about the upcoming hero activities and courses for the year. Katsuki's boredom intensified as he listened half-heartedly, his mind wandering to more pressing matters, like training. He continued drumming his fingers absent-mindedly on the desk. Midway through Aizawa's lecture, Denki's hand shot up, snagging the attention of their tired teacher. Aizawa sighed, fixing his gaze on Denki. "What is it? What's going to happen to Midoriya? Is he coming back to UA or is he going to be held back since he hasn't attended ever since he left?" Denki's voice trailed off into a whisper, and all eyes turned to Aizawa, awaiting his response. The classroom plunged into a heavy silence. Katsuki stopped drumming the table, his fingers freezing in place as his eyes shot from Denki to Aizawa. Aizawa's voice carried a weight of concern as he began to address the class. "I know all of you are concerned about Midoriya. However, his condition is still in a fragile state. And even if he is able to overcome his injuries, the more difficult situation is that according to the doctors, there is a high probability he doesn't wake up." A storm of questions, fears, and anxieties erupted in the classroom. The noise washed over Katsuki, his face drained of color. His hand trembled lightly, and he quickly covered it with his other hand, trying to steady himself. His wide-eyed gaze shifted between the desk and Aizawa, absorbing the weight of the news. What the hell would it even mean if Deku didn't wake up? That's no different from him dying in my arms back in that DMN building. Then, Mineta drops the loudest question of all, cutting through the chaos. "If he wakes up, who's gonna tell him about his mom?" Katsuki's attention snapped towards him. The conversation died down like it never even started. From the corner of his eye, Katsuki caught a glimpse of Shoto. He remembered he had tried to talk to him about Izuku's mom, but he had deliberately chosen to ignore him. Now it came to bite him in the butt. "What the F do you mean, small fry?" Katsuki immediately fires back, eyes narrowing on Mineta. You know that area of UA that was attacked, the casualties," Mineta starts, only to get cut off almost immediately. "7 quiet." Aizawa's voice boomed, his eyes growing red as he glared daggers at Mineta, causing him to cower under Aizawa's gaze, but Katsuki continued to stare, his gut twisting in knots. "No. There's no way she—" "What do you mean? Was? That's not thing true," Katsuki muttered, turning to Aizawa, horror carved into his features. "Bakugo, come with me. The rest of you, continue with your work studies packs I handed out," Aizawa ordered, rising from his seat and striding out. All eyes landed on Katsuki, who slowly rose and followed. As they made their way down the hallway, Katsuki's mind fixated on Izuku. He clenched his fists repeatedly, the frustration and worry pulsating through his veins. If she's dead, then who the hell does that bastard have left in this world? There's not a DMN person left who cares for Izuku as much as his mom did. When he finds out, it'll smash him to pieces. The heartbreak might literally kill him. And on top of that, if he doesn't wake up soon, who the hell is stepping up to look after him? Who's got his back? Lost in his thoughts, Katsuki almost plowed into Aizawa at the hallway's end. He regained composure and kept tailing his sensei. Aizawa led them into the teacher's lounge, where he settled down, and Katsuki took a seat nearby. 3. I didn't want you to hear about this until the issue of who would become his legal guardian was resolved, but here we are. Aizawa spoke. He continued to explain what had happened, how Inko had been among a group of people who died during the villain attack. Her injuries had been severe, and despite the efforts to rush her to a hospital and save her, she had passed away hours later. Katsuki's eyes stayed glued to Aizawa, soaking up every detail. The enormity of the situation struggled to fully register. She was really gone. At the moment, All Might is pulling strings for custody, but due to the unrest between the public and heroes, it may not work out. I also filed an application for adoption. Aizawa explained. It's the least I could do to keep him out of the system and help him continue to flourish at UA. What if that bastard doesn't wake up? How long before they pull the plug and say he's not coming back? Katsuki's voice wavered, fear bleeding through his words. Aizawa's response was measured yet grim. When someone is in a comatose state, they could wake up days or even years after the sedation is removed. Some people never wake up, he clarified, each word embedding itself in Katsuki's mind. The uncertainty piled on the weight in his chest. In Midoriya's case, the doctors are not sure, they're almost positive he's not going to regain consciousness. Katsuki brought his face into his hands. His breaths came out shakily as he tried to actually process. The news about Inko's death hit him like a physical blow, but Katsuki's world felt like it was crashing down around him at the devastating news about Izuku's non-existent chance of recovery. He could barely remember what Izuku's voice sounded like. The echo of Izuku's Kacchan felt like a distant memory. The thought of Izuku never waking up, never smiling, never speaking that infuriating nickname again, almost overwhelmed him. Tears stung Katsuki's eyes, and it took every ounce of his willpower to keep the emotions at bay. 5. Aizawa leaned back in his chair, gauging Katsuki as he laid out the harsh reality. If and when he does wake up, he may be extremely disoriented, and knowing he may have no one left family-wise will be very difficult. I was waiting, but now is as good a time as any. I know both of you have your differences, Bakugo, but you are the closest thing he has left to a family. Will you help the heroes watch over him? 6. The words shook Katsuki's core, stirring up a storm of feelings. The vision of Izuku waking up alone, without his mom, ignited a raging fire within him. It was as if a switch had been flipped, awakening a primal instinct to protect Izuku at all costs. He could feel his heartbeat roaring in his ears. He didn't care what anyone said or how difficult it would be. From this point forward, he vowed to keep Izuku safe, to be there for him no matter what. It was a promise etched deep within his soul, a commitment he was dead set on honoring with every fiber of his being. Whatever happens to him, I will be there. That's a goddamn promise I'll keep, no matter what. I won't abandon him, not now, not ever. Katsuki declared. Katsuki stood before door 425, his hands trembling like he had a DMN earthquake inside him. Aizawa's words echoed in his mind. No more sedation, Izuku most likely remain unconscious. The doctors wanted friends and family to interact with him, to try and wake him from his coma. 2 weeks of dodging this hospital trip, but now he had no choice. Yet Katsuki stood there, frozen again. He felt like some presence was clinging to him, a suffocating shadow ready to swallow him whole. The hair on the back of his neck prickled, sending a shiver sliding down his spine. Why the hell was it so damn hard to step in? Quit being such a thing, PP. He growled to himself, trying to psych himself up. He needed to shove through the doubts and fears. He took a deep breath, trying to steady his racing heart. Katsuki reached for the doorknob, gradually swinging the door open. The room held an eerie silence, disrupted only by the rhythmic machine beeps, now the sole focus of Katsuki's attention. He slipped inside, the door closing with care. The space felt hollow, void of life except for Izuku lying there, or rather what was left of him. There were only 2 bodies in the room, yet it felt as if only one held a soul. Other than the monstrous life support systems, there was a seat by the bed and a small table near a sizable window. The room was practically barren. Medical charts adorned the wall parallel to the bed, divulging crucial details about the concoctions in his 4 drips. Katsuki approached the bed, heart hammering against his ribs. The shadow felt almost insidious. If it had a voice, it would be cackling at the discomfort it gave him. Katsuki throat bobbed, forcing himself to push down the nervousness. He was not weak. He hammered that mantra in his mind as he clenched his fists and squared his jaw. He had to be strong. Near Izuku's bedside, Katsuki couldn't shake the sickening coil in his gut. The sight horrified him. Izuku's vibrant warmth, the thing he had hated so much, was gone. Slowly sinking into the seat beside the bed, Katsuki's gaze fixed on Izuku's broken body. Half of his head was shaved, revealing stitches that ran down over his temple. What was left of his pale green hair clung to his thin face, contrasting with the deep purple bruises that surrounded his sunken eyes. How the hell could someone who was so full of life become little more than a corpse? Katsuki stared at him, trying to remember what he looked like before the accident. Memories flowed into him, images of them playing as kids, running through the fields to catch bugs and play heroes. Laughter echoed as they ran through fields, young spirits twining in the forest, chasing a beetle into the brush. But the scene shifted, transforming into a classroom where Izuku now lay on the floor, someone standing over him with a menacing grin. "You wanna be a hero so bad? I've got an idea for you," the boy sneered, as if almost amused by the terror on Izuku's face. "If you think you'll have a quirk in your next life, you should take a swan dive off the roof." His malicious words echoed in his mind, each syllable cutting deeper than the last. The boy was Katsuki himself, a villainous expression etched on his face. His hands were extended outward, explosions crackling and dancing around them. Katsuki had always desperately wanted to be a hero, but he looked more like a villain at that moment than a hero. A surge of sorrow clawed its way up from Katsuki's gut as Izuku's smiles vanished, replaced by the horror etched by his own hands. The pieces began falling into place. The moment you allow yourself to accept that part of you that you've buried deep within yourself, is the moment everything will become clear. He had always kept Izuku at arm's length. The anger, the resentment, the walls he had erected around himself, all were defenses against a truth he had refused to acknowledge. He had never allowed himself to feel that way about a girl or anyone else, and the mere idea of such emotions terrified him. And yet they say opposites attract. To the fear of that vulnerability, the fear of accepting the tangled emotions he harbored toward Izuku, had manifested as anger and aggression. It was a defense mechanism that had spiraled out of control, leaving behind a trail of a broken friendship and shattered trust. And in his frustration, he vented it out on Izuku, mercilessly bullying him to the point of urging him to suicide. As the weight of his actions settled, Katsuki felt a deep sense of self-hatred. How the hell did things spiral to this? When did he become the thing he despised, a person hurting others to hide his insecurities? The realization was a bitter pill to swallow, and Katsuki's walls began to crumble, leaving him exposed to the harsh truth. The fear of love, the fear of confronting the messy emotions within him, had driven him to push away the person who had always believed in him. All these years, instead of protecting him as he had once intended, Katsuki had made Izuku's life a living hell. Even at UA, with Izuku gaining a quirk, Katsuki refused to accept him as an equal. He saw the light slowly fade from Izuku's eyes, genuine smiles replaced by avoidance and lack of eye contact. The unintentional rejection grated on him more than he imagined. But in all that time, he never once thought to be kind. A warm tear streaked down Katsuki's cheek, his hand reaching up to touch it in surprise. The floodgates had opened, and tears continued to fall. These were the same hands that he had used to beat and burn Izuku, to inflict pain and suffering on someone he had once considered a friend. His best friend. The one person who had truly understood him for who he was. His gaze traveled down Izuku's frail body, finally resting on his left arm. Seeing what he had been reduced to left a throbbing emptiness in Katsuki's heart. The cage was gone, but the pins were still visible above the skin. A jagged healing laceration wrapped around his arm just above the elbow. Then, movement. Katsuki's eyes widened, focusing on the rough hand before him. He could have sworn it twitched. Deku. Katsuki's voice came out as a whisper, choked with emotion. He wiped the tears from his eyes, his hand trembling slightly. He waited, his heart thrumming in his chest, but the only response was silence. His shoulder slumped slightly. "Oi, wake the F up, I'm not gonna yell at you for being so pathetic," he muttered, the insult slipping out on its own accord. He paused, taking a deep breath, running his hand through his blonde hair in frustration. I know we've been through a shitload together recently, or whatever." Katsuki's voice softened, remorse evident in his tone. "After everything that's happened, you'd think I'd have the demon guts to at least see you as a goddamn classmate, but I still pushed you aside. You've been here, lying unconscious for the past 4 weeks, practically fighting for your Fing life." He paused again, considering what to say next. "I've been thinking. It's about demon time I took what you said to me in that Fing hellhole seriously. If I want to move forward, I need to swallow my goddamn pride and accept you as my equal, as hard as it may be for me. You've proven yourself time and again, and it's about time I acknowledge that." He looked over at Izuku's still form, desperately hoping for a response that never came. The silence was almost deafening, beeping from the machines providing the only sound. Katsuki's gaze shifted, his eyes darting between Izuku's closed eyes and the monitors that tracked his vital signs. "So, please, just wake up already so that we can get past this esting," he murmured. A lone tear slipped down his cheek, and he quickly wiped it away. He sniffled, trying to regain his composure. Minutes dragged on in unbearable Fing stillness, with nothing the rhythmic beeping drilling into Katsuki's skull. He pulls out his phone to check the time when a gut-punching sensation almost sent his DMN phone flying from his hand. "What the F?" he stammered, eyes glued to Izuku. His eyes widened, confusion etched on his face, as the heart rate monitors connected to Izuku's frail form went haywire. Goosebumps flecked Katsuki's skin as he scrambled to grasp what the hell was happening. His eyes darted between the monitors and Izuku's motionless body, dread settling in the pit of his stomach. The room seemed to close in as the beeping reached an erratic cadence, heightening Katsuki's anxiety. Fear slithered in, fear that Izuku was about to start crash, that the fragile thread holding him to life was about to snap. And then, something caught Katsuki's attention. Izuku's hand twitched. It was a subtle movement, almost imperceptible, but Katsuki was DMN sure he saw it. Green electricity danced across Izuku's hand, a phenomenon that caught Katsuki off guard. The faint glow of one-for-all power coursed through Izuku's veins, a sight that left Katsuki wide-eyed and awestruck. It practically begged him to touch Izuku. The pulling sensation intensified as the electricity blazed brighter. Katsuki reached up, fingers trembling, his eyes scanning Izuku's face for any hint of movement, any flicker of life. As his fingers grazed Izuku's skin, electric jolts shot through Katsuki, traveling up his arm like a live wire. His vision blurred and reality seemed to shift as he found himself transported to a void, a realm that existed beyond the physical world. Looking down, Katsuki's eyes widened as he beheld a crumpled platform, suspended in the emptiness. 9 seats were arranged in an arch, 3 drawn by an unexplainable force. Katsuki began to float downward, his movements defying gravity. But as he neared the platform, an invisible barrier pressed against him, preventing him from setting foot on the platform. It was as if the very fabric of the realm rejected his presence. Auras of vibrant colors swirled and twirled on the floor in front of him, captivating his attention. They pulsated with an energy of their own, moving with a sense of purpose that fascinated and intrigued him. It was as if each hue possessed a consciousness, a mind of its own. It dawned on him that these auras were not simply manifestations of light, but representations of the past users of One for All. They were the echoes of those who had come before. Was this the vestigial realm All Might and Izuku talked about? A voice echoed through the void, jolting Katsuki from his trance. "You cannot enter this space." He attempted to speak, only to find that he had no mouth. A silvery aura floated closer, morphing into the form of a man. "I am Yoichi, the first user of One for All. You may have heard about me from Yagi or Izuku." Memories of conversations with All Might and Izuku resurfaced in Katsuki's mind, discussions about the vestigial world where the previous users of One for All resided. He looked around, trying to recognize the figures that floated in the space before him. There were 9 seats, 1 for each holder of One for All. Meaning Izuku was in here somewhere. He had to be. Maybe he could snap him out of it and guide him back to the real world with him. As he searched, a loud crunching sound came from his right as some of the floor crumpled and fell into the void. You have been summoned here on behalf of the previous user. As you can see, this world is fading, its existence intertwined with the current holder of One for All. The torch needs to be passed on for One for All to preserve. 𝗧𝗵𝗲's words echoed, revealing the purpose of Katsuki's summons. This world depended on transferring its power, the continuation of One for All, to preserve its existence. Due to your previous presence in this world, even if only brief, through your battle on the island of 𝗵𝗃𝗄, it was enough to allow us to pull you into this dimension. For Katsuki was left speechless. He very vaguely remembered his fight with Nine on 𝗵𝗃𝗄 Island. Later, he was told that both he and Izuku had used OFA to defeat Nine, but Katsuki had no recollection past a certain point in the battle. He never believed it. He always thought it was a lie that Izuku told him to F with him. And yet he was here in this world. Behind 𝗧𝗵𝗲, a swirling blend of colors congregated in the middle of the room. The silvery figure extended his hand, and two auras emerged from the kaleidoscope. One was a vibrant yellow, bearing an iconic hairstyle that Katsuki immediately recognized as All Might's. The other, a smaller emerald green aura, pulsating with a vibe that screamed Izuku. Katsuki's eyes landed on the glowing green mist and his heart lurched. He rammed against the barrier, desperate to reach Izuku. The aura was right there, but some demon force kept him at bay. He was yelling, but it was muffled by the smoke that was cast over his body. The emerald aura, seemingly aware of Katsuki's presence, tilted its head in curiosity. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 extended a tendril of silvery smoke, and the green mist entwined with it, their energies mingling in a delicate dance. In honor of the will of the ninth user, we have all agreed to pass One for All to you. However, due to the immense power stockpiled within, bearing the weight of One for All could cause great harm to you. It is a decision entirely up to you. Katsuki's head shook vigorously, his blonde hair ruffling with each movement. He jabbed a finger towards the green mist, determination burning in his crimson eyes. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 glanced down at what was undoubtedly Izuku, the embodiment of the green aura. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 slowly shook his head, as if he knew exactly what Katsuki was asking. He is barely holding on to his connection with the outside world. Even if he managed to somehow return, he may not even be the same person you remember. Katsuki didn't care, he knew what that meant for Izuku. It meant he could let go and pass on from their world into this one. He'd sooner refuse OFA than let Izuku fade away. Anger surged within him, a simmering rage that manifested as billowing steam rising from his body. I will not take One for All. If I do, then that 𝗵𝗃𝗲 gives up. He will come back. I'll stake my life on that. I will wait as long as it takes for him to find his way back. Katsuki yelled, projecting his thoughts. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 hummed in acknowledgement, a hint of respect in his eyes. I can see why you wanted him to take the mantle, young one. 3 tears dripped from the green mist. Katsuki pounded on the barrier separating him from Izuku, frustration and desperation in every punch. He would bring him back. He had to. Deku, come back, do whatever it takes. We are all waiting for you. I am waiting for you, damn it. Find your way back to me. His thoughts projected with unyielding force, the words reverberating through the vestigial world. Something began pulling Katsuki backward, a force attempting to remove him from the realm of echoes. The emerald aura brightened, a face filled with tears materializing within it. Kacchan, a whisper escaped, reaching Katsuki's ears. But before he could grasp Izuku's outstretched hand, he was forcefully torn away from the void, back into the realm of the living. Spit out faster than he'd been dragged in, the vestigial realm expelled Katsuki. The crackling electricity flickered, then vanished into thin air. Damn it! Katsuki's roar shook the room, the chair toppling as he leaped up. Frustration coiled his muscles, fists clenched, trembling with bottled fury. The nurse barged in, alarmed due to the commotion, but Katsuki's glare shut her up. It's fine, all right. Everything's fine, he growled, sharp and dismissive. The nurse hesitated, then wisely backed off slightly. Son of a beach. I was so goddamn close. If I could have just blasted through that barrier. Turning away from the nurse, Katsuki stomped towards the window, his footsteps heavy and purposeful. His whole body shook with pent-up rage as he unleashed a barrage of curses under his breath. How the hell did he fail? How did he let Izuku slip through his fingers? Izuku had been within reach, and yet Katsuki had failed to bring him back. The realization left him feeling utterly pathetic, a hero who couldn't even save the one person who truly meant something to him, the one person who mattered. Taking a deep, ragged breath, Katsuki spun around to face Izuku. His crimson eyes burned with determination and vulnerability. He meant every goddamn word he had shouted in that vestigial world. He'd wait. As long as it took for that green-haired idiot to wake the hell up. Even if it meant years in this godforsaken room, Katsuki wouldn't waver, wouldn't falter. He'd be there, watching over Izuku like a 𝗵𝗵𝗃 guardian angel, ready to protect him when he finally opened his eyes. 3. A few days drifted by since the decision to transfer Deku to a long-term ICU. Katsuki sat in the UA break room, surrounded by superiors, heatedly discussing his friend's care. All Might insisted on footing the bill for top-notch treatment at a research facility in the town's university. After that was settled, the idiots were more concerned about visitation rights restrictions and the potential danger it could pose to Izuku. The F do you mean I don't have visitation rights? I'm gonna see him, and no one's gonna stop me. Katsuki's voice boomed with an unmistakable edge of defiance. Like they had any 𝗵𝗵𝗃 right to keep me away from him. In the ongoing debate, Katsuki stood his ground like a rock. Aizawa tried feeding him the protocol CRP, full workups, no visitors for weeks unless you were in the special visitation list. But Katsuki, stubborn as hell, didn't give a SHT and sure as hell didn't budge a single inch. Who decided he wasn't VIP enough for a special pass? Aizawa, with an annoying shrug, informed him that he had to tag along on the day of the transport to get registered in the hospital system. That's what 𝗵𝗃 thought. After the other teachers cleared out of the lounge, All Might sat up, eyes scanning the room before settling on Katsuki. All Might took the opportunity to bring up the conversation about him feeling something from OFA. Young Bakugo, did you perhaps gain entry into OFA? He said, watching for any sort of reaction. Katsuki grip on his bag tightening, his gaze avoiding theirs as he tapped his foot impatiently. At the mere mention of the vestigial world, Katsuki closed up immediately, saying he didn't want to talk about Aizawa, confused, stopped stirring his coffee. All Might tried to push the subject, asking again. Yeah, maybe I gained entry into that one for all SHT. So what? I turned down the goddamn offer. If I take it, that means the 𝗵𝗵𝗃 nerd can finally let go and give up. I'm not gonna let that happen, Katsuki muttered through gritted teeth, struggling to contain his simmering anger. Aizawa, seemingly unable to comprehend the situation, interjected, I'm sorry, how is he connected to one for all? Katsuki shot him a glare. You brought it up, so you tell him, he snapped, refusing to meet their eyes as All Might continued to observe him closely. All Might discussed the events on Nabu Island and the battle that had taken place there. Well, now Bakugo's injuries that day make sense, Aizawa noted as the class bell rang, ending their conversation. Katsuki swiftly rose, snatching his bag. I'm leaving. Let me know when they're moving him to that fancy but hospital or whatever. When the day of the transfer arrived, and everyone, including Katsuki, was on edge. To his distaste, he was instructed to stay in class until further notice. Impatience coursed through his veins, shortening his temper as he awaited news of the successful transport. Katsuki's classmates buzzed around him like relentless mosquitoes, their incessant questions and concerned glances grated on his already frayed nerves, pushing him to the edge of his patience. He tried to drown out their murmurs, focusing on his work to suppress the mounting frustration. The news of Izuku's transfer to the specialized hospital had triggered a storm of inquiries, and Katsuki felt the weight of their collective gaze bearing down on him. How's Midoriya doing, Bakugo? Any updates on the transfer? I heard the hospital is top-notch. He'll get the best care. Bakubro, you must be worried. Is there anything we can do? Can't you Morin see I'm waiting for the same 𝗵𝗵𝗃 information as you? Katsuki snapped, his explosive temper flaring as he glared at his classmates. The sharpness in his voice left a momentary hush in the room, and even the more persistent ones retreated, sensing the dangerous territory they had stumbled into. After what felt like an eternity, a text message from Aizawa brought a sigh of relief, stating that the move had gone smoothly without any issues. Katsuki exhaled forcefully, his tense muscles relaxing slightly. Demanding to have his pass made as soon as possible, they arrived at the hospital after school. Katsuki handed Aizawa all the necessary paperwork and information. Finally, Katsuki was granted permission to enter Izuku's room. Aizawa accompanied him as they stepped into the larger hospital room that was much larger than the one he had previously stayed in. The bed, situated in the center, appeared cozy and was surrounded by life support systems. A stack of chairs lined the wall opposite the bed. A couch and TV were positioned near the large window, with a kotatsu in the middle. It was like some fancy but living area, resembling the DMN dorms. Outside the window, he noticed the pink sakura bud starting to bloom on the bare branches, signaling it was mid-March. Katsuki arched an eyebrow, shooting Aizawa a questioning look. "I requested to make it more comfortable for his classmates," Aizawa explained, clearing his throat. One shrugging indifferently, Katsuki made his way over to the couch, flopping down onto it with a heavy sigh. He grabbed the remote, swiftly turned on the TV, and mindlessly flicked through the channels. Over the following 3 weeks, Katsuki made it a point to visit Izuku regularly, desperately trying to get him to wake. His annoying classmates often pestered him to join, realizing they needed clearance to enter. Eventually, Katsuki reluctantly gave in, unable to withstand their incessant whining any longer. "Fine, alright already UBSs. I'll take you with me. Just shut the F up," he grumbled. It sessed him off, but he read somewhere that increased stimuli might help, so he endured their presence. They went to the hospital that same afternoon to get their restricted access visitor passes, and he had to be physically present since someone with special access had to approve new visitors. And from then on, they became a regular presence by Izuku's side, standing strong as his unwavering support. Today, Kaminari, Kirishima, and Mina decided to accompany Katsuki on his visit to Izuku. As they began packing up their belongings, Kaminari couldn't help but tease, "You gonna leave with us, Kacchan?" That DMN nickname now left a bitter taste in his mouth. In an instant, Katsuki flinched, a subtle but noticeable twitch in his demeanor. He spun around, delivering a sharp bonk on Kaminari's head. "Don't call me that, you spark plug BSE," he yelled, his voice reverberating through the room. "Oh!" Kaminari yelped, rubbing the sore spot on his head. He muttered under his breath as he continued gathering his things, "You didn't get mad when Deku used to call you that." The mention of Izuku's name was like a spark to a powder keg. Fury consumed Katsuki, and explosions danced on his palms. "What was that, asshat? I'll kill you!" he bellowed, the intensity of his anger filling the room. Panicking, Kaminari quickly sought refuge behind Mina, who laughed and rolled her eyes. Kirishima joined in, laughing along and remarking, "You just love playing with fire, don't you?" "More like gunpowder," Mina chimed in giggling. "You guys are being fing loud, shut up." Katsuki snapped, his frustration evident as he turned back to his unfinished homework, grumbling under his breath. As everyone else left, Kirishima turned back and called out, "Text us later, Baku bro. We're gonna meet Zero for pizza back at the dorm. CYA later." Katsuki waved them off dismissively, not bothering to look back as he resumed his focus on the assignment before him. The constant chatter and noise of his classmates had become a dull hum in the background, drowned out by the weight of his thoughts. Finally, he thought, something peace and quiet. Katsuki got into the rhythm of doing his DMN homework every time he swung by, determined to keep up with his schoolwork despite the constant chaos and uncertainty surrounding him. Katsuki positioned himself next to the hospital bed, his intense gaze fixed on the math problems in his notebook. He tapped his pencil against the paper, the rhythmic sound echoing in the room. A frustrated exhale followed. Math problems were a DMN cakewalk compared to the shitshow his life had become. His gaze shifted toward Izuku, his partially shaved head now covered in a chaotic regrowth of hair that mirrored his wild personality. The bruising around his eyes had faded, leaving behind a faint trace of exhaustion. Katsuki's eyes scanned every contour of Izuku's face, soaking in every DMN detail. Sure, Izuku looked calm, as if he was just simply taking a peaceful nap. But Katsuki knew better. He knew the turmoil that probably lay beneath that tranquil surface, a war that was raging within his unconscious mind. Katsuki's eyes trailed down to Izuku's rough hand. Setting aside his notebook and pencil, he slowly reached over and placed both of his hands on top of Deku's. Disappointment washed over him as he felt nothing. It was the same as always, no response. Often, he'd sit there, holding Deku's hand, attempting to reconnect with the void that swallowed him up. At first, it was awkward as hell, even embarrassing, being so intimately connected to someone he used to hate with almost a burning passion. But as weeks turned into months, Katsuki got used to it. Katsuki found himself wanting to go a bit further. His fingers gently explored the back of Izuku's hand, feeling the warmth that radiated through the contact. The texture of Izuku's skin beneath his touch showed the battles he fought, scars earned. He scowled, muttering under his breath about how ridiculous it all was. But his fingers, despite his inner protests, laced with Izuku's. The slight tremble of his own hand betrayed the vulnerability he rarely let surface. Ruby eyes, intense and unwavering, searched desperately for any sign of life in the stillness. Leaning in, he pressed his cheek over their entwined hands. He watched the soft rise and fall of his chest for a heartbeat, barely perceptible but reassuring, nonetheless. The warmth from Katsuki's cheek against Izuku's hand spread, heat flushing his face, making his ears burn with embarrassment. He couldn't help but acknowledge how stupidly vulnerable he felt. He felt like an idiot for letting these DMN emotions get the better of him. But, deep down, he knew that this connection, this simple act of intimacy, felt right. It felt like a missing piece of his life, a connection that had been absent for far too long. His free hand trailed up Izuku's arm, fingers delicately tracing the scar that wrapped around his forearm. Katsuki's touch was tender, his palm resting gently over the mark that constantly reminded him of the horrors he faced in that Fing building. The soft beeps of the machines filled the room, a steady rhythm that accompanied his drifting thoughts. "More than 4 months, nerd," he muttered, his voice low and rough. More than 4 DMN months had passed since that horrible day, the day when everything changed. For months after Izuku slipped through his fingers, out of this world into the next. For months of grappling with the emptiness that echoed in his heart, the constant ache of longing. Each passing day was a painful reminder of what he realized too late, what he had lost, of the void that Izuku's absence created in his life. This would be the first birthday in years that he wanted Izuku to be present for. But it probably wouldn't be possible. "Damn it, nerd, why are you taking so long to come back to me?" A knock at the door startled Katsuki, momentarily breaking his intense focus. He turned towards the sound, his eyes narrowing in irritation. A nurse in soft purple scrubs stood there. Most nurses at this hospital were assigned to only 1 or 2 patients, meaning she had become acquainted with Izuku's visitors. She blushed as she realized she was interrupting whatever moment Katsuki was having with Izuku. "I'm sorry to interrupt, but visiting hours are over in 10 minutes, she said softly, her voice tinged with a touch of embarrassment as she bowed respectfully before leaving. Katsuki rose from his seat, stretching before walking over to the living area of the room, his movements purposeful as he began to gather his belongings. The room had undergone a transformation since his first visit, small touches reflecting the presence of Deku's classmates. Picture frames and cards adorned the windowsill, while a vase of flowers added a touch of color. All Might throw pillows and a plushie sat on the sofa, bringing a sense of familiarity and comfort to the space. And yet, there was still one empty space, waiting to be filled. Katsuki finished packing his bag but didn't close it. He hesitated for a moment, biting his lip over the debate he had been having with himself for the last week. "F it," he thought, shrugging. He pulled out a small frame from his school bag, one that had been carefully tucked away. He stared at it for a few moments before placing it in the vacant spot on the ledge. It was a picture of him and Izuku as little kids, dressed in All Might outfits under a blanket, awestruck by the All Might movie they were watching in Katsuki's living room. One, he huffed, a hint of a smirk gracing his lips as he studied the other pictures. "As usual, mine's the best thing one." One with his pack slung over his shoulder, Katsuki approached Izuku's bedside once more. His hand trembled slightly as he reached out, his fingertips caressing the soft skin of Izuku's cheek. The gesture was gentle. Katsuki was feeling quite dauntless as he liked his lips. He leaned down, his lips lightly brushing against the scar on Izuku's eyebrow as he planted a feather-light kiss there. The motion gave him butterflies as his face fluttered from embarrassment. "I'll wait for you. Even if it takes years." Izuku. He sat in the vast white room, his emerald eyes scanning the pristine emptiness that stretched out endlessly, devoid of any distinguishing features. The air felt stale, almost suffocating, as if time had stood still. Was this the afterlife? Would he ever see his friends again? These thoughts swirled in his mind, intertwining with the distant, unfamiliar voices that seemed to call out to him. The whispers felt like distant echoes of forgotten memories. They tugged at his consciousness, urging him to follow them into the unknown. He drifted aimlessly through the sea of white, for felt like days. Weeks. Years. Flickers of figures danced like elusive shadows as the emptiness slowly turned dull the further he wandered, teasing his senses as they moved with a haunting grace. The whispers grew louder, echoing in his mind, their words indecipherable yet compelling. He strained to understand, but their meaning eluded him. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that he shouldn't turn back, that going back was not an option. But then, terror seized him as the whispers transformed into a cacophony of unintelligible yelling. Hundreds of voices merged into a chorus that drowned him in darkness. The once endless expanse of white was devoured by a sinister black ooze. Panic surged within him as he fought against the suffocating grip of the encroaching darkness. Looking down, his wide eyes caught sight of grotesque creatures with black skin, jagged teeth, and exposed brains. Their heterochromatic eyes bore into him as they clawed at him, their sinister intentions clear, to consume him, to extinguish whatever light he held within. Desperation coursed through his veins as he struggled against their relentless assault, swimming through the sea of ooze. Each strike from their jagged claws felt like a piece of his essence being ripped away. Agonizing pain coursed through his body as he watched his memories dissipate like fleeting whispers, slipping through his fingers like grains of sand. One by one, the creatures took hold of his memories, their inky black skin absorbing the fragments of his identity. Images of his friends, his time of UA, the battles he had fought, everything that had shaped him, were devoured by the relentless creatures. The once vibrant recollections faded into oblivion, leaving behind only the faintest traces of their existence. As the creatures tore through his memories, a sense of disconnection settled within him. It was as if pieces of a jigsaw puzzle were being snatched away, leaving empty spaces and fragmented images in their wake. The names and faces of those he held dear became fleeting specters, slipping from his grasp as the creatures clawed deeper into his being. And then, just as they were about to overtake him, a glimmer of hope appeared. A shadowy figure materialized above him, taking the form of a misty boy with blonde spiky hair and rich crimson eyes. Light blasted from it, blasting the ooze back, struggling to keep it at bay. The misty figure extended a hand towards Izuku. He didn't understand why, but the mist seemed familiar, almost as if he knew what it was. The voice of the mist reverberated in his mind, urging him to trust, to take its hand. And amidst the chaos, a single word resonated, reverberating through the darkness: Deku. Was that me? With no other options left, his trembling hand reached out, fingers intertwining with the misty boy's. In that instant, a surge of energy surged through his body, electrifying his senses. A second volley of blinding light followed, enveloping him, obscuring his vision, and he found himself somewhere unfamiliar. Blinking groggily, Izuku found himself lying in a hospital bed. The sterile smell of antiseptic filled his nostrils, and the soft hum of medical equipment filled the air. Confusion washed over him, his mind struggling to piece together the fragmented pieces of what had happened. Where am I? Who am I? A sudden coughing fit seized him, causing him to convulse as if something was lodged in his throat. It felt like he was choking. As alarms and muffled buzzing filled the room, further disorienting him. He strained his blurry gaze, attempting to make sense of the objects dancing before his eyes. He tried to move, but his body felt like steel. It was a dizzying sensation, as if he was spiraling down a tunnel of fragmented visions. Among them, a vivid image of a blonde-haired figure restrained by. What was that? A rope. Then, as if the spinning chaos couldn't become any more intense, Izuku found himself sitting upright on the hospital bed. His mind was still clouded, his thoughts disjointed. He blinked lazily, trying to make sense of his surroundings. How did he end up here? What was going on? A man in a white lab coat approached, his presence calming. "Good afternoon, my name is Dr. Shong." The man introduced himself, taking hold of Izuku's hand. "It may be difficult for you to move or speak, but give my hand a squeeze if you don't know who you are, or 2 squeezes if you do." Izuku's brows furrowed as he grappled with the weight of the question. Who was he, really? The answer eluded him, like a fleeting dream slipping through his fingers. Summoning his willpower, he mustered a light squeeze, silently confessing his lack of identity. "Okay, son," Dr. Shong murmured, his tone tinged with understanding. "Over the next few hours, you may not remember this conversation. We've had it twice today, and this is day 3. I'll come back later." The doctor's voice trailed off, drowned out by a ringing sound that overwhelmed Izuku's senses. A wave of discomfort washed over him, making him wince in response. Thoughts swirled in his mind, sluggish and slow, as he struggled to comprehend the room around him. Already had this conversation twice. "I don't remember ever talking to this man." He blinked and the room plunged into darkness, causing Izuku's heart to skip a beat. He squinted, desperately searching for any signs of movement or assistance. But the absence of nurses only deepened his unease. The moonlight streamed into the room from a nearby window. An electric clock floated on the wall, revealed the time, 2:56 a.m. A dryness settled in Izuku's throat, accompanied by an agonizing sensation as he attempted to swallow. Coughs racked his weakened body, and he soon realized that a tube was connected to his neck, aiding his breathing. With great effort, he strained to observe his surroundings in the dim light. A small couch and a television came into view, along with a table adorned with a vase of flowers. Picture frames were scattered along the windowsill. Hospital. The word resounded within his mind as he pieced together the fragments of his memory. He was in a hospital, but the question of how he had ended up here remained unanswered. His heart quickened as the beeping sound pierced the silence, heralding the arrival of a nurse. Izuku's eyes followed the nurse's every move as she strolled into the room with a file in her hands. She exuded a gentle aura, a sense of compassion that made him feel slightly at ease amidst the uncertainty. She approached his bedside, her gaze filled with warmth and understanding. "Good morning, Mr. Midoriya, how are we feeling?" she asked politely as she reached for the 4-drip, checking it with practiced efficiency. After monitoring all his medication, she came over and sat down. Izuku eyed her curiously. "I'm Nurse Tia. I work at this hospital to help patients voice their thoughts when they are unable to speak due to their medical conditions," she introduced herself, her words accompanied by a gentle squeeze of his hand. "So, you can hear me like this?" He watched as her face lit up. Smiling, she said, "Yes. Just like that. You've made excellent progress in the last few days. Your monitor notified me that you were awake, so I came in to check on you." "What happened to me?" The nurse's smile faltered for a moment, her expression turning somber. "My dear boy, you were in a severe accident that left you in a coma for over 3 years. I have been assigned to you since the day you were placed here." Sudden shock coursed through Izuku's veins, freezing his thoughts as he struggled to process the weight of the nurse's words. 3 years. Lost in time, separated from the world. He desperately tried to recall the last fragments of his memory. Nurse Tia spoke gently, her voice filled with empathy as she watched him struggling. "What is the last thing you remember? How old were you?" Izuku furrowed his brows, delving deep into the recesses of his mind in search of a lifeline. And then, slowly, a memory began to surface, like a forgotten dream clawing its way back to consciousness. I think it was one of my last days of middle school. I was 14 years old. So that means I'm about 17, right?" The nurse pulled out a notebook, her pen poised to capture his words. However, she paused, her eyes filled with compassion. "I'm sorry to say that isn't correct. You were first admitted to the hospital when you were 16 years old. You're currently 19 years old. The gap between those 2 years may be due to memory loss." Izuku blinked a few times before the information fully sank in. What could have possibly happened to him in these last 5 years? 3. The day Izuku woke up. 1. Katsuki's POV. Katsuki sat on the edge of the abandoned building, his intense crimson eyes scanning the city below. 4 months, he and his team had been scouring the city, hunting down possible hideouts for the new league. Those DMN villains had evolved and regrouped, causing more trouble than ever before. Their cause had been revitalized under a new leader. They were like stubborn fing cockroaches that just wouldn't die, and Katsuki was determined to stomp them out for good. A year or so after the war, society had gradually returned to its old ways, with some people still harboring a deep-seated resentment towards heroes. Many of them had joined the League, seeking to reshape society according to their warped beliefs. The League soon after had become so much larger and turned into a syndicate for organized crime. Katsuki's final year at UA had been a blur. Other than the usual group and some other extras from Class 1A, he never sought to make friends. Izuku's comma left a void that Katsuki couldn't ignore. He had grown colder, more distant, shutting out the world that couldn't understand his burning longing for greatness. The only people he bothered to acknowledge were his trusted comrades from Class 1A. He saw no reason to waste his time on other people who couldn't contribute to his ultimate goal. After graduating from UA, Katsuki wasted no time establishing himself as one of the top heroes in Best Jeanist Agency. His explosive power and relentless determination had quickly garnered attention, propelling him up the ranks of popularity. A year ago, he had taken the plunge and opened his own agency. Now, he stood at number 3 in the hero popularity poll, inching closer to the top spot he declared his. On the surface, his life seemed to be on track, everyone around him cheering him on as he was climbing his way to the top like he had declared. And yet deep down, he couldn't shake the feeling of emptiness. It was as if a piece of him was still missing, leaving behind an aching void. For Katsuki sat on the edge of the building, his lunchbox tightly clenched in his hand. He let out a frustrated sigh, his gaze sweeping over the rooftops as if searching for answers. The silver ring adorning his finger glinted in the sunlight, the emerald stones sparkling brightly. With his new agency, Katsuki had begun donating money to the university, assisting All Might in covering the costs. Ironically, it was Aizawa who had taken guardianship of Izuku after his transfer to the hospital, shielding him from the public eye. Over the years, Katsuki had visited Izuku once a week, bringing Japanese camellia flowers to swap out of the vase that still sat on the kotatsu. 3. It was always heartbreaking to see how slowly, over the years, many of the people who visited him so often faded away, leaving only a handful of true friends who remembered Izuku's existence. It was like they moved on, knowing Izuku was never going to wake up. Sure, they left gifts and pictures of all of them together when his stay first started at the university, but as time dragged on, Katsuki noted that the visitor log was only but a handful of people. How long has it been now? 3.5 years. 6. The incessant buzzing of his phone shattered the silence, tearing him away from his thoughts and food. Irritation flashed across his face as he ignored the call, refusing to let anything interrupt his break time. Katsuki started eating again, but the DMN thing kept ringing. Katsuki gritted his teeth, yanking the phone out of his pocket and glaring at the screen. How many times do I gotta tell them not to disturb me on my goddamn break? He thought as he jabbed his fork into the mapo tofu he was so desperately trying to enjoy. Finally, the ringing ceased, and Katsuki relaxed slightly, ready to resume his lunch in peace. But his moment of peace was short-lived. 𝗵𝗃 burst onto the rooftop through the access door like a DMN tornado, gasping for breath as if he had just run a marathon. Katsuki's eyes narrowed, his temper flaring. What the F is your problem? Can't you see I'm trying to eat here? He snapped. 𝗵𝗃 was completely unfazed by the outburst as he had his hands on his knees, gasping for air as he said, Bakubro gasp, I have some, gasp thing important your, 1. How many times do I have to tell you to leave me alone when I'm on break hair 4 brains? Katsuki exploded, nearly dropping his food off the side of the building. 1. He was seething. It was the only time he got to himself nowadays due to him constantly overseeing the agency. 𝗵𝗃 remained unfazed by the violent outburst, and he managed to catch his breath. The redhead was on ground level when he received a call from Aizawa. 𝗵𝗃 couldn't believe the news that Midoriya had finally woken up. He was in shock from hearing the news, but Aizawa said he wasn't ready for visitors due to the trauma of the coma. Kirishima was assigned to keep Bakugo from going ape sht and tearing up the hospital. He managed to run up about 11 flights of stairs before he was left gasping for air. I need you to listen to me carefully, men, he cautiously said, watching Katsuki. You need to stay calm after what I'm about to tell you. Katsuki eyed him quietly with curiosity. It wasn't Kirishima's usual self to air a notion of caution toward Katsuki. When Katsuki didn't respond, Kirishima walked closer, scratching the back of his head nervously, a habit that always grated on Katsuki's nerves. I don't know how to say this but, Katsuki quickly cut him off. Spit it out already, I don't have all thing day, he stated, glaring at him before returning to his food. Midoriya's awake, he almost whispered. Katsuki snapped his head toward Kirishima so fast he almost got whiplash. What the F did you just say? Katsuki demanded, his crimson eyes boring into Kirishima, who took a step back, his hair standing on end, slightly frightened by the intensity in Katsuki's eyes, but he held his ground. Midoriya woke up. But he's not ready for visitors yet, Aizawa-sensei said. He practically lunged at Kirishima, his food forgotten, and dropped to the ground. The intensity in his crimson eyes was almost feral as he locked eyes with Kirishima, fueled by a surge of emotions that threatened to overwhelm him. I know both you and that spark plug idiot have taken to pranking everyone at the Fing agency a lot these last 2 weeks. If this is some kind of sick joke, I swear to God I'll kill you. Katsuki's voice was dangerously calm, sending shivers down Kirishima's spine. The only time Katsuki could ever scare Kirishima was when he was calm and collected with a hint of anger. Bro, I would never lie to you about something like this, I promise, Kirishima said, meeting Katsuki's gaze with unwavering sincerity. The look of rage slowly turned into one of shock. He's awake. Izuku is awake. 𝗵𝗃, he's awake. A chill ran down his spine as multiple emotions rampaged inside Katsuki. He didn't know how to react and just stood there in shock at the sudden realization that it wasn't a lie. Izuku had been unconscious for so long that Katsuki had begun to worry that he might never wake up. But now that he was finally awake, Katsuki felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. Are you okay, man? Did I cause you to short-circuit? Kirishima asked as he gently nudged his friend. Kirishima's voice broke through the daze, bringing Katsuki back to the present. He snapped to attention, rushing to the edge of the building, scanning the city skyline. His mind raced to pinpoint the direction of the hospital, northeast, he thought. Whoa. Kirishima said this as he was trying to stop Katsuki from quite literally blasting off. Calm down, Bakugo. Kirishima said as he tried to grab onto the explosive hero. We all want to see Midoriya, but let's respect his need for rest. He just woke up. But he's not ready for visitors yet, Aizawa-sensei said. Kirishima stammered. Let F go of me shitty hair. Who the F cares about rest, 𝗵𝗵𝗃. I'm going to see him right now, Katsuki boomed. 𝗬𝗎 swiftly approached, zipping over from a nearby building after witnessing the commotion. What the hell is happening, he yelled, trying to make sense of the chaos unfolding before him. I'll explain later. Just help me. Tie him up, cellophane. Kirishima shouted, his grip on Katsuki growing strained as he struggled to restrain him. Katsuki was spewing a relentless stream of curses at Red Riot. Katsuki's rage consumed him as 𝗬𝗎 began wrapping Katsuki from the waist up, practically tying Kirishima to him. His vision clouded with a fiery red haze as he struggled against Kirishima's attempts to restrain him. His screams filled the air. I'll kill you both. Katsuki snarled, the crackling noises signaling the imminent eruption of his explosions. Wait, Baku, Kirishima yelled, but it was too late. The explosions ignited, shattering the restraints. The sheer force of his explosive power blew apart the binds 𝗬𝗎 had attempted to wrap around him, sending Kirishima crashing into the nearby wall, unconscious but fortunately protected by his own quirk. Katsuki's uniform was burned, exposing his ripped abs and chest. His chest was heaving as his eyes slowly fell on 𝗬𝗎. He hunched over into attack mode and was practically growling at him. The intense glare in his eyes made 𝗬𝗪's skin crawl, his body instinctively raising his hands in surrender. He knew he had crossed a line and tried to defuse the situation by apologizing. But the blonde wasn't having it and continued to glare at him with an intensity that made 𝗬𝗪 fear for his safety. 𝗵𝗲𝗵𝗃, I'm not gonna try to stop you, he yelped. Katsuki looked him up and down once more before blasting off towards the hospital. His Fing alive, and after all this Fing time, he's come back to me. I'm gonna Fing hug him and never let him go again. Katsuki thought over and over as he flew as fast as he could. Katsuki crashed through the doors of the hospital, his entrance causing the staff to halt in their tracks, their eyes widening in surprise and confusion. The staff exchanged confused glances as they wondered what could have prompted Katsuki to burst into the lounge. Some approached him cautiously, their intentions genuine but their presence an obstacle in his path. Ignoring their attempts to intervene, Katsuki sprinted towards the wing where Deku was being kept. "Sir," one of the staff called out, but Katsuki paid no attention. He raced through the hospital wing, the sound of his footsteps echoing through the corridor, and swiftly entered the elevator, fixated on reaching his destination. His eyes locked onto the door he sought, heart pounding in his chest. With a sudden intensity, Katsuki burst into the room, startling the staff surrounding the bed. Green locks of hair came into view as Katsuki stood there, momentarily breathless, his gaze fixed upon the figure lying on the bed. Pale emerald eyes lazily made their way to him. They seemed hollow and confused with everything that was going on. His heart ached at the sight of Deku's vacant gaze, as if a vital spark had been extinguished. Questions swirled in Katsuki's mind, tormenting him with uncertainty. What had caused such emptiness in Deku's eyes? "Deku," Katsuki murmured, his voice cracking with a raw vulnerability that he rarely allowed others to witness. He took a hesitant step towards him, his breath catching in his throat. Suddenly, cloth wrapped around him, swiping him off his feet. Startled and disoriented, Katsuki found himself being forcefully dragged out of the room, his protests muffled by the fabric that covered his mouth. Through the haze of confusion, he could see Deku's dazed expression, silently watching as Katsuki was torn away, his voice calling out for Deku. Aizawa's voice cut through the haze, annoyed but firm. "I knew I shouldn't have told you." Katsuki looked over his shoulder at Aizawa. "Damn it, Bakugo, you need to calm down before I have them put an Iron Maiden on you and have you thrown in isolation." Aizawa shook his head, his hair rising and his eyes glowing as Katsuki fought the binds. The cloth tightened around his mouth, making it difficult for Katsuki to breathe. Reluctantly, Katsuki ceased his struggle, weighing his options. "Are you going to behave if I take the binding cloth off?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. Aizawa's question hung in the air as Katsuki gave him a death stare. But after a deep breath, he nodded, a reluctant agreement to behave. The cloth loosened, and he stood up immediately, flexing his fingers. "Why can't I see him?" Katsuki demanded angrily. "Because he is not aware of what is going on. The doctors informed me that he is currently dealing with post-traumatic amnesia, a common brain injury that occurs after a long-term coma. You can talk to him, but he will forget it instantly. We need to wait for the doctor's approval before you can visit him." "Tej, how long is that going to take?" he huffed, impatience seeping through his words. "As long as it takes Midoriya to come around," Aizawa responded calmly, trying to temper Katsuki's anger. Katsuki grunted, fidgeting with the ring on his finger before walking past Aizawa. All he could think about was the vacant look on Deku's face. He stopped before saying, over his shoulder, "I can take care of him. It's what I took those certifications for, remember," he stated, his gaze challenging. "I know you have taken those medical therapy and recovery courses to nurture him back to health, but he isn't ready for that yet. As his guardian, I will let you know when it's possible, but even then, that will be entirely up to my decision," Aizawa assured him, his voice holding a hint of empathy. He had waited over 3 years. What were a few more days going to matter anyways? Katsuki left without saying another word, the weight of his worry and impatience heavy on his shoulders. He contemplated waiting at the hospital but decided against it and went home. He owned a large, modernized minka home just outside of town. Once home, he headed to the washroom, turning on the shower as he began to strp off his ruined uniform. His gaze fell upon the scar on his abdomen, a vivid reminder of the fight that had changed everything. Faded memories of Izuku's laughter, their shared training sessions at UA, and the warmth of his presence began to resurface, tugging at Katsuki's heart. His usually guarded expression softened as he reminisced. He closed his eyes, trying to grasp the essence of those fleeting memories that seemed to always float in and out of his consciousness. He could barely recall the warmth Izuku used to radiate, the way his presence had always managed to ignite a flicker of hope within Katsuki's hardened heart. It was a warmth that he had once brushed off in disgust, but now, those memories were a bittersweet reminder of what he had lost, of the connection he had been too blind to fully appreciate. Katsuki sighed heavily, running both hands through his hair as he stepped into the shower, letting the warm water cascade over him. As the water washed away the physical grime, Katsuki couldn't help but yearn for the day when he could stand before Deku once more. Soon, he would have the chance to mend the broken pieces. Soon. I can finally be with you again. After what felt like an eternity, Katsuki's phone buzzed in his office, interrupting him filing paperwork. With a quick glance at the screen, he saw the notification informing him that Deku was stable enough to receive visitors. Without a moment's hesitation, he hastily gathered his belongings, his mind fixated on seeing Deku again. Storming into his assistant's office, he spoke with his usual assertiveness. "I'll be out for the rest of the day. Transfer all my calls to those idiot head heroes, Red Riot and 𝗪𝗪𝗪, he declared, not bothering to wait for any confirmation. Katsuki had begrudgingly expressed remorse for his savage behavior to both Kirishima and 𝗬𝗪 the day after the incident. But they both brushed it off, saying it was deserved. "Man, if I had known it was because Midoriya woke up, I would not have tried to stop him, you crazy Kirishima," 𝗬𝗪 chuckled, his laughter filling the room. Kirishima shrugged, his usual easygoing smile on his face. "Sorry for trying to stop you, bro." Kirishima offered a sincere apology to Katsuki. "Don't worry about it, man. We all make mistakes," 𝗬𝗪 chimed in with Kirishima, slapping Kirishima on the back in a reassuring manner. "Let's just focus on our patrol routes and kick some villain butt." Katsuki's nerves were on edge as he neared the hospital. He hadn't fully considered what he would say to Izuku. It had been so long since they had spoken. What could he say to him when he had practically abandoned him in that crevice? If he had been there any later, Izuku would have died there by himself with no one to comfort him. Katsuki pushed the thought away as he pulled up to the entrance of the hospital. He couldn't bear the thought of almost losing his childhood friend and blamed himself for not being able to get them out sooner. As he rushed inside, he promised himself to never let this happen again and that he would always protect him, even if it cost him his life. Katsuki's heart pounded in his chest as he entered the hospital elevator, his grip on the metal railing tight. The anticipation of seeing Deku again consumed him, but doubt and fear crept into his mind. The door dinged, and the elevator opened on the second floor. He stood in front of the door leading to Deku's room, his hand hovering above the handle. His mind raced, and his heart felt like it would burst out of his chest. The ring glistened on his finger. This oddly felt like déjà vu. Just fingo in already, damn it. You've waited years for this day. But before he could turn the handle, Aizawa's voice called out to him, causing him to freeze. "Bakugo, come here for a second. I need to talk to you before you go in," Aizawa requested, his voice calm but firm. Katsuki turned towards Aizawa, his expression of annoyance evident. "Yeah, what is it now?" "I thought he had the all clear already," he replied, impatient. "That's not what this is about." Then, Katsuki's frustration grew, his eyes narrowing as he waited for an explanation. Aizawa's words hit him like a punch to the gut. "Midoriya is suffering from severe memory loss. The doctors don't know if he'll ever regain what is lost." Katsuki's confusion turned to anger, his brows furrowing as he tried to process the information. "What the F does that mean?" "It means he doesn't remember anything beyond his last few days of middle school," Aizawa explained, his tone matter-of-fact. The silence that followed was deafening. Katsuki's mind raced, his thoughts a whirlwind of emotions. "I don't understand how that's possible," he muttered, his confusion giving way to a profound sadness. "So he doesn't remember UA, OFA, or even me in UA, for that matter." Does that mean he remembers me as the butt from middle school? Unfortunately, he does not, Aizawa confirmed. For he doesn't even remember the incident at all, Aizawa said as anguish washed over Katsuki like a tidal wave, his anger giving way to a deep sense of loss. The nurse said he might not remember specific individuals from that time in his life either. So don't beat yourself up about it, we'll help him get through this, Aizawa added, his voice attempting to console. Aizawa stayed quiet for a second before suggesting, maybe it's a good opportunity for you to apologize and make amends. Don't let your past define your interactions with him. Well, 𝗵𝗲𝗄, then this is going to be a lot harder than I thought it was going to be. Aizawa's voice interrupted his thoughts once again. There is also the matter of his mother. Due to him not knowing that he possesses one for all, it was decided that it was best to tell him that she is out of the country on some important matter. Understood. Aizawa explained, his tone serious. The amount of damage that OFA could cause if it went haywire. Katsuki nodded. Good, Aizawa acknowledged, his hand briefly resting on Katsuki's shoulder for support before he entered the room, closing the door. Plus ultra, I guess, he murmured as he walked in. The sound of the door opening caught the attention of everyone in the room. Izuku, looking frail and vulnerable, turned to face him. Their eyes locked, and Katsuki felt a jolt of mixed emotions surge through him. Izuku's confusion was evident, unsure of who was standing at the door. Katsuki's crimson eyes met Izuku's emerald gaze, and for a brief moment, they held each other's gaze. Izuku's eyes widened before quickly darting away, avoiding any further eye contact. The sight confused Katsuki. This is gonna be fantastic. Nurse Tear stepped forward, her gentle smile putting him at ease as she spoke to Izuku. Aizawa took a quick glance around the room before addressing Katsuki in his usual no-nonsense tone. Izuku stiffened, suddenly feeling intimidated by the pro-hero's presence. Again, the nurse reassured him. His actions and demeanor were that of when he was in middle school. Frightened and skittish. It was like he was looking at a 14-year-old Deku. You can come in, dear, the nurse said, her tone soothing. With cautious steps, Katsuki approached Izuku. Memories of their shared past flooded his mind, both the good and the bad. He knew he had to make things right, to mend the broken connection between them. His heart pounded in his chest as he sat down gently beside Izuku. Aizawa lingered in the background, his observant gaze fixed on Katsuki's every move. Izuku, visibly trembling from his presence, avoided his gaze. Katsuki was so heartbroken to see what Deku had been reduced to. Deku. Katsuki's voice softened, carrying a depth of emotion that surprised even himself. His words caught Izuku's attention, and their eyes met momentarily before Izuku instinctively looked away. Do you remember who I am? Katsuki asked gently, his voice devoid of the usual harshness. He didn't want to scare Izuku or overwhelm him with his presence. Izuku hesitated for a moment, his expression flickering with uncertainty, before finally nodding slightly. Katsuki caught a glimpse of the fear lingering in Izuku's eyes, a painful reminder of the bullying he had endured. For Katsuki, those years were long gone, but for Izuku, it was as if the wounds were fresh and raw. From the corner of his eye, Katsuki noticed the dumbfounded look on Aizawa's face, surprised by the sudden tenderness Katsuki displayed towards Izuku. Ignoring the prying eyes, he focused on the moment at hand. The nurse smiled warmly, acknowledging Izuku's recognition. He said, "Of course, how could I forget you?" she relayed, her words bringing a flicker of relief to Katsuki's heart. He knew that a simple apology wouldn't be enough to undo the pain he had caused. He felt a deep sense of shame and regret for his past behavior, and he was determined to change. I know your memory is a bit fed up from everything that's happened in the last few years, but... His voice trailed off, the words catching in his throat. Apologizing didn't come naturally to him, and he struggled to find the right words to apologize for how things ended between them and how he had bullied him relentlessly in the past. Why is this so hard for him to do? He had replayed this Fing conversation in his head countless times, desperately searching for the right way to make amends. He understood that it would take time and effort to repair the damage he had done, and he was willing to put in the work. But in this moment, faced with Izuku's vulnerable state, he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. I wanted to. Katsuki's voice wavered, his usual confidence slipping away as he struggled to express his emotions. Izuku watched him curiously, and realizing that he couldn't let the tension linger any longer, he whispered, I'm sorry for what I did to you when we were kids. I'm sorry that I hurt you and bullied you so ruthlessly. I was the one who was insecure and weak about the way I felt toward you. I should have never told you to. Tears welled up in his eyes, but he refused to let them spill. He didn't deserve Izuku's sympathy. He looked into Izuku's eyes before extending his hand, causing Izuku to flinch slightly. I promise I'll make it up to you and earn back your trust, Deku. Although it wasn't a perfect apology, Katsuki hoped that his words conveyed his genuine remorse. He looked at Izuku, waiting for a response, but instead, he was met with silence. Doubts and fears crept into his mind, and he worried that his apology wasn't enough. But then, a single tear streamed down Izuku's face, and a faint smile tugged at his lips. Katsuki's heart skipped a beat as he witnessed Izuku's silent acceptance. He says that he accepts your apology and looks forward to actually becoming your friend and learning about his older self, the nurse interpreted, her voice carrying Izuku's message. Katsuki was shocked, his mind struggling to process the magnitude of those words. He didn't expect it to be so easy, but then again, it was Izuku. But something felt off. What do you mean by becoming my friend? Katsuki asked cautiously, his eyebrows furrowing in confusion. Izuku's expression mirrored Katsuki's confusion, causing a flicker of concern to cross Katsuki's face. The nurse furrowed her eyebrows as she interpreted his message, her hesitation evident as her eyes flickered to Aizawa. He says that he remembers meeting you in middle school, Bakugo, and that the only memories he has of you are of the times you bullied him for being quirkless, she relayed, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Katsuki sat there, absorbing the information. You don't remember us playing as little kids. You don't remember us watching countless All Might movies together at your house. We grew up together, Deku. Fear clawed at his stomach, coiling around his insides like a venomous snake. Izuku thought about it, his expression strained, before slowly shaking his head. The realization hit Katsuki like a punch to the gut, leaving him breathless and trembling. Panic surged through his veins, intensifying with each passing second. This couldn't be happening. He couldn't bring himself to accept that their memories had been erased, as if they were nothing more than faded fragments of a distant past. For the picture frame. Where the hell is it? He rushed towards a small picture frame on the table next to Izuku's bed, his hands trembling as he picked it up. Holding it tightly, he brought it before Izuku's eyes. See, we watched this together at my house, Katsuki pleaded, his voice shaking with emotion. We were watching that stupid movie we've seen 100 times. He looked at Izuku, his eyes searching desperately for a spark of recognition. But Izuku's response shattered his hopes. He nervously looked at Katsuki and then at the picture before he again shook his head. Katsuki's grip on the frame tightened, his knuckles turning white as pain and frustration clawed at his heart. The room seemed to be spinning before he stumbled back. Bakugo, hey! Aizawa's voice sliced through the haze of Katsuki's panic, his firm grip on Katsuki's shoulders forcing him to snap back to reality. Katsuki's hands shook uncontrollably, the picture frame slipping from his grasp and crashing to the floor, the sound of shattering glass reverberating in the room. His crimson eyes locked with Aizawa's, radiating anger and desperation. I don't need to calm down, I need to find a way to fix this, Katsuki growled, his voice dripping with rage. He wrenched himself free from Aizawa's hold, his body coiled with raw emotion. The shards of broken glass crunched beneath his boots as he distanced himself, purposely avoiding Aizawa's gaze. Aizawa sighed, resigned to the fact that reasoning with Katsuki in his current state was a lost cause. He retreated, granting Katsuki the space he demanded, fully aware of the smoldering anger seething within him. He understood that Katsuki was a ticking time bomb, ready to explode. Katsuki nodded, though his mind was still clouded with anguish. Gingerly, he picked up the shattered remnants of the frame and photo, placing them on the bedside table with a trembling hand. Sorry, he muttered. His gaze hardened as it settled on Izuku, who looked lost and afraid, caught in the crossfire of their shattered connection. The sight of Izuku's confusion fueled the fire of Katsuki's internal turmoil. Katsuki couldn't bring himself to believe that Izuku, after all these years, the good and the bad, no longer remembered them. He had truly forgotten everything they had been through together. It was as if their memories and shared experiences had been wiped clean. The stifling atmosphere in the room became unbearable, like a vice tightening around his chest. "I need some DMN air," he declared abruptly. Without waiting for a response, he abruptly stormed out of the room, leaving behind an uneasy silence in his wake. Once on the roof, Katsuki started pacing back and forth out of frustration. The tension in his gut was rising before he finally exploded. He bellowed, his voice a thunderous roar that echoed through the empty space. His anger consumed him, propelling him to unleash a furious onslaught. With explosive force, he pounded the nearby generator and mercilessly attacked the walls. It wasn't until he nearly collapsed against the wall, exhausted and bleeding from his hands from his outburst, that he began to drown in despair. His hands were battered and bloodied from the onslaught. He had been holding in his emotions for so long, and the dam finally broke. Tears streamed down his face as he was left gasping for breath. He struggled to regain control, his shoulders convulsing with each ragged intake of air. The sobs tore through him relentlessly. It was as if every pent-up emotion he had ever felt was bubbling to the surface, and he couldn't hold it back any longer. He leaned against the wall for support, his knees buckling beneath the weight of his grief. He knew he deserved this. It was like the universe was giving him the ultimate FU. After a few agonizing minutes, Katsuki slowly rose to his feet, his body trembling with the remnants of his breakdown. What was he going to do now? The sight of Izuku, a mere shell of his former self, would shatter him all over again. The person he knew, the memories they shared, were all gone, wiped clean from Izuku's mind. But the doctors had said it could possibly be temporary. Maybe, just maybe, he could help Izuku regain his old self, help him remember. "I won't give up, damn it. I made him a promise. Even if it takes time, I'll find a way to help him get back to his old DMN self. The annoying nerd who always pestered me. I've already waited an eternity for him, and now he's here, waiting for me." Katsuki tried to maintain his distance over the next few days, but the fear that this could all be a dream, that Izuku could slip away from him again, compelled him to check on him more often than he cared to admit. The tracheostomy tube had been removed from Izuku's neck, but he hadn't tried to speak yet. The nurse reassured Katsuki that Izuku would try when he was ready. From the corner of his eye, Katsuki observed the steady stream of visitors from Class 1A who came to see Izuku while he lingered nonchalantly on the couch. Despite not recognizing any faces, Izuku made a genuine effort to be polite and welcoming. Ochiko, Shoto, and Ida were among the first group to arrive. They appeared casual, dressed in everyday clothes, but Katsuki couldn't help but notice the curiosity in Izuku's gaze. After waking up, Izuku took to watching TV, attempting to catch up with the present. It was only natural for him to wonder why so many pro heroes were popping in to see someone like him. One Katsuki noted that Izuku's face would brighten when guests would show, as if expecting someone he knew, then become reserved. It was as if he were waiting for someone, most likely his mom. Katsuki's attention shifted back to the room as a high-pitched squeal pierced through the air, shattering his train of thought. Ochiko's excitement filled the air as she said, "Oh, my God. Izuku, it's been so long. Can I call you that? Are you okay with that?" Izuku's eyes darted around nervously as he fidgeted with the blanket, his cheeks flushing with a rosy hue. Why does he have to act so DMN innocent? It's infuriatingly adorable. I know you can't speak yet, but I'm Ochiko, she introduced herself, placing her hand on her chest before gesturing to the other two men in the room. "This is Ida and Shoto," they chimed in, their smiles warm and welcoming. Izuku's lips curved into a slight smile in response to their greetings. Katsuki couldn't help but notice the subtle change in Izuku's demeanor. His eyes lacked their usual sparkle, appearing dull and somewhat hollow. He couldn't pinpoint the source of Izuku's unease, whether there was something troubling him or if exhaustion had taken its toll. Regardless, Katsuki feared that he might inadvertently frighten him if he were to confront him. The trio of classmates reminisced about their time at UA, recalling their shared experiences and the bond they had forged with Izuku. They made sure to mention Katsuki's presence in their class, eliciting a grunt of acknowledgement from him. As the conversation carried on for about an hour, Katsuki couldn't ignore the signs of weariness creeping across Izuku's face, his energy visibly waning. "Oi, I think he needs a break," Katsuki declared abruptly, his voice carrying a touch of urgency as he stood up, inadvertently startling Izuku in the process. Shoto remained unfazed by the sudden outburst. "You tired, Midoriya? Do you want us to go?" he asked, putting a hand on Izuku's arm. Katsuki's eye twitched at the sight of Shoto's hand resting on Izuku's arm, a gesture of affection that grated on his nerves. He couldn't help the acidic remark that escaped his lips, fueled by a mix of jealousy and protectiveness. "Watch it, daddy issues, take your hand off him," Katsuki spat, his voice dripping with hostility. For Izuku hesitated momentarily, his gaze shifting to Katsuki, who was watching him intently. Their eyes locked, and for a brief moment, Katsuki saw a flicker of something familiar in Izuku's gaze. But just as quickly, Izuku looked away. He nodded his head in response to Katsuki's question. "Oneness, let's go then," Ida said, breaking the tense atmosphere. The group bid their farewells, and as soon as they left the room, Katsuki noticed Izuku's facade crumbling. The weariness etched on his face became more pronounced, and he fidgeted in the bed, trying to find a more comfortable position. Katsuki watched him as he struggled before he looked back at the blonde and then looking away when the heartbeat monitor began to pick up. Katsuki wasted no time in taking the seat beside him, his eyes never leaving Izuku's restless form. "Oi, you can tell me if something's bothering you." Katsuki's voice softened, concern lacing his words. Izuku hesitated, his uncertainty evident, before shaking his head. "Deku." Katsuki's voice took on a firm tone, his determination seeping through. "Look at me, damn it. I'm not gonna hurt you." 5 pale emerald eyes slowly shifted, meeting Katsuki's gaze. He could see the struggle within Izuku, the inner battle to maintain eye contact. "What's bothering you? Will you tell me if I grab the letter chart?" Katsuki asked, his voice gentle yet assertive. Izuku contemplated the question, his thoughts churning before finally nodding in agreement. Katsuki reached for the chart, his fingers tracing the letters one by one until Izuku signaled his acknowledgement. As the letters formed a sequence, Katsuki's eyes widened slightly, realizing they spelled out an. His expression remained stoic as he regarded Izuku. 3 God fing dammit eye bags, Katsuki thought as he silently cursed Aizawa. Izuku was waiting for him to answer. "Oh, auntie. She's on some important trip to the States. I think it was to go see your dad about something urgent." He lied. God, it felt horrible to lie about his mom. Katsuki knew that when the truth eventually came to light, it would shatter Izuku. And just when Katsuki thought the universe couldn't do anything more to punish him. It did. Katsuki's attention snapped to the door as a loud commotion erupted in the hallway, causing him to swiftly rise from his seat and position himself protectively in front of Izuku, blocking his view. Izuku tugged lightly at Katsuki's shirt, his curiosity evident as he tried to catch a glimpse of what was happening. Katsuki's heart threatened to melt at the innocent gesture, but the urgency of the situation kept him on high alert. "I don't know what the F is going on," Katsuki replied as he looked over his shoulder, "but we need to stay quiet here until everything settles down." The yelling became louder, prompting Katsuki to take a defensive stance, standing as close to Izuku as possible, shielding him from any potential danger that lurked beyond the door. The door swung open, revealing a man who Katsuki immediately recognized, Hisoshi, Izuku's father. Katsuki's muscles tensed, his mind racing with memories of the man's previous violent outburst when he had tried to harm Izuku while he was unconscious. Hatred flared within Katsuki, his explosions popping in his hands as he glared at the intruder. Izuku let out a small gasp. What's this bstrd doing here? You!" Hisoshi's voice seethed with anger as he pointed an accusing finger at Izuku. Katsuki's stance coiled, ready to unleash his fury at any moment. Hisoshi's words only fueled Katsuki's disdain. "I heard you woke up, it must be nice coming back from the dead. How does it feel to be here when your mother never got that chance?" "This 𝗵𝘃 𝗵𝗃, get the F out," Katsuki commanded, his voice laced with venom, his explosions crackling with intensity. The memories of 𝗧𝗵𝗲 blame towards everyone at UA for 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗧's death, particularly Izuku, surged to the forefront of Katsuki's mind. He couldn't fathom how someone who had essentially abandoned his family could harbor such anger. Katsuki's hands clenched into fists, itching to teach 𝗧𝗵𝗲 a lesson for daring to lay a hand on Izuku. One 𝗧𝗵𝗲's gaze shifted past Katsuki, settling on Izuku. Horror flickered across his face as their eyes met. "You're the reason she's dead. None of this would have ever happened if it weren't for you. You should have never been born," 𝗧𝗵𝗲 spat venomously. One security personnel stormed into the room, responding to the commotion caused by 𝗧𝗵𝗲's presence. A nurse pointed at him, alerting them to his disruptive behavior. 𝗧𝗧𝗍 resisted their grasp, "Get your hands off him," shouting defiantly as they forcibly scrayed him towards the exit. Katsuki's gaze remained fixed on 𝗧𝗧𝗍 until he disappeared, his anger simmering beneath the surface. Turning his attention back to Izuku, Katsuki's heart ached at the sight of him trembling, tears cascading down his cheeks. Izuku stared in horror at Katsuki. His chin quivered, his breathing becoming rapid and uneven. Izuku's attempt to speak was met with silence, his hands grasping desperately at his shirt over his heart. A strangled sob ripped through his body, signaling the onset of a meltdown. Katsuki's frustration morphed into a deep sense of helplessness as he witnessed Izuku's overwhelming grief, knowing that he needed to find a way to calm him down before the situation worsened. He tried to pull him into a tight embrace. Strangled screams left Izuku as he tried to squirm his way out but was so weak, he didn't budge. "It's okay, 𝗵𝗃𝗏, I'm here for you." Katsuki tried to whisper soothingly as nurses were running through the hallway. He held onto him, rubbing circles on his back, but the tremors coursing through Izuku's body only intensified. Then, suddenly, the tremors ceased, and Izuku went silent. "Deku, what's wrong?" Katsuki's voice wavered with concern as he pulled away, studying Izuku's vacant expression. His eyes had glazed over. His heart pounded with unease, fearing the worst. "Oi! Dek!" Before he could finish his sentence, Izuku's body arched against the bed, an eruption of green electricity and black 𝗵𝗃𝗏𝗄 tore through the room. For Katsuki was propelled back, his body colliding with the wall, stars dancing across his vision. As his sight cleared, he watched in horror as Izuku's frail body contorted, Izuku's body convulsed with an otherworldly force, black 𝗵𝗃𝗏𝗄's tendrils spiraling out of control, leaving a path of destruction in their wake. Alarms blared, staff members desperately tried to gain access to the room, but their efforts were in vain. A sickening snap filled the air, accompanied by Izuku's anguished scream. "Deku. Damn it, you need to calm the F down." Katsuki's voice boomed as he dodged a tendril of black energy that surged towards him. Panic gripped the room, voices of nurses shouting instructions blending with the chaotic symphony of destruction. "We need to sedate him." A nurse's desperate cry resonated from behind Katsuki, "But we can't get any closer." The volatile energy surrounding Izuku prevented anyone from getting close. With the violence escalating, it shattered the window, intensifying the tempestuous mass of energy swirling around Izuku. The situation grew increasingly dangerous, prompting Katsuki to seek cover, his mind racing for a solution. Just give me the needle, and I'll do it," Katsuki demanded, his hands outstretched as he stepped forward. The nurses exchanged hesitant glances before moving the needle into his waiting palm. Purple smoke began to ooze from Izuku, swirling ominously, threatening to engulf the whole room. Katsuki's mind raced, fully aware that he had to act swiftly to prevent further damage inflicted by the powerful one for all. His teeth gritted together, and he charged forward, his explosive power at the ready. Black 𝗵𝗃𝗏𝗄 zeroed in on him, aiming with deadly accuracy, only to be thwarted as Katsuki deftly maneuvered, utilizing his quirk to evade the assault. The destructive impact tore through the wall, leaving a trail of shredded drywall and splintered wood in its wake. He continued to barrel through the room, skillfully evading the onslaught of Izuku's unleashed power. He landed at the foot of the hospital bed, his chest heaving with exertion, his vision clouded by the engulfing smoke. Faced with a dire situation, he sprang into action, practically straddling Izuku as he fought to gain control. His hand reached out, fingers grasping Izuku's arm, aiming to administer the sedative. "Stop moving, I'm trying to help you, but..." Katsuki's voice reverberated with a blend of frustration and desperation as he managed to stab Izuku with the needle, injecting the sedation. Damn it, Deku. Stop." Katsuki's voice cracked with a mix of pleading and despair as he heard the sickening sound of something breaking, accompanied by anguished cries of pain. But to no avail, black WHP rocketed at him from the smoke around Izuku's chest, its relentless force nearly gouging Katsuki's eye as he was forcefully propelled backward. Blood gushed from the cut across his eye as a tendril smacked him across the room. Energy reverberated around the smoke as it began pulsing, and electricity began arcing through the floors and ceilings. He struggled to regain his footing when the tendrils of energy ensnared him once more, brutally slamming him back to the ground. Why isn't that thing SHT working? As the room groaned under the strain, the mass of energy suddenly ceased its rampage. A deafening silence replaced the chaos, tendrils of black WHP dropped to the floor, receding back to their user. "I can't even take a night off without you two knuckleheads destroying half the hospital," Izuku complained as his eyes glowed red. What happened?" he demanded. Pressing his hand against the gushing wound on his face, Katsuki sought to staunch the bleeding as he muttered under his breath, "Deku's dad showed up and told him it was his fault Inko died." Katsuki barked, frustrated at the fact that 𝗵𝗃 had overwhelmed him. Pushing past the pain, Katsuki rose to his feet, his movements slightly unsteady as he limped towards Deku, who lay across the bed at an awkward angle. His head hanging off the edge, his eyes wide open and his lips slightly parted. Deku was sweating as he grimaced at Katsuki's light touch on his right arm. It was bent at an awkward angle, most likely broken. The medical staff flurried around them, assessing the extent of the damage. Alarms blared and lights flickered, casting a harsh glow over the chaos that had consumed the hospital. As a doctor attempted to sit Izuku up, he yelped in pain. "Watch what you're doing, bstrd." Katsuki's snarl ripped through the air, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes burning with anger as he glared at the person responsible. "I'm sorry, sir, we need to address his injuries," the man stammered, his voice trembling in the face of Katsuki's wrath. "Bakugo, cut it out and let the doctors attend to him," Izuku interjected sharply, his patience worn thin. He was clearly done with Katsuki's attitude. Izuku sat there dazed as they worked on him. The light in his eyes slowly vanished as he bore into Katsuki, replaced by a soul-crushing emptiness that stabbed at Katsuki's heart. A tear trailed down his face as he looked at his hands. He looked so broken, like the last shred of hope he was so desperately clinging to was gone. Katsuki stood there, feeling guilty for lying and helpless, not knowing what to say or do to comfort him. Then, in a voice that hadn't spoken in years, he croaked, "I'm all alone now." The freakout at the hospital spread like wildfire, capturing the attention of news outlets across the city. The extensive damage inflicted upon the room and the surrounding structure became the center of media attention. Fissures of charred concrete sprawled outward, extending for 40 to 50 feet from the shattered window. When a source leaked that the cause of the accident was the boy who had defeated 𝗵𝗃, within hours, the media descended upon the hospital entrance like a swarm of vultures, hungry for every juicy detail. Katsuki despised the presence of these vultures, their cameras flashing relentlessly as he emerged from his distinct blackness in R34 skyline. Handing his keys to the valet, he made a deliberate effort to ignore the mob of reporters shouting questions at him. Dynamite. Are you here to apprehend Deku, the boy who participated in the war 3 years ago? Is there a chance he was a villain all along, seeking vengeance? His fists clenched, Katsuki took a deep breath, desperately attempting to rein in his seething anger. He knew he had to be cautious with his words, lest they spark another scandal. The last thing he needed was more attention on Izuku, drawing the gaze of potential threats like the League of Villains, who most definitely would love to get their grimy hands on him. He was determined to walk through the crowd without engaging, pressing forward, his jaw clenched tightly. However, the relentless voices of the reporters continued to assault him, their words growing increasingly hostile. Sources say multiple pro-heroes were seen entering the building in the past week. If Deku poses such a threat because of 𝗵𝗃, why hasn't he been locked up? This stopped Katsuki dead in his tracks. Someone else chimed in. Yeah, the heroes need to throw him in the abyss before he becomes another all-for-one. The League would love to mold him into their next villain. Lock him away forever. Throw him in the abyss. That name echoed in Katsuki's mind. The abyss was known for its inhumane conditions and extreme isolation, making it one of the most feared prisons in the world. It was undeniably worse than Tartarus. You held no nationality, as it was anchored in the middle of the ocean. It was said that once you were sent there, you were wiped for existence. It is reserved for only the most dangerous and notorious criminals. He probably deserves it. Others chimed in as the crowd bombarded him with accusations and demands, the hostile atmosphere thickening with each passing second. Katsuki's rage reached its boiling point, causing him to wheel around, his eyes blazing with fury. Who the F said that? The crowd recoiled instinctively, well aware of his notorious reputation for destroying film equipment. His hot-headedness and impulsiveness were legendary, yet no one could deny his undeniable talent. Despite his explosive temper, he remained the most sought-after hero for camera appearances in the industry. One Katsuki carefully selected exclusive interviews that would benefit his career, knowing that his loyal fans would eagerly consume any content featuring him. His limited edition merchandise items flew off the shelves within minutes of their release. There was one incident when Katsuki had lost a bet with the Baku squad, resulting in him modeling for Vogue. The headline read, "Bakugo Katsuki, the hottest hero alive." It became one of the highest-selling issues in the history of Vogue magazine. 5 You clueless extras have no f***ing clue what you're spewing. Just spreading garbage for the sake of views. You bestiaris are nothing more than flies on SHT. My Deku is worth more than any of you, sorry but hats here. Got that? Katsuki spat venomously. 10 Katsuki's eyes bore into the crowd, their narrowed intensity reflecting his growing unease. Something felt off, and his instinct screamed at him to stay alert. Among the sea of onlookers, his gaze locked onto a figure within the paparazzi. This person stood out, shrouded in darkness, their smile sending a chill down Katsuki's spine. He could almost taste the bloodlust emanating from their being. Determined, he turned towards them, ready to confront the looming threat. However, in an instant, the figure melted into the crowd, blending seamlessly into the shadows, disappearing from view. A heavy silence fell over the crowd until one voice broke through the stillness. My Deku. 6OF1 The roar of questions erupted, assaulting Katsuki from all sides. Frustrated and overwhelmed, he stormed off without uttering another word. All Might stood in the lobby, his face twitching as he tried to suppress a smile while observing Katsuki's annoyance. Katsuki furrowed his eyebrows, his irritation mounting. What? Got something to f***ing say? He demanded, his patience worn thin by the relentless attention. All Might chuckled knowingly. Relax, young Bakugo. It's only natural for people to be curious about their heroes, especially when it comes to matters of the heart. Embarrassment flushed across Katsuki's face, causing him to avert his gaze. Yeah, well, it's no one's f***ing business but mine, he muttered under his breath, his cheeks tinged with a faint shade of red. Quickly changing the subject, he redirected the conversation. Anyways, we need to move Deku. There was some bstrd lurking in the crowd, just watching. No camera, no media equipment. And when I got close, he vanished. I could practically taste the bloodlust in the air. Katsuki spoke with urgency, his eyes scanning the surroundings for any signs of danger. Let's get the hell out of here before something bad happens, he said, striding towards Izuku's room, All Might trailing behind him. Entering the room with a casual swagger, Katsuki briefly acknowledged the medical staff as All Might exchanged greetings with them. He had tried to give Izuku some space, but the anxiety gnawing at his insides kept him awake throughout the night following the freakout. Katsuki had demanded to stay the night, but the hospital and more so Aizawa had practically kicked him out after Izuku was moved to a new room. Katsuki's attention shifted to Izuku, who sat up in bed, looking visibly exhausted. His right arm was encased in a cast, secured by a sling. Radiographs had revealed a broken elbow and fractured clavicle. Puffiness lingered around his eyes, and dark circles had begun to form beneath them. The nurse had informed Katsuki that Izuku had been started on antidepressant medication due to nearly going into shock after finding out what had happened to his mom. Since then, he had completely shut everyone out. All he did was sleep, and when he was awake, he looked absolutely miserable. Katsuki continued to watch Izuku's distant gaze as he took a seat nearby. It was as if Izuku was oblivious to his presence, lost deep in his own thoughts. His gaze fixated on the window, seemingly unaware of the world around him. The silence in the room grew suffocating, weighing on Katsuki's nerves. He needed to break through somehow and reach Izuku. As the attending nurse walked away, leaving them alone together, All Might trailing behind her. "Hey, how are you feeling?" he asked softly, his voice uncharacteristically gentle. The question felt strange on his tongue, but he pushed aside any doubts or reservations. He had to try. Katsuki's frustration simmered as Izuku continued to ignore him, the silence grating on his nerves. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, his impatience evident. "Oi, I'm speaking to you, nerd," he said, his tone sharper now. Izuku remained silent for a few moments before finally glancing over. "What do you want, Bakugo?" he responded, his voice coarse and worn. He sounded terrible, like it was an effort to speak through the rasping. What happened to Kacchan?" Since when have you ever called me by my last name?" Katsuki retorted, clearly annoyed by the sudden change. "What do you mean? That's what I always referred to you as. It's not like we were ever really friends. All you ever did was keep me at arm's length to torment me. You even lied about my mom. I don't understand why you're even here or why you bothered to pretend you care about me. What do you gain by watching me suffer?" Izuku's voice trembled as he spoke, his gaze avoiding Katsuki's. Katsuki clenched his teeth, attempting to control his rising frustration. "Do you really not remember anything beyond that?" he said through gritted teeth, refusing to raise his voice. "I have visited you every week for the last 3.5 years. So what? So? What the F do you mean so? We spent years together as kids and classmates, Deku. Everything provided for you here was paid for by me and donations." Katsuki's voice grew louder, irritation bleeding into his words. "I didn't ask for this." Izuku's voice cracked as tears streamed down his face and he coughed, from the strain. He grimaced as the coughing fit hurt his damaged arm. Katsuki looked at him, a mix of shock, concern, and anger swirling in his eyes. He was at a loss for words, never having seen Izuku lash out like this before. This wasn't the person he remembered, it was someone else. Why would I want to be here when I have no one else in this world, and you don't even know me?" Izuku choked out, his gaze challenging Katsuki, anger burning in his green eyes. Katsuki's face twitched before he abruptly stood up, his sudden movement startling Izuku. He leaned over him, deliberately invading his personal space, causing fear to etch itself onto Izuku's face. Izuku's breath became irregular as Katsuki hovered mere inches away from him. Katsuki's voice was low and menacing as he spoke, his words laced with intensity. "You say you have no one else in this world, but I have been here, waiting years for you to come back. You may have forgotten me, but I sure as hell haven't forgotten you. I know you better than you know yourself." He pointed a finger at his own chest, his voice tinged with a mix of frustration and determination. "Don't you ever assume you know anything about me based on the way things are right now. Got that? Now you're going to let me take care of you until you can be on your own. And if you want to leave after that, fine, be my guest." Izuku gulped, his heart racing with fear, a single tear tracing down the side of his face. The intensity of Katsuki's words had shaken him to his core, leaving him terrified. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Izuku's eyes as he tentatively nodded, silently acknowledging Katsuki's demand. Katsuki's anger slowly subsided as he watched Izuku's reaction. He took a deep breath, trying to regain his composure. "I know what you're going through right now is horrible, but don't take that SHT out on me. It's not like you," he spat, his tone still laced with frustration. He then added with a hint of sarcasm, "Unfortunately, whether you like it or not, I'm here for you, shitty nerd. I'll kill you with my kindness." Why do you care so much?" he croaked. "I don't understand how someone who Who hurt me could suddenly want to be nice. Katsuki shrugged his shoulders casually, looking somewhat nonchalant despite the seriousness of the situation. I care because you are important to me, he responded, his voice softer than before. And I want to make sure you're okay. As Izuku sniffled, another tear escaped his eye, rolling down his cheek. Katsuki observed this with a mix of annoyance and slight discomfort. He hesitated for a moment, then slowly reached over, his touch hesitant and uncertain, as he wiped the tear away. Izuku shuddered at the unexpected contact. Katsuki let out an irritated sigh, feeling a bit out of his element. Izuku continued to stare at him, his eyes wide with disbelief. He couldn't fathom the transformation Katsuki had undergone, from an aggressor to a protector, from a source of pain to someone who cared about his well-being. Izuku's mind raced, desperately trying to grasp the truth behind this sudden change in behavior. What had transpired between them in his forgotten memories? The anger that had radiated from him earlier dissipated, he had used a lot of energy and it left him once again emotionally detached and exhausted. The silence between them lingered awkwardly until the sound of alarms blaring in the distance shattered the stillness, breaking their introspection. This 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝗍 again. He swiftly rose from his seat, positioning himself near the door, his instincts on high alert. However, before he could take further action, All Might rushed past him, urgently beckoning Katsuki to join him in the hallway. They moved away from the room, the door closing behind them, distancing themselves from prying ears as they walked down the hall. Katsuki surveyed the hall before focusing on All Might. 2 guards were left positioned near the door. Aizawa caught several people trying to break into the hospital archives, All Might revealed, his voice filled with a mixture of concern and alarm. After questioning them, we found out they had quirks equipped with camouflage. And they are working for the League. They were caught with young Midoriya's medical files. A chill ran down Katsuki's spine, sending shivers of rage through his entire being. His suspicions were confirmed, and a surge of dread coursed through him. I knew it, he growled, his eyes narrowing with intensity. We need to get him the hell out of here, he said, turning back as he stormed towards Izuku's door, ready to confront the imminent danger. However, as he attempted to yank the door open, frustration etched on his face, he realized it was locked. The F, Katsuki muttered in confusion, his brow furrowing. He banged on the door forcefully, hoping for a response, but there was only silence in return. There was no answer. His mind raced, considering the possibilities. Were the intruders purposely distracting them, preventing them from tending to Izuku? Dread gripped Katsuki's heart as he realized that Izuku's safety was now at an even greater risk. The urgency to act surged within him as he kicked at the door. What's the matter? All Might yelled, his voice filled with both concern and fear, taken aback by Katsuki's sudden rashness. F this. Katsuki blasted the door lock open and swung the door wide. The room was engulfed in darkness. He and All Might rushed in, their eyes scanning the scene before them, freezing in their tracks. The room was consumed by darkness, save for a faint flicker of light that seeped through the closed curtains. Katsuki's eyes narrowed as they landed on Izuku, lying on the bed, his face etched with panic, his breaths erratic and shallow. Above him, crouched on all fours, was a horrifying figure. The figure contorted and moved in jerky motions, its gaze shifting towards Katsuki. Its elongated arms, ending in sharp talons, clutched the pillow beside Izuku. Katsuki's blood ran cold as he realized that the creature bore his own resemblance, twisted and distorted with pitch-black eyes, a sadistic grin stretching from ear to ear, and a forked tongue. It was a monstrous manifestation of Izuku's inner demons, a grotesque reflection of his anxieties and self-doubt. The rhythmic pounding of Izuku's heart on the monitors filled the room. This abomination wasn't Katsuki, but a distorted doppelganger forged from Izuku's deepest fears. For a low, sinister hiss slithered from the creature's twisted form as Katsuki took a determined step forward, his fury radiating like an inferno. In the blink of an eye, a dark figure darted through the shadows, vanishing out the window. Katsuki's attention snapped back to the creature as it tightened its grip around Izuku's neck, lifting him off the bed, his whimper of pain filling the air. With fury surging through his veins, Katsuki advanced menacingly, his voice a thunderous growl. Get The hell away from him before I blast you into oblivion. His eyes burned with an unyielding fire, his explosive power crackling in the air, leaving no doubt that he would follow through with his threat. Izuku whimpered, the creature's grip on his neck tightening as it lifted him off the bed, threatening his very existence. Katsuki's heart pounded with a mixture of fear and fury, his protective instincts surging to the forefront. I said get the F away from him, you 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗍. He exploded into action, launching himself at the creature with unparalleled speed and strength. The creature's eyes widened in shock as Katsuki's explosive quirk charged up. Katsuki's eyes blazed with fury as he evaded the creature's desperate swipes, his reflexes honed by years of combat experience. His body moved with lightning speed and precision, narrowly avoiding the talons that sought to tear him apart. The force of his attack collided with the creature, sending shockwaves rippling through the room. The walls quivered, and the very foundation trembled beneath their feet. In the chaos, the creature hurled Izuku through the air with a sickening thud against the bed. Katsuki's heart skipped a beat as anguish surged through him. He landed beside Izuku's motionless, unconscious body, his trembling hands hovering over him. You dare lay a finger on him. I'll make you regret it. Katsuki's voice thundered through the room, his words dripping with unbridled wrath. The air seemed to ignite around him, crackling with an intense aura of power. The air ignited around him as he charged at the creature once more, his explosive quirk unleashed in a devastating wave of destruction. With a deafening blast, the creature was sent flying backward, roars of agony echoing through the air. Acid spat from its twisted form, narrowly missing Katsuki's face, the acrid scent filling the room. Multiple quirks. There was no way this was a 𝗵𝗃, they had all been axed after the war. How was this thing possible? The only person who could make them was still locked up in a top-secret facility. His focus snapped back to the creature as it began to morph, its features from blonde hair to green as it changed into a half-blooded Izuku. Katsuki flinched as he realized it was Izuku from the day of the accident, and voices began swirling around him. It's your fault, they whispered as they intertwined. You're weak, other voices echoed. He will never love someone like you. The words cut into him like a knife. But luckily for Katsuki, that didn't stop him from delivering a flying roundhouse kick to the face. He knew he had to keep fighting. Something as messy as his insults and a fake face wouldn't get him to back down easily. No more games, you 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗍, he boomed as he attacked with ferocious determination. He launched himself at the 𝗵𝗃𝗍𝗄 with unrelenting ferocity, striking blow after blow with charged punches and kicks. The creature fought back, its desperate attacks coming in rapid succession as it attempted to scale the wall. Fangs stretched forward, spewing acid in all directions, putting the hospital bed in the line of fire. All Might instinctively tried to shield Izuku, but Katsuki leaped over them both, positioning himself as a shield against the acidic onslaught. Pain seared through his back and arms as small splotches of acid burned his skin, but he clenched his teeth. His gaze flicked briefly to Izuku, curled up in All Might's protective embrace, ensuring their safety before he unleashed a smokescreen. Get that 𝗵𝗃𝗍𝗄 out of here before it hurts the civilians, young man. All Might commanded. Emerging from the veil of smoke, Katsuki seized the opportunity. The 𝗵𝗃𝗍𝗄, in a frenzied display of strength, flipped the bed, sending it hurtling through the air. Reacting swiftly, Katsuki latched onto its arm, flinging it towards the window. Shot, he bellowed, his explosive power surging as he aimed for the creature's head. The impact shattered the glass, sending the 𝗵𝗃𝗍𝗄 crashing into the unforgiving concrete below. Before it could recover, Katsuki honed in on his target once more, his voice booming with unyielding determination. Howitzer impact, he roared, his explosive attack colliding with the abomination. The resulting explosions rippled through the parking lot, tearing through the wall and tearing apart the asphalt in its wake. The 𝗵𝗃𝗍𝗄 staggered forward, its grotesque body leaking acid as it became riddled with holes. The air filled with the acrid stench of smoke and burning flesh, and the creature emitted a final, guttural scream before collapsing to the ground. Breathing heavily, sweat mingling with the grime on his brow, Katsuki stood over the defeated 𝗵𝗃𝗍𝗄. Are you all right, young man? All Might called out from the window. Don't insult me, damn it. The 𝗵𝗃𝗍𝗄 was weak as hell, barely worth my time. He snapped back before flying up into the window. The camera crews outside swiftly redirected their focus from the hospital entrance, now captivated by the intense battle unfolding before them. All Might's expression shifted from relief to a more serious tone as he observed the blonde hero. Surveying the room, Katsuki wiped his brow, his gaze landing on the bundled figure of Deku lying unconscious on the floor. The poor idiot couldn't catch a goddamn break. Katsuki took charge, asserting his authority over the situation. "We're leaving this shithole, now," he declared. Without hesitation, he swiftly scooped Izuku up into his arms, cradling him protectively. All Might quickly fell into step behind him. "Plus, where the F is eyebags?" 3. 𝗬𝗪 is on the first floor. All Might said, not at all amused with the unpleasant nickname. The trio made their way through the deserted hallways. The only sounds were the alarms blaring and their hurried footsteps echoing off the walls as they got to the elevator. Katsuki's determination to get them out of there was undeniable, and All Might knew better than to question him.